6:30. And I presume, Sharon, I call this meeting to order. Is that right? Yes, I call the meeting to order. Thank you all for joining us for our retreat. And it's been a busy week. Lots of things happening in Dunwoody.
Music's so loud. Right. We can't close the door.
Right.
Oh.
It's fine. Maybe I'll hear, let me
Oh,
give me wait a second then.
You're fine.
I hear you. So I thought I would kick us off with a little bit of words. I've said a lot of the last 7 days, but Dunwoody is in a really strong position. We are growing, thriving, and progressing, and that is something we should all feel good about. We're doing really good work. But as I said it, the state of the city, the success we see today is not accidental. It is the result of thoughtful actions and decisions, careful planning, and a community that has stayed engaged and continues to show up. And that's why we're here. The goal today is not to solve everything. It is to align on where we believe the next momentum or trigger for Dunwoody should come from. Because the question in front of us is not whether Dunwoody is doing well. It is how we make sure it continues to stay competitive, relevant, and thriving in the years ahead. And we have a few questions that I want to focus on today, which is, wait, would you turn it? I didn't question. Wait, Jay, it's moving.
Jay, yeah, Jay, first.
No, but is that the first? Okay. Ensuring Dunwoody's future, what are our next strategic moves? Because we want to align on where we think our momentum should come from. And then Jay, what kind of city are we intentionally becoming and what do we want to avoid becoming? And to me, this is like a really critical path we need to go down as we are going to be faced with lots of decisions, the next 2 years and beyond. And then what do we do to ensure Dunwoody remains competitive and thriving in the future? And so that's sort of the overview. If we leave today with a clearer sense of where we want to focus our energy and attention, then we have had a successful retreat. The goal today is not to solve everything, but to continue to define direction. So I thought I would give us a few ground rules, if that's okay. I wrote them down, but they're not written down anywhere, sorry. So I want us to stay focused on the big picture. Today is about direction and priorities, not solving individual projects or getting into operational details. And as a reminder, our job is the what. We're to define and then let our staff help us to the how. And I'm always have lots of ideas about how, but our job is really the what. Be candid and constructive. We want to hear different perspectives, but in a way that continues to move us forward or move the conversation forward. Listen to understand. Let's give each other space to speak, the benefit of the doubt, and really hear what is being said. Let's be mindful of time and keep us moving. We have a lot to cover. And finally, let's focus on what we can control. There are always outside factors, but today is about the choices in front of us. If we can do those things, I think we'll have a good day. Thank you all. All right. Who goes next? You?
Hey, that's me.
Eric, okay.
All right. Well, once again, thank you, council, for the time, taking a full day to go over city rules. I really appreciate that. We have a great city council. I'm not just saying that because I work with y'all piece things together, stay focused, stay on track with the business of the city. I want to say that. You look around at some other cities and how they operate. You see some that operate really well, some that don't, but we're among the top. Standpoint. I also want to thank the staff for all the work they've done in putting this retreat together. They put a lot of time into listening to the council, going over different plans and assessments that y'all have looked at over the years, and also putting that together for today. Following what the mayor said a minute ago about how we control different things, one thing I want to think about is the old statement that I would like, which is we can't control the wind, but we can adjust our sticks. So that's what we have to do. You have to keep moving. We can't control everybody that comes to the council meeting, but it is more around economically. Can't control those factors. We can make adjustments. done an excellent job with that over the years. Talking back, we've had several things that we've gone at, COVID, we've gone at recession, different things like that, and you still come out very well. It's not by accident. Y'all give us the staff, the authority and power to do what we need to do to make those adjustments. We have something reserved because of that. And we have the flexibility to do different things. They're important. So the framework for today is following back on the 2025 comprehensive plan. And that was many years ago. Funded, I think, last time the comprehensive plan originally was ARC did it that way. This time is a major redo, looking back, what we see the city for the future. As y'all all know, that we're very unique. We're landlocked. We have tremendous opportunity, more opportunity than probably any other city within the metro region. And because of that, I look to Dunwoody and say, hey, Dunwoody is still considered the best, in my opinion, of how we operate. The location, transportation network, second to none. So the comprehensive plan took all that into consideration. The part of what we're looking at is maintaining our neighborhood quality of life. It's always been the number one focus of the council. Also invest in tourism, right where we're standing. This is the, pinnacle of the city of Dunwoody when it comes to economic growth, and it's why we're on the map. People talk about the perimeter. A lot of people, it's always funny when you talk to different ones. Y'all may experience the same thing. The people talk about perimeter. They say, "Oh, I didn't know the king and queen was in Sandy Springs." I said, "Well, it is, but I thought it was Dunwoody." It's kind of, it's a greater Dunwoody. It's actually a problem. But people see that. People see it as, hey, that's Dunwoody. When they're thinking about the perimeter area. So we want to continue to invest in investments in these areas here. And also to cultivate other local centers, the village. Spent a tremendous amount of time and energy on the village. The other day, I went there, we hardly found a parking place. It was big. It was crazy. Now, this is great. A park, as far away as I need to, it's fine. I'm going here. Georgetown. We have Georgetown land. We redid, it's still a major focus of ours. We're going to continue that. That area continues to evolve. Jet Ferry has some changes. It's still working through some identity issues over there, but we have huge investment gone in that sector. So that is going to change the dynamic. Here again, talking about Sandy Springs, right on the edge, that's shared Sandy Springs. And then of course, Winter's Chapel, kind of an emerging corridor. We keep waiting for the public investment, waiting to see what can we do to spark that public investment and get more interest in that area. And so we continue to work on that. Part of our desired outcome, Jay, you want to hit the slide here? Are you in control? Yeah, thank you. Our outcome today is have the council align on a shared understanding of priorities for the city's key places, I just mentioned. From that, we want to get 5 to 7 priority initiatives. So, and of course, those can have subcategories. We want to focus on 5 to 7 hot topics. I think we want to really focus on. We have a 2027-2028 capital action plan aligned with our CIP. And I know many of y'all, and that's something that this council did, we put together the CIP that we have. That's our, we want to work from. What's our goals? And every now and then something has to come in from, it's not on the CIP, there's a reason for it, so it comes out of the blue. We want to make those adjustments and integrate that back into the CIP. And where does it fit in all of this? So that's what we want to focus on. Some governments you'll see them, they'll jump around because it's a big problem. They forget about the plans, they forget about the service. We want to keep it active, these plans continue to grow. So all this is capital projects or initiatives may include policy actions, partnerships, programming, or targeted capital investments that unlock momentum. So that's what we have right there. Of course, there's some stuff going on down at the Capitol. We're trying to find out, see where that's going to end up with tax issues, and we will know all of that. But we will talk about it that summer at some point. Have a separate retreat. Go before the budget and talk about some of these other issues. But that's where we are today. I think if y'all have any questions or anything today, please ask. We have all staff here. I'm here for Jay, the city attorney. But if there's any questions, come up and please let us know. Jay, you're up.
Okay, everyone, just to give you kind of the run of show on how this retreat is structured. is it's split into the three parts we talked about that are tied to the comprehensive plan. And I want to give Michael start on the active on this. He kind of came up with the determination of this, that like, we have this, let's focus on these three areas, because it's something that all 7 of you have been ingrained in for years, literally years. So what we want to do is kind of set the way each session will work. In each session, right now, we're going to go through some questions just to kind of put it in your head, and then we'll restart them each one. So sessions 1, 2, and 3. Presentation will mainly be planning, economic development, parks, and police and public works. They'll each do something. It's about a 30-minute presentation of where we are as a city, what we have been doing. It's to set the table, because part of the thing is we say, like in the first one, maintaining neighborhood. You ask an average person, is my neighborhood maintained? They might think of different things and forget the obvious things we do. But one I like to put down, maintain a neighborhood. Paving roads is the ultimate in maintenance. It is literally the ultimate, and it's something people see and use every day. So we're gonna go through that type of thing. So what I want to do for this intro section, right, is go through the questions for each one of those. Before we start each section, we'll repeat those questions again. This is for you to think on during their presentation. So what they'll do is they'll go through their presentation, staff will, and then the floor is opened up to y'all for discussion. So just to kind of go through this and the deliverables on each. On maintaining neighborhoods, first question, what pressures or challenges could affect Dunwoody's neighbors and overall quality of life over the next 5 years? Specific time frame, we're looking at 5 years. We're also looking at what could affect them. That's the thing that you as elected officials focus on. You see it coming down the road, you need to adapt. Second one, what does maintaining neighborhoods and quality of life mean in Dunwoody? You need to define it. Quality of life is different things to different people, but there is a consensus. Character, safety, parks, culture, amenities, infrastructure, green space, mobility, or something else. Just because you have a list on there does not mean it's all inclusive. Third one, and this is one that you as elected officials are hyper focused on. Where are we already seeing stress for early warning signs? That's when citizens talk to you. That is when you see things as yourself as a citizen. And the fourth one, are there emerging issues affecting residential living that we may not be talking about? There are things that will happen in the future that we know our conversation today may just be a little bit. This is something that might happen 10 years from now. Now let's go to the delivery. When we're finished with this section, on a piece of poster board, 3 deliverables. Top 3 catalytic initiatives. In other words, what can you as council do? Top 3 things to push forward for maintaining neighborhoods. That'll be session 1. Session 2 is investigating perimeter. Perimeter is the engine. It is the engine by definition. What role should the perimeter area play in Dunwoody's future economy and identity? We all know it's there. We all participate in it. We're all part of it. We need to talk about the role of it. The second one, what is the perimeter value proposition for Dunwoody? In other words, there's a return on investment. We have an asset. It's a large asset. It is influential here. And what must evolve for it to remain competitive? It is competitive now. What must happen for it to maintain competitive? If you don't look at maintenance on something, it goes downhill. Third one, and this is actually a big one that we as staff talk about quite frequently. What barriers are there that could limit the area's competitiveness? So in other words, we see things. What is it when a person makes a decision? No, to something. What are the barriers? So that's something we'll talk about in the perimeter. This one has the same thing as 3 catalytic initiatives. But the first part of this sentence, we would be okay with dropping it, but I think it's a good idea. Getting a vision or an investment thesis for the perimeter. It's a little bit different from the neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are pretty much the same, city to city. But for us, as we talk about the perimeter area, do we need to do something that says what the vision? Third one. Third one will actually take a little bit longer because it's 4 very specific areas. Cultivating the local subject. Okay. We all know them, we all pass through them, we all run errands through them, we all lunch, we interact on them. What should each center feel like 5 years from now? There are 4 different centers. All 4 have a different area. All 4 have a different feel to them. All of y'all are from different areas of the city and visit some more often than others. There's different points of view on them. The second one, how is success defined for each one of these areas? So we're looking at success for Winters Chapel may not be the same as success for Jack Ferry. You can do one project and never do it in the other one and both be considered successes. What improvements or investments, and this is a big one, could we make these centers more vibrant? What can we do as a city to make all 4? There are going to be different investments for each one. The deliverable for this one is a big. looking at one or two initiatives for each session, for each section. Not necessarily the whole cultural thing, because it's going to be different. The village is going to be different. So we're gonna do one or two for each one. I'd actually recommend at least two. And then the fourth session that we're gonna have is prioritization. So from all of these, so 3 in the first, 3 notable in the second, up to 8 in the third. Pick that for the big 7 to focus. It's not a hard number. We put 5 to 8. We've been bouncing around. I kind of like 7 because there were 7 council members, but a consensus. Here are the priorities for each one of these areas. And then from that, we're going to pick kind of like the top 7. But feel free to differentiate if you guys think 5 go to the top, 8, 9. It's okay to go big or go small on that, but it's to show the focus for the city. That is the intro to this. One of the things that was in your reading packet was I'm forgetting the lady's name that came up with the Tyson support.
Ellen does.
Oh, no. Michael did a summary of that showing us compared to those areas, and I actually think that if you didn't read it beforehand, okay, homework time is over, we're ready, we're rolling. But in right, take a look at it, you have, it's a very good thing, because that's kind of where we are. We're suburban, removed from the core of a bigger city that's a hub, and it shows that we can parallel that, but we don't have to be there. Okay, this is the opening session. And we're gonna go to section number 2, section 1 immediately. We've got a small break in there to do a little bit of stuff just differently, holiday HQ, kind of to break up the day a little bit. That's not part of the bigger part of the retreat. But with that, any questions about the intro section first? All right, are we ready to go to the first questions? Right. Let me go back to the questions to begin. Remember, we're talking about maintaining neighborhoods. Question number 1. What pressures or challenges could affect Dunwoody's neighbors and quality of life over the next 5 years? Looking at a time frame. Second one, definition. What does maintaining neighborhoods and quality of life mean in Dunwoody? The third one, what early warning signs are we missing? And fourth one, are there emerging issues we're not even talking? So with that, we're gonna have to do the IQ push button thing and hope I press the right button. Did I press the wrong button?
There it is. That's us.
And we have everybody in? Okay. This is like flying a plane with these lights.
I think it stopped sharing. I think you stopped sharing.
Stop sharing, here we go. This is what I love about technology, because there's a button that says, oh, not button, so, there we go. Share. I'm getting to it. I see George's face very close up. Okay. Get it up, is it up and running? That's fine. Great. That's not gonna work, right? You just get it with my. Okay, I'll take it.
I would say.
Good morning. Good to see everyone today. As Eric and Jenny just talked about, we're basing this on comprehensive plan. We spent almost 2 years putting that thing together. It was a major overhaul of the comprehensive plan. We hired a consultant, had a steering committee. Tom was on there. We met for hours and hours and hours, several times. So that's what we're dealing with. There were 3 main areas: maintaining neighborhoods, even investing in perimeter, local day, the local center. You'll remember some of the steering committee and people in the public came because we had keeping neighborhoods at a lesser. And it was important that that was, there was no right to them, but it was important that be first. So the city is comprised of about 70% single family housing. except for the employment centers of the perimeter and the village and the other ones. So 70% of our city, the big part of our city. The population at this time was 28,500 essentially, just in the single family area, comprised of 10,000 households. The average size is 2.8 persons per housing unit. Most of the area in the single family is about a quarter of an acre or less. Only 2% of our land has lots of an acre or larger in that area. The only redevelopment that's going to happen over the next 20 years is about 200 to 500 houses are going to be, a lot of them are going to be torn down and rebuilt. Problem with that is the cost here, they get much larger houses and much more expensive. But first drives the problem cost. The one area this is what one of the 3 stories of housing. It's all that allows. So the only subject is the transitional neighborhood areas. They're very defined by these roads, but they have to be within a quarter mile of the commercial areas. So those are areas where we think we could have some mixed use, houseplexes, possibly townhomes, senior housing, in those key areas. There's the one at Peeler, Tilly Mill. There's a lot there that's for sale. It's single family. Nobody's probably gonna put a single family house there. So that's one of the areas, but somebody wants to come in and do it, it has to go through planning process. It has to come to you.
Say that again, because there's no commercial area where you're talking about, the Peeler and Tilly Mill,
Yeah, it's residential.
right?
Yeah.
But you're saying no one's gonna put a single family home there.
It's very, right at that intersection.
Right.
Very
That
hard.
one house.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's one house.
Right.
Yeah.
It's empty.
Yeah.
So listen, somebody could do less than Butch. Potentially.
So I think that's it.
Yeah.
Richard, you mean Tilly Mill North Peach Street? You mean that one corner, that lot that's been
Yes.
vacant forever?
Right across from Kingswood Church.
Yeah.
Smith is next. Smith should be next.
Sent to my. Yeah, I can follow. I think that's much.
Okay.
Thought about it.
Just pulling straight from the comp plan that Richard was talking about, maintaining neighborhoods. One of the action items from there are both is to enhance safety on neighborhood roads by filling in gaps in the sidewalk. And a lot of what I'm gonna talk about in these next few slides is things that we've accomplished already, and then some ideas for priorities the council may consider moving forward. So as far as sidewalks specifically go, we since governing the city, we've built about 14 miles of sidewalk. Map here shows all the green is existing sidewalk. And we've added about 50 miles of that is what the city has built. The yellow lines are additional sidewalks or in some cases paths where filling in gaps in the sidewalk is programmed. And when I say programmed, I mean it's funded for construction in the next 5 years. So everything in yellow on there is in the works program. And then that leaves about 4 miles
of gaps on major roads in the city. On, one side of the road, there's not a sidewalk, so. Yeah, those are shown in the dashed red lines. Those are not funded, but those are the gaps that were still remain after everything we're working on is completed. Some potential priorities to consider, circled there, on the screen is there's one section of Mount Vernon that will be remaining on the south side of the road that doesn't have sidewalk. That project is partially funded in the CIP. It's funded through design and some right of way. But the construction is not fully funded. But that we're referring to that project as Mount Vernon Phase 2. Vermac is a project where we did a concept on it, but it's not funded for construction. That one south of Womack is maybe something to consider with the park filling in there. And then the third one is the south end of Tillich Mill. We've had several requests for sidewalk down there. There's sidewalk, there's not sidewalk on the west side of the road. But I'll point out that none of those or really any of the sidewalks we have remaining are just simple sidewalk projects. They're, they will require adding curbs, stormwater and other improvements to be able to do a sidewalk. So they're not projects that we can just say, hey, here's a little bit of money, we can go do this in the next few years. They're gonna take some funding and planning. And I'm just gonna stop there for you to see before we move on to other topics. If anybody wants to comment on the sidewalk.
I thought we had funded something for the reserve fund on Vermont.
Yeah.
We did the first piece, turning the corner and Womack down to Farland. We're adding that to the Womack project.
That's a
Okay.
short segment.
So it'll
I just
Yeah.
remembered something on Vermont.
yeah. So there's still a gap out there.
Okay, so the little circle is actually just south of.
Yeah,
This small
yeah.
piece we are doing, okay, okay.
Is the 2 miles that you funded, are those also major projects like stormwater and everything, the ones that are?
Most of them are, Womack is basically just a sidewalk project, Ridgeview. One up on Dunwoody, some of them are just mainly just sidewalks, some of them are part of bigger projects.
So I should know this after a bazillion years, but when a sidewalk is also stormwater, does the stormwater funding part come from our stormwater fund?
Historically, we did not do that a lot, but we have started doing that lately. With the contributing from the detail of the stormwater. This typical road drainage, we would probably pay for out of the project, but things where we have to add stormwater to control the flow or reduce the flow. That stormwater can't come, we're paying down stormwater.
Like the big pipe replacement on the Georgetown project? Or was that DeKalb County? We took pictures, there was all kinds of pipe work in the Gateway project.
Yeah, we paid for all of that out of that.
Okay,
We didn't do any stormwater.
okay. And then when we designed our sidewalk plan, I think, I'll use some data, like looking at where people were walking in the grass and stuff, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we have a rating system.
Do we still have that, like for the remaining gaps?
Yes, and I meant to mention that the Tilly Mill sidewalk is the highest
That's what I was
ranked remaining one that's not funded, as far as that ranking that we came up with 16 years ago.
It's the hardest street to cross, I would think too.
Yeah, and then, we've talked, the council's talked in the past about expanding into neighborhoods. That's still kind of out there on the table. We don't have a formal policy that we've adopted on that because we've still been trying to finish these, but that, as we get close to the end of this, that will be something that we can bring into consideration.
What's the update on GDOT for Cotillion?
It's not shown on this map, but they are planning to put in like a 10-foot path or sidewalk, whatever you wanna call it, from Shanley Dunwoody to North East Street. So that whole section would get completed. Thank you.
But in hindsight, which is 2020, we should have done that sidewalk at least where the people live. 15 years ago or whenever we were gonna do it, because we thought they were gonna start this project and they never did. So for future decisions, when y'all have to deal with GDOT, consider that their timelines are not always accurate. Because you can see where people are walking. I mean, that one is visually obvious.
Is the small gap on Mount Vernon Place? Is that part of the intersection improvement too?
Yes, that's why we haven't done anything with that one, is it would be, the intersection improvement for that intersection would realign the road.
Yeah.
And I was gonna mention that when I think that.
Okay.
Okay. So in addition, when I'm talking about pedestrian safety, in addition to sidewalks, okay. City's done a number of crosswalk enhancements over the years, 25 to be exact. They're noted in various locations around the city by little sign symbols and the little red light looking symbols. We also have 7 more programs funded that we're working on. There's only 6 shown on the map. The one that's missing is Vanderlyn and Hensley, curve extension there. So those are in the works, and then we have a couple of intersections where we're looking to improve the lighting. So there's a lot we still happening with crosswalk enhancements. And these are all crosswalks that aren't at traffic signals.
And the timing of those programs?
Well, some of them are part of capital projects, and then like the Vanderlyn and Hensley, that's a one-off that can be done in the next year. Like the one that's showing, the one on Peeler and the one on Happy Hollow are part of capital projects that will be sometime in the next 5 years, I would say, for all of these.
Is there a way, because we get so many concerns about Peeler, waterworks, is there a way to expedite something?
Well, I mean, we're hoping, we're acquiring right away now, we're hoping that that project go to construction before the end of this year. Okay, then the other thing that was mentioned in this transportation blurb under maintaining neighborhood was implementing intersection improvements. I'm not showing all the ones we've done here, but I did highlight in 2025, we did do a couple of what I call quick fill safety improvements. They're shown with the green cross on the map. And we also we adjusted the signal timing at 30 intersections across the city to have a leading pedestrian interval. That's where the pedestrian gets a few seconds to start walking before the green light or the turn arrow. And then looking ahead, we have some other projects in the works. Shown by the purple looking across there, have 11 additional small safety improvements. That could be anything like lane signs or curb extensions, left turn lanes, realignment in one case. And then we have six projects, a part of bigger projects. We have 6 signalized intersections that are going to get some type of improvement that are in the CIP. A couple of future priorities to consider, the Mount Vernon Place at Tilly Mill intersection was mentioned a few minutes ago. That one has been designed, and it's just not funded for construction. And then the Shanley Dunwoody Peeler Burmack corridor has been talked about before, and that would probably be the next priority as far as looking at intersection. There's gap in the sidewalk, and gap in the bike lanes there. So looking at that corridor. The third thing in this transportation blurb and the maintaining the section is to reduce speed, basically, promote lower speeds. But as y'all know, y'all just recently approved a number of changes to submit to the state for approval to reduce speeds. Sergeant Nelson and I have also been talking to a company that could provide speed data on all the roads in the city. It's a little pricier than we were hoping, but so it would cost about $30,000 for a year's worth of data, and it would basically identify speeds on all the roads in the city. That would help. I think it could help with police targeting enforcement, and then possibly looking at areas where maybe there's some engineering things that we done to help.
Do you expand on that, like what, like? So would they just go and study all the streets and say, here's the average speed, like the high and low, or what?
They're like a data company, so they get speed data from GPS cars. And they're
Good lord.
I think they said they only need about 100 cars using the street in a day to be able to get accurate data. And they can provide, 85th percentile speed, whatever. And it's aggregated. They don't give you speed or in the beginning of the cars. So this is the 85th percentile speed on the street for this day or this week or whatever.
So that means if a neighborhood street doesn't get 100 cars, like this, would it hit all Brazilian streets?
Probably gonna get every street in the city, but the short cul-de-sacs, maybe not, but any street that connects to something else probably should have more than a day.
And Michael, Joe asked earlier in one of the meetings, I wanted to address a lower speed, and I think it's 25, is it lower than 25? Did you ask about?
Yeah, if we don't pull a permit on it and don't do radar.
Yeah, Georgia law 40-6, 183, local governments in Georgia cannot set speed limits lower than 25 miles an hour on local roads, even with engineering study. However, the exception to that would be a construction zone, and I think you can go down to 20 in school zone. You cannot do a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit that's enforced.
So Woodstock is illegally done that.
They haven't read the law, yes. I don't know how they enforce the 15.
Richard can tell you about it if you're interested.
Ken, side question to that, what about Brook Run Park? It's city property, it's a park, it's listed on 15, but it's our property. It's not a public, it's not public.
It's listed.
15.
I believe 15, but it's a city park.
Well, I guess the question becomes, is it a road or is it something else? But I think it's gonna be hard to enforce that.
Yes.
I don't know how you enforce that.
Again, asking the question since it's different than everything else.
Yeah. I think because it's public, it's probably would be considered part of the road system if cars are allowed through the other cars. And I'm not sure how you enforce it. And I said it before, the jeopardy, I think that the place is, you run into these spare treatment arguments about what, if you set a speed lower and it's violated, how can you set a speed higher? In other words, you have to be consistent with whatever it is, but that's what the law is right now. I thought it was, and I remind y'all's charter refers to state law on speed, so.
And that's something like a park would be unsafe for conditions versus speeding.
Well, this is just a summary. I didn't go read all the cases, but I think there would have to be a specific reason, and right now, what it is popping up, it says outside of urban or residential districts, meaning other roads, the minimum reduced speed is 30. So exceptions, lower speed are permissible where specific hazards are identified, school zones, 20 to 25 mph, or temporary construction zones. So I need to go look at.
Just raise that question. Thank you. One question with that is, if we identify an area where we need to have speeds of below 20, we can engineer it so that it would be difficult to go faster.
We have speed bumps,
right?
right?
We still have that control, correct?
Exactly.
So I don't know that there's been an issue with speeding in Brook Run, for example, but there may be other places in the city where it would be safer to have cars slower, and you know, reference engineering and controls earlier, maybe we look at those instead.
Very narrow.
Narrow the lane, or, you know.
Yeah, and I should mention, I meant to mention too, that. And just about every capital project we're doing now is trying to introduce some type of element to encourage slower speeds, from narrower lanes, and islands. That kind of thing, and you know, they're not gonna slow everybody down, but we are trying to do things like that, turn radiuses. Richard, you know, with the streets in Woodstock, is like the ones that come on private or?
The 25 on Main Street, and we've got permission to state to plus and down. There are local streets, I'm sure the county that have 20 miles an hour, usually have curves and residential curves.
And outside of speed enforcement, we can still handle DUI, reckless driving, hit run. And so there's, you know, it's not, so somebody's in there, we can articulate whether the speed is on their end or probably people. We still list the law.
In relationship to this, like, you know, we get complaints about speeding in neighborhoods fairly frequently, and we y'all send out the speed tester trailer thing. Is there a backlog of neighborhoods waiting for that at this point?
There is, I can easy one.
I don't know what about it, but I'm curious. And then I think one of the strategies we might want to consider, and maybe y'all are doing it, is when the speed testing is over, that you tell us, or tell the people that are emailing or something, that it shows. And then we need to know, I mean, maybe that's a regular report we should get, so we know. A lot of the time it doesn't show what people think it's going to show, right? Because, but it would, yeah.
I think it's posted on the website.
Is it?
But yeah, I guess that speed data we were talking about could help, with the trailer out there, if you have the data, where to target, worse.
So I do have an answer to the park situation, Don. This is 40-6371. A local government will be set a speed limit lower than 25 within a park, will be just considered a special hazard condition. I don't know how you enforce it, but you can in a park.
Again, we've already done the engineering for Brook Run, we've had the issue with engineers.
Speed traps, I mean, the speed, it's wrong.
And Michael, since I've been on council, I don't think anybody's petitioned for, you know, the neighborhood traffic calming policies since 2020. Has anybody applied for that? Did people know about it?
I think the last one we was probably Coronation Drive, I think. I don't remember when that was. We have had a couple of requests since then, but a lot of times when we do the speed measurements, it comes back in the 85th percentile was like 30. You know, that most people are going within 5 miles of the speed limit, so we haven't had anybody petition that had high enough speeds recently. And then in some cases, and this goes back to even before Coronation, I think, we had one on Meadow Lake where they petitioned and they met the criteria, but then the neighborhood didn't agree that they didn't want these bumps. And so they just decided not to move forward. So.
Seems no, it's never agreed.
No, the threshold.
And we changed it to also volume. Like to your neighbor.
Okay.
But yeah.
So in the comp plan and in the work plan activity section, it talks, number T1, talks about paving. So just a couple things in the most literal sense of maintaining neighborhoods, so paving, We're in good shape. We continue to see good results from the paving that the city's invested in, since inception. As of the end of 2025, over 90% of our streets are in fair or better condition. As you can see here, we have about 1%, only 1% that's in very poor condition. And we're on track to pave all the streets, completed paving cycle in 20 years, which will be 2029.
Not to get off subject, but how's our pothole repair budget? How are we doing on that? That's
I
gonna
have
happen.
that on next, so, this one showing the progress we've made in 2010, we did the pavement rating. All the streets in the city combined, the paving condition index or the rating from 0 to 100 was 69 for the whole city. That's shown by the blue column here on the left of the graph. Most everybody at that time, I think, didn't think that was acceptable or good enough. And where we needed to be from a level of service. So the city council has invested in paving and, also back then we had a backlog of streets in poor condition. You can see it took 5 years as the PCI was going down. It took 5 years to kind of slow that, to reverse that trend and get a usable backlog. And it took 10 years to get back to where we started. But today we are at a 76. And I think the sentiment today would be that we've achieved an acceptable level of service. We don't probably need to go really higher than that. Somewhere between 71 and 75, I think is a good target. And the reason why the red line on the graph shows our in today's dollars, what we've spent in operating maintenance. That's the pothole filling, pavement patching, what our, do to maintain the pavement outside of the resurfacing. And in today's dollars, we're spending half of what we were on that out of the operating budget since 2010, and that really started turning the corner around 2021, which is when we got up over 70 with our PCI score. So, I think there is a direct result between the resurfacing we've done and how it impacts the operating budget. We're able to not spend as much on street maintenance as we were. Okay, and then the last thing from a maintenance standpoint is stormwater. We've invested heavily in upgrading the stormwater system through the condition of our assets and also through water quality in the streams. Every 5 years, we're required by our stormwater discharge permit to do an inspection of all the city's stormwater structures and pipes. And part of that inspection, we do a rating of the condition of the pipe or the structure from 1 to 5, with 5 being the best. And so through the different cycles, the most recent cycle that was completed in 2022, we started in 2011 with about our overall condition rating of our pipes of about 3.5. We're up over 4 as of the end of 2022. Then the chart on the right shows as of 2022, which is our most recent cycle, how the breakdown of the conditions. So we have, I think about over 90% of our pipes are in fair or better condition. And we just have 2% that are failing and 5% that are poor, that we're continuing to work on. But we improved that by doing the pipelinings and in some cases dig and replace or rehabilitation of pipes. So continuing to focus on that.
Hey, Michael, how's the cash, the revenue stream, the fee coming into this utility, and can you refresh some folks of how it's calculated and, stuff? I know it was changed many years ago, it was changed once from the initial.
Yeah, the fee is, based on impervious, well, for single family, it's a flat rate. For commercial and everything else, it's based on the impervious area, you pay a certain amount for impervious area. The fee, there's a built-in escalator in the fee, and it's tied to the municipal cost index that's published. So as the cost, city services nationwide increases, that our fee is tied to that index. And so we have, the revenue we have coming in has been able to cover expenses. You know, we actually have a little bit of, surplus, if you want to call it that. We've spent some of that down, but there is money there to maintain, what we have.
And we got a boost because we had the,
Yes, we did a lot with the ARPA money, you know, $4 million worth of pipe, rehabilitation has been completed in the last 3 years using the ARPA money, so that's helped a lot. That helped us keep from having to tap into our reserves on stormwater fund.
And with the ones that are failing and poor, I assume they're on the list to be done
Yes.
next week, like, okay.
Well, and you know, in some cases, there's easements that are needed, so we can't just, you know, go right out there and do it, but yeah, those are all in the works. That's all I have.
Michael, can we circle back on the potholes again?
Yeah.
Potholes, are they done year round? Is this now pothole season? We have a crew ready to go out. How does it work? Does it work all year round, or is there certain times a year that there's a push for pothole repair?
We fill potholes year round, if it's, sometimes we might have to put a temporary fix on it, and come, it's winter time. Sometimes the asphalt plant's not even able to dip hot mix to put down, so we'll fill it with a cold mix, and come back, cut it out, and do a hot mix when it's warmer, so. But we're always, I mean, anytime of year we can fill a pothole, but for bigger pavement repairs, that really is. Maybe March and November.
I'm seeing a number of potholes and then trying to make sure that we have enough money to do the work that we need to do. I'm seeing main infrastructure, roads, main thoroughfares with potholes, like I could name a couple of them. That there's some that are jumping out at me and I could report them, but at the same time, I'm like. Now I'm reporting, I'm getting close to reporting, but it's time, it's season, right? I figure it's also seasonal and that very close.
Yeah, this is the time of year probably when you see the most, because they tend to pop up more in the winter.
Right.
And then so
Freeze.
and this, yeah, and then so spring is kind of the catch up time of getting those filled and. But yeah, if you have specific areas.
And then I think everybody on council in general, we see potholes when they start reporting.
yes,
I do.
I
Why wouldn't you?
right.
again,
Oh, we have seen.
So.
go ahead.
On paving in general. It feels like to me, the major streets aren't doing so well. Like Chamblee Dunwoody, at least in my neck of Chamblee Dunwoody, we know what's happening, right? This county's tearing up. Some Chamblee Dunwoody, Georgia Power and all that, but. So that road was repaved in our first 20 years, but
Right.
is our plan to wait till the next 20 years to do something? Or I don't know what we do, because it doesn't look like it was paved in modern times, I think. Or at least parts of it.
Well, the major roads take the most beatings and have the most traffic. They tend to get cut up by utilities the most. And they really should be, so when we talk about a 20-year paving cycle, we're talking really about the neighborhood streets, and that was the longest you should go pave anything, just about 20 years, but the main roads really need paving more often than 20 years. And so I think where we are right now is we're gonna get all the neighborhood streets in 20 years. But then there's a lot of main roads that should be coming back up in the next few years, to, you know, like Shanley down, this section of St. Shanley Dunwoody, I think we're talking about. It's been maybe about 10 years since it was paved, so sometime. It shouldn't be 10 more years before that's paved, you know, to say that.
Sticking with paving, as we know, Kent County is going to be doing major overhauls to the water system. Over the next 10 years, we're gonna be doing major infrastructure there, and obviously with waterworks being within our city, I imagine we'll get a pretty good impact from some of that work. If not from the actual roads being cut up, just additional trucks and heavy equipment wear and tear on that. So question is, I just want to ensure that, I'm sure you are, but we're working closely with the Cat County and specifically the waterworks people on their construction schedule to make sure that we're coordinating our efforts. We're not going in and repaving a road that might get torn up, or that if we know that, you know, especially in that waterworks area, North Chapel and perhaps Peeler. My understanding is gonna be a lot of work at the actual plant itself. That we're staying on top of that and monitoring that so that if those roads deteriorate quicker, we're able to adjust that. So where are we on that with that?
We are coordinating with them, and they told us recently that, pretty much any. Capital project we do on the main road, they're probably going to want to replace the water line if it's not already displaced. So, you know, if they're doing that on Mount Vernon and Philly Mill, they told us recently they want to do that on the next section of Mount Vernon. You know, they're doing Shanley Dunwoody right now, so, yeah, I think anywhere where they have older pipe, they're indicating we have a project they want to make the water main replacement part of that. You know, it makes our projects harder and it makes them take longer, and but I think in the long run, it's the best thing to do, so. We are coordinating with them.
Yeah, and maybe there should be, we're anticipating accelerated projects, you know, yeah, because of the rate increases in their tenure plan, so I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, now what they haven't told us about is like any plans for neighborhoods, so, you know, we share our paving list with them. But I'm not aware right now that they're planning to do anything, so it's still specific, but, definitely main roads.
How does it work when they do? The Shanley Dunwoody, like, it's a DeKalb County project, right? How do we make sure that when they come back and pay, that they do it to our standards?
We're gonna try and keep a close eye on them. We're asking them test reports for their PC person. And we've also, in a couple cases, even sent our people we use to do a lot of our PC testing to go out and check on them. So we're trying as much as we can to make sure that they are right.
I'm good.
Jordan is coming over there to visit.
All right, just keeping up, just on one slide, just talk about the, what we're doing with the neighborhood efforts. Our neighborhood police patrols, we're gonna enhance that since, all of you authorized two expert ambassadors, we're gonna get them in the neighborhoods, to get, more visibility. Vacation house watch, that's very popular. A lot of our citizens on patrol, you'll see, that are out there. When I go out of town, I go in the volume and, okay, I get my ring cameras, call around the house, they go check the door to make sure everything is, so if y'all are not using that, please do. Of course, speed traffic enforcement, we do have, kind of coupled with our speed program. I'm gonna talk with Eric and Vlad and see if I can get another one. We can get them backlog. We have a lot of requests for, especially with the recent construction on, don't really love that.
I in between this one too. Yesterday was long.
So, and the priorities, you know, obviously, you also, you're getting a lot of your constituents that are having issues. just let me know, and I'm gonna try. It pretty much is, Governor's Office of Highway Safety, and I think we're gonna do our increased, traffic enforcement, especially with our pedestrian crossing details. You'd be amazed at how many citations we issue with, how many citations we issue when we do that enforcement, and how it's about educating the public, I just need to make sure we're at a crosswalk. But it is a big deal. We do get a lot of complaints on that. We get reports to. Our integrated license plate readers, of course, some of the neighborhoods have funded that privately, with them. Obviously that'll work out with being environmental coming in and out. And then RFID access, we actually, one of the greatest, ideas, for the council to approve that, so when our cars pull up to any, it's in our ordinance that when we pull up to any gated communities, the gates open automatically. We also, with EMS, I got the chief Fulham at the time, I'm now director Fulham. We got that all of our RFID, so when they pull up in their ambulances, it works as well, so we maintain it close for this. So that's what we're doing, neighborhood efforts. Yeah, the biggest complaints are the cut crews, or 285 shuts down, raising everything, and we'll start getting a lot of complaints there. A lot of stuff we keep obviously handled best we can. We do have a traffic unit right now. I've got one more opening, so they're the ones when we get traffic complaints. Sergeant Nelson right now in charge of this. He has 2 officers waiting for staff to get back up, so I'll have 3. That is our number one complaint, is traffic, traffic, even speed enforcement, especially. Questions, comments, concerns? Yes, sir.
How about your handheld details? I know it's all related, your hands-free details.
Yeah.
You could do it probably every day, but.
Yeah, we're actually, so we're partnering with, they're not more terrorist compliance, so basically truck enforcement, the state DOT, law enforcement. We're gonna do the detail around the perimeter, coming up in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, it's all the time, I guess, I'm out at work, and I'm looking next to me. Yeah, distracted driving is a big issue, and that's the reason for accidents.
I know you guys don't ever advertise it, and I don't need to know when it happens, but I think that's so important that you see people they're just, the inattentive drivers, it's such a safety issue. You look at the pedestrian fatalities and all the crash, and you add it to the prevalent. So I totally support you guys doing that as much as you can. And I hope you do it more than once a year. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Parking issues, any areas in the city that, some have cropped up with me. I know I've talked to you and Rachel about some, and the school comes up from time to time. Any kind of feedback you're getting on areas that need attention?
No, it usually pops up at the beginning of school. So every year, and we'll have to go out and address it. And yeah, she's still down by one of our synagogues. However, we haven't done anything in there. Nobody's blocking the roads for emergency vehicles to get in and out. I know that's been brought up a few times, that one street there. Most of our is reactive. Individual citizens will call and see somebody a handicap sign across the floor, go out there and respond to the bullshit side.
I know there was some planning done down at the farm, not the farmhouse, but at the Donaldson Bannister Farm, just from some concerns of people getting out. And I know Wildcat Park had a big holiday event. And I'm guessing parking was okay there, but.
She had a parking plan.
But I just want to make sure, I guess I'm just saying this since I can see both of you here. I can see Wildcat Park being used again by other groups because it's a big open field. So just to make sure that, I guess, there are parking plans in place for events at parks where parking may spill out onto adjacent streets and neighborhoods. So just the thought, because that's an issue that gets brought to me from time.
Plus, we respond. If you have somebody that's coming up, make sure that they're monitoring it, so we can spell out in the streets.
Yeah,
So I don't know exactly like where to say this, Jay, or Eric, but like when you're talking about the beginning of school, it feels like, just gonna here, the same issues every year in Dunwoody North.
intersection.
Right, it feels like we could look at how we can be proactive somehow, I won't be perfect. But use the school as a, like, I know that when I was trying to keep us from having to make all the streets around the high school no parking, you know, I worked with the school, it didn't matter, we ended up having to make them the parking this. But it would maybe behoove us in the beginning of July to, you know, we ought to figure out how we can maybe minimize the problems that we have at the beginning of every school year, with the exception of maybe the first day or two.
Suggestion on where, but once they're done with it, that's
That's what
the
I
top
thought.
of what we can do things, and that's the what.
Yeah, okay,
Well, and even to jump on that, I mean, there's gonna be a stadium at Dunwoody High School.
yeah, we'll get to
They
that,
may have a parking plan, but I think we need to be thinking on it
right, I just,
in detail about
Right.
that, because that's gonna cost.
right,
chaos. And
so. Make a note so we can come back to finish, we'll talk about it.
So Chief, do we do parking tickets? Okay, we do. Okay, I just wasn't sure
Yes.
if there's just a car parked the wrong way on a street or something.
Yeah, we could just stop, take it on.
Okay, so we write tickets. I just wasn't sure about that.
Yeah.
Next question from
Public
me.
safety, just to clarify, public safety, you've asked them to do. Okay, it was brought up one time if that was in the job. description.
Is there a reason they can't? You have to be.
Yes.
Okay.
And then truck enforcement. What are we doing for truck enforcement? I'm hearing complaints on that once in a
I
while.
saw some complaints as well, I mean. If they're, I mean, obviously, if they're doing business, public trucks, et cetera, going to and from, stop, or I'm sorry, we will not stop them, obviously, going to and from. I know there was a mention of getting on block and doing that, the only way we could do that is if we were contacting the company. Say, hey, do you have a different route that you can take, you know, you're not supposed to get it. We are enforcing it, we do see it, it's just a standard truck.
As long as your officers know what are truck routes and what are not. I guess let's say Vermac in front of the high school is not a truck route. If any officer sees any truck over the, gross vehicle weight rating, the bigger truck, you should be asking the question, because there's no Kroger right on Vermac. You should not be using Vermac as a cut through
And I
your delivery. So I'm just wondering if your officers are trained on that aspect of the job.
These all, about it, like, I don't know.
Right, that's my.
You don't need that.
The other thing we did is, this was Vermac, reached out, and the truckers all use kind of a same GPS, that is specific for truckers. And we reached out for and asked them to make sure that their algorithm or their GPS shows that that's not a truck route.
Thank you.
we're also improving the signage on that road, aren't we? Yeah, that I've got specific complaints on that road, which is why I'm aware of what we've been doing there.
Thank you.
Something in my hands, okay, let's look.
Yeah, speak a little like.
Yeah, so just to seal Joe's word level set, you're for a minute. Where we do that in our part, so this is where we are currently, so this map was created by Trusted Public Land. The darker green outline are the park locations, and the bigger kind of green blobs are people that will within a 10-minute walk to these parks. So you can see it's very highly concentrated in these areas, which is great. Overall, we're still at only about 26%, so we have some work to do.
Are you saying this is 26% of the city?
Correct.
The 26% of the city.
26% president.
10-minute walk to a park, which is what you see, like Trusted Public Plan, National Parks and Rec, that's kind of the threshold that they.
Yeah.
that they use.
That looks like more than 20%.
That's based on CDC data as well.
I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't look like it's 20.
And then a little kind of hard word cloud, thank you communication, this came out of our welcome bags. So you can see the welcome bag, we ask you, why do you choose Dunwoody? So you can see some of our larger words here, playgrounds, parks, community, trails, green space, all the things that make our parks right, first happy. Getting into that, of course, we're on, we have, this is our signature, we have our iconic park. A lot of agencies would love to have something like the park run that's not, state park, federal park, that sort of thing. It's always easy to kind of see what other folks are doing. But what I wanted to do is start and say, what are we doing that people are looking us for, and what are we able to write about? Obviously, these are just some blurbs from either Google reviews or Dunwoody forum, Facebook, things that we love at. Just again, to kind of highlight this. I think this one was up here, you know, we're so thankful to have a beautiful space on our backyards. It really is, and at its size, it makes up over half of our total park space, so obviously a big highlight there. And then going into some of our smaller neighborhood areas, again, why people love the parks they do. Again, nature center is something that we're just so thankful to have, or we did. We, you know, we were saved that 70 years ago, renovations we're currently doing with the learning lab, it's really just a beautiful piece of property. Windwood Hollow, again, great, you'll see that here in a minute. Windwood Hollow is due for sort of a kind of a clam up, if you will. And of course, you know, we're doing some things all the time, you know, of course, commercial park, you know, fixing the park, really engaging that area. In different ways, and in Georgetown, we have some park coming in, as you saw yesterday. So how do we continue to build on the success? Homecoming Park obviously is gonna be our big one, for later this year and next year. So right now we have a design firm selected, you'll see that at the council meetings next month, that's our first big step. We already have in the background sort of this, what I'm calling the playground steering committee. So because of the specific nature of this playground, the all-inclusive, fully inclusive playground and its size, we are seeking individuals from the community, that have families or children with special needs to make sure we're hitting all the marks. So a lot of times we just, when you build a playground, these vendors have sort of these check boxes of things that they have to have. We're not looking for that, we're looking for fully inclusive. You know, I use words like all-star, city of the year, this is your playground for families who need this. So we've already engaged with some groups from the community who are very excited to be involved in the planning of that amenity specifically. The Dunwoody High School volleyball team has already reached out. This is Gabby brought us a volleyball a few weeks ago over at Wildcat. They've already talked to us about how we engage high school students. They have programming ideas. They already want to have a match against Parks and Rec. They are so excited about this game volleyball that we're. And that will be it's a great opportunity to engage with the demographic that we have a hard time engaging with. So a few things that are coming kind of on the docket for the other parts, so Bird Run, we're working on our artificial turf repairs, this is what you approved the council a month or so ago. We're on the schedule for the first week in September currently, so this would be both baseball fields, both multi-use fields. Again, this is work that is typical to see based on the amount of programming and the lifespan for the turf. Playground relevancy, I talked a little bit about last year at the budget. So Bird Run is, you know, we're 20 plus years old for the playground. Because this is our submission, we want to make sure we're staying current. We're starting to find more and more areas where things are going to be placed more frequently. And again, to that inclusive nature of Dunwoody Park, there are things that we could do to make it more modern, and more relevant for special needs community than it is currently. We have a couple designs for wayfinding. I worked with the designer there's two different options they've given us. One is directional signage. So what this would be from each entrance. So Barclay, Peeler, Bird Run is sort of these kind of great arrow coming off of Peeler, what's to your left and what's to your right, because we still have so many people that say, I come to this park all the time, I didn't know there was a film. Hey, I'm having a family reunion, what else can I do? There's still a lot, you know, we obviously know because you can see every day, but just another way to one, help navigation, and two, just really highlighting everything that the park has to offer. There's a second design piece that we looked at is what we call our puck signs. So it's what we have at Donaldson Bannister. It's the little pedestal sign with a circle. And that could be placed in front of each amenity. So as you're driving along through the park, you can see Memorial Plaza, and then you know what that is. Playground, skate park, so on and so forth. So we have the design, we're still working through kind of which way to go and funding options before we're ready to bring that to you. And then we're also working on the Dunwoody Trailway. So we're 10 plus years old on this. Every year we do an entire walk of our trail system that connects Brook Run, Commercial, and Georgetown. And a lot of the yellow dashing is faded. It's fun in some areas. It's time to redo that again for visibility. And coordination with that will also reach like the sort of the non-slip surface for our bridges, things like that. We're due for this sort of ongoing maintenance. Nature Center, Learning Lab is looking great. I actually have a punch list on Friday for the internal building, so we have a landscape plan in place, that's moving right along. And then, of course, finishing that wetland and boardwalk project, thank you, Public Works, last year, we're still seeing award nominations for that, we're still receiving, accolades for that beautiful boardwalk addition last year. The Donaldson Bannister Farm, they have a couple things in the works that they've asked me to not share with you yet, coming soon. But their lots shop renovations that you approved last fall, has really said they've exponentially grown their program numbers, they can't flashback, their field trips, their, their overruns. And with that property, any sort of time we can renovate to help their program is win-win for everybody, so they're very thankful for that. Wildcat Park, thank you, economic development, activation with our Art for All exhibit. So that would be a welcome back for another year or so probably. We're getting a lot of great response with this. Another sort of art activation was a recent Holy event. People loved that location, people understand, Great Dunwoody was thrilled with that. So just again, another way to activate the space while it's in its current state. Waterfront Park, this is our group right here, that's been in our little library. We've done things like that with this Girl Scout group, having parking stops, parking is a problem, we able to like that. It's little bit. Have a lot of intent on that this year. Our latest communication board was installed thanks to the Dunwoody Women's Club. We have our bids back for our playground resurfacing, and we'll sort that in 2 weeks, but I'll bring that to you here shortly. And then to the sports that you approved, so again, it's kind of all happening at once, but it's time, this because these tennis courts, the playground, to the neighborhood and our special populations tennis programs, we're getting a lot of use of this park. And then just a couple of things, sort of what we call big impact, low cost, so expanding our adaptive recreation, so we're seeing things like. The swing breaks, do we already have an adaptive swing, if not, adding an adaptive swing. Adding park installations, our goal is still to have at least one key new sculpture installation at each park. And again, partnering, we have some wonderful people that have reached out, just to help us get further engaged with the, adaptive community. Those are my good ones. Well, Tom looks like he's, have you my pen?
I got a question.
Yes.
Wildcat Park restrooms, any
Yes.
feedback on how's it working to just have a portal out there? Do we need to think about something better for that spot, since that's gonna be kind of the longer
Yeah.
one to develop?
So nothing's come to me, if things from you, obviously, let me know, but, we did supplement for Great Dunwody's event. And when we had the butterfly festival, we'll be brought in more, obviously, but, I have not heard otherwise, so I think we're doing okay. Yes.
And the wayfinding signage with the plant boundaries you mentioned, you'll present, then we'll look for a funding source, is that what you're?
Yes, we have a couple other capital improvement, more structural needs that I need to kind of prioritize. We have the design, we just need to decide kind of what, we don't want to overload the park with signs, it's. Having too many signs in the park, so just the appropriate way to do it, and then yes, the funding before that really comes to pass.
Is that related to the trail wayfinding signs that we had, budgeted the $125K from TSW? She mentioned wayfinding signs and that were
Yes,
called.
it's a bid going out, probably in the next week or two. And signs that funded last year.
So this is different, because it's like in front of the park.
This is internal, so this would be internal here.
Around here, so.
But some of the ones in the bid are, will go with our location on trails.
Okay. All right, thanks.
The nature center signs are good. The wayfinding signs inside the nature center, they're like that. That is good.
Yeah.
You didn't mention the stage door, mural. Other than that.
It's just the neighborhood all the time.
Okay,
I know you're excited.
I'll wait.
Rachel, tell me about the Brook Run Trail maintenance aspect. I'm interested in the water erosion along the sides of it. How are we doing on maintaining the trail? Making sure that it's not falling apart, being undercut. Is that maintenance being done on a pretty regular basis? Because I can see some help.
It is, yeah, so, so we've got the trailway striping, we do have that section that we're still working on, we're still trying to find a construction vendor for the area between the front of the school that's sinking, that's where those barrels have been. That one's tricky because we have such limited space to get down there and work, so I make sure we have the right person to do that. But usually what we do is kind of this time of year, we limb up everything that's on the bridge to prevent root rot. And when we go, and when we're gonna sandblast some of that, the metal bridges. And at the same time, they're relaying, non-slip surface, they're gonna get under and make sure they don't see any root rot. It was kind of a deep end because it's been 10 years, it's time.
Just normal water runoff is eroding the dirt on the sides on a lot of it. And we put riprap or sort of rocks. Is there, I see a number of places I have seen where it's worried about undercutting. But if we don't maintain it, I guess we're gonna evaluate that as we go into it. And then finally for me, I hear a lot of partnerships with other organizations. I don't hear a lot about partnerships with the dog park or with the garden. Tell us, is that anything big happening in those two locations?
So the dog park, I mean, Brent and I obviously equally. The big partnership there that we started 7 years ago with the photos, the Valentine's photos and all the photos, they love that. A couple of years ago, we added a second entrance. They had some security concerns, if you would, about just kind of one entrance, one exit. So we added that, and we've revamped kind of the ADA parking and things like that. Really, if Corinne needs something, she talked to text it, and we're usually able to see it done. The community garden, same thing. The great part of Sat Driving's garden is a Saturday, they love that event, it's a great time to open a showcase. Their membership, they still have a long waiting list for the plots. And we're actually ties in with the Veterans Memorial, so the Eternal Flame, we've switched vendors and found a cheaper vendor to provide the gas. The memorial, which then affects the range house, so we're coordinating them on moving the current fuel tank, if you will, to replace that. And they might be able to repurpose that with some pump bars or something right there. So yeah, we're working with them.
Mentioned the greenhouse, they always needs some sort of care.
Yeah.
Are we, I mean, they probably need a lot of care in some first place. What are we doing to help just maintain the status quo? What do you think we're doing to maintain that greenhouse or those equipment?
Nothing major, they're a pretty scrappy group, so they usually come to us and say, hey, we want to do this in. It's less of they want to do this, you financially support it, which is great. The big thing, and Bo and I chair, kind of played around for several years, but we both know it's meeting, right, it was the entire wall through the house, that's a big undertaking. So every now and then, she and I will find maybe grant opportunities to see if we fit, and we're not there yet, that's kind of early for all of us, but it's very expensive.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Rachel, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, sometimes.
So you mentioned restriping stuff. One of the comments that I get frequently is the color of striping, like doing something where it doesn't look like a room. So it's getting away from the yellows and the whites and doing something that like a green. So hopefully that's something that we can consider. I don't know if there's what's best practices, I'm sure visibility and other things are a factor in that. One thing I'll just toss this out, I'm sure it's probably cost prohibitive, but maybe in the long term, like we were considering when I was actually up in Minnesota. What I've seen, a lot of their trailways actually had etched lines into the concrete that looked really good. They look really nice, but I imagine that has a longer lifespan than paint. Now, of course, I imagine there's also cost increase. I don't know what the delta is there, if it's worth considering or not, but just costing that.
So Rachel, on the back end of the Dunwoody Nature Center, where I'm calling them informal pathways. There's a back resident, at the end of this cul-de-sac, it's Meadow Creek Lane. And now, when I lived in Switzerland, I would call them a cow gate. You could go across fields, but they had a gate that cows couldn't get through.
Yeah.
But then you could move and you could get through. So basically, what's there is this kind of a thing that looks like a V. And if you're very skinny, you can walk through that. But you couldn't bring a baby stroller through there. And you're also seeing now in some of these national parks, they're seeing these ADA accessible wheelchairs that are able to go on dirt. You're seeing that used. So that to me is, it's not an accessible entrance for people. And I know this probably was there before we were a city, so.
When, do you know the last time you used that entrance?
A couple months, maybe 3 months.
So that should have been, when you, I think it was the sequence fix that. You may have been, so what we
Rachel, you
did.
gotta talk a little louder.
Sorry, so what we did for that, it's just open it up. So it's not gated at all, it's just an open to, so it was supposed to have been done, I'll make sure it's done, but yes, that's the opening to talk.
Thank you so much.
That's really the only way to,
Thank you so much.
to do it, yeah.
But now the cows can get through.
Right, there you go.
And they go, feed the deer.
The deer, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stacey.
Peachtree Middle School tour, how are we, it's middle of soccer season? What changes did you make and how is it doing this year? Because we haven't
It's
gotten
not
emails.
turf, it's grass.
Oh, the grass, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So far, we're still having to turn people off. Because we're actually looking at upgrading the lock system. For the second time, so the one that was put in, people have found out how to, screw it or sort of kick it open, if you will, so we're going back with like a heavy duty. With our locks in on like, how do we keep people out that are supposed to be out, so. Thankfully, we have like Antoine and Andre, they're there nights and weekends, so they see something they can. A lot. Grammatically, it sounds like it's working just fine. We restart the track, a month or so ago, it's really nice. Yeah, I've heard otherwise, but again, if you are.
Well, I'm asking, but it was a genuine question, like, what's the difference? Because this time last year, it was a disaster.
Yeah,
So I just like,
no, it's the fence is doing what it's meant to do.
okay,
Interesting, yeah.
And we're maintaining that better, the main thing was over usage.
Overusage, now again, we can actually close it to do maintenance, so that we can actually go off.
And as we said, over usage, it was wet better usage over there, last year.
and did we ever discover why the water issue was?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah, there was a leak, right? Something was.
Water.
There was water, heat, irrigation, plus some of the grading kind of working on the slope that we did with the work years ago.
okay.
They ever fixed that differently, you didn't bring a lot of dirt, so what's happened over time is that has gotten kind of below the track a little bit, like the holes water slightly. And so at some point in time, the only people want to bring in, raise the elevation around it a little differently. But we've done a great job of what we have, what we're gonna impose and we have to do, especially the track, it's volumes to do.
Yes.
And the other comment that I've gotten is. And I don't know when you're doing the wayfinding signage in Brook Run. But on the trail from Brook Run to Furnish Hall. To have a sign there, but there's not one there, if there is one there, it's not very good. Unless, that's been a couple months, so I don't know if you put one in lately.
So we have again with the up sign, circle sign.
Yeah.
When you, right there by the store, one word splits.
Yeah.
We said, said now we may provide, now it's a branding sign that says trail to commercial park with the arrow.
Okay, I came, so let's go back in the other way,
So the other way, yeah.
Yeah, the other way, there's-
Look at that,
Yeah.
and once you get past the Georgetown commercial, like the split right there, top of the road, it says, hey, this is for your one, there isn't more. We've talked about internally about how best to identify that, plus, we can help the police out, if somebody's in that area, like, okay, like, what sort of a trail do you want? So, yeah. Definitely.
Parking for events.
Mhm.
Well, a couple things. How often are you evaluating what our fees are compared to our neighbors, like for using pavilions and things? I know we looked at it. That was the last time we changed it.
Just a standard pavilion birthday party rental we did a couple of years ago, especially events we're looking at this year. Because again, we're still running the issue every year on food service. We've got one this morning, year about some group that doesn't have a rental permit, which is fine, you can use it. But they're having alcohol and there was the signs, which again, you have to have permitted, so. the special event piece, when there's larger groups, we're still working through that, no, we're trying to minimize how many are allowed.
Yeah.
Because that's a big piece of it, but we're still having to, just 2 weeks ago, we had a 5K to go in on the sidewalk. All the gates, not all, everything's closed, they know we can't do it, they have to accept everything. Police are out there and they're going back through, so we're having to add like more bollards or landscape blocks, so we're having each time there's a big event, we have to increase security, if you will. So between that and the fees, we're hoping people will be
So-
interested, unfortunately,
Right.
but.
So will we monitor, like, are you making sure we're not losing a ton of money? Who's watching the dollars, right? So if it cost us, we take in X for the fees for the special events, but by the time we deal with all the issues, it's costing us twice as much. Like, council ought to know that. So I guess my request, what is the financial impact? Making sure, something along those lines. I think that would probably be a good idea. When these events come in, are they required to give you a to create Dunwoody have to give you a parking plan?
Yes, and they spoke at the nature center ahead of time, school ahead of time.
And they end
all
up
of
with a
that.
church?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Do you ever give it back and say this isn't sufficient?
yes,
Okay.
a lot,
Uh,
especially when you use like PCMS and it's like during the day, it's like, no, you can't, like, and I always have to have this, touchdown, so I'm like, right, send me a confirmation of that, because I want something in writing saying that these people know you're using their space, yeah.
all right, so speaking of Peachtree,
Mhm.
baseball parking is still problematic on Saturday mornings during the market.
At Woodburn.
Yeah, so
Okay.
this Saturday, was it this Saturday or last Saturday? It was this Saturday, the park was packed. We actually had police ambassadors come through to try to, and a couple of police officers actually showed up. It was so crowded, which is great. I don't even think there was an event. I think there was really not even an event. It was just beautiful weather. And the baseball people, infuriatingly so, were parking in the park. And when I left the park, I just drove by Peachtree because I was curious and there was plenty of parking things. They're not doing it like because they go to Peachtree. They're doing it because, and so I think part of the problem, I'm just defining the problem, is that if I enter it, it comes up as Brook Run, the baseball fields. So Google allows some changes and flexibility, and maybe we need to look at that with Google Maps or something. Somebody, Michael Smith, I think, has worked with them in the past, like Google Maps, to see if, at one point, it used to show that Village Drive went through remember, it used to show that neighborhood connected to the park, and Michael or somebody was able to get some corrections made. Okay. With the nature center, which I love the nature center, I think there's still a need for the community to understand that's a public park.
Yeah.
And I think the rest of them late. And I love that you're pulled together people for the playground. I think that is great. Thank you.
Well, Lynn, do you think also the Donaldson Bannister, do you think people?
Yeah,
It's a
I
public
think
park?
that Donaldson Bannister suffers from the same thing.
Yeah.
The city investment and stuff is a little different, but yeah.
It's Jay now, yeah.
Okay, this session ends at 10:30, so this gives 30 minutes of group council discussion. We're going back to the original questions that we had about this. You can look on your hard copies of this. First,
You gonna put it back up?
I could, I'm gonna probably break.
Okay, don't do that. We have them. I just didn't know.
First one, and what we'll do is, as a council, discuss these. Remember, begin with the end in mind. The end of this part is 3 catalytic initiatives about neighborhood. You had Q&A with the departments. You've seen what's been going on. We're going to focus on these questions and then get to the end of 3 of them. Now, we can put 20 on there, but narrow it down. So let's go through the questions first. For
Who's writing?
I,
Oh, I see, okay. I didn't see the-
I'm ambidextrous or amphibian or whatever the word is. First question. What pressures or challenges could affect Dunwoody neighborhoods and overall quality of life over the next 5 years?
Ready, right?
Yeah.
I've been writing notes the whole time. So this is what I jotted down while we we're talking. Richard referenced infill. I think just changing the character of neighborhoods to different size houses is gonna be a big deal. Linked to that is tree protection, because a lot of times when you're putting a bigger house on, you cut all the trees off. And so tree protection ordinances come up. People have brought that up to me a number of times in the last 6 months. DeKalb School District and their school realignment. You know, they're gonna be doing it, but we're gonna need to be responding to it. The swim tennis club at Georgetown and what will happen with that, that's a very specific neighborhood area. And then just in general, sustainability measures, for our neighborhood, so those are the. And specifically in this case, you see a lot about people wanting to recycle things that the county doesn't pick up, hard stuff, glass, composting, things like that. So, anyway, those were my notes that I've jotted down for what I see as kind of a burning issues.
Opening salvo there.
285 express lanes, gonna be such huge impact. Well, you mentioned Georgetown.
I think traffic. I was just coming through the village at 5:30. I was stopped for not one line, but 2 light cycles. Yeah, it's great.
I think an aging population. And not necessarily related, but sort of related is the ability to maintain your home. No, yeah, I just don't know, because you never know. Like there's there's a situation of Shanley Dunwoody, it's not about age.
I'm gonna bring up one topic, ADUs, tackle this from a couple of perspectives. First is going straight to the comp plan. As Richard mentioned earlier, I think you all know, I was the representative on the steering committee council. This is one topic that was interesting to me because the community feedback, big part of the comp plan is community feedback and surveys. And there's a desire from the community for this, for allowing some form of ADUs. The steering committee shot it down almost unanimously in a heartbeat. And so I think the steering committee did a tremendous job. There was, as Richard mentioned, there were a lot of meetings, a lot of hours. Everyone took it seriously. That was the one topic where I noticed the largest disconnect between community feedback and what the steering committee did. So I mentioned this for a couple of reasons. First of all, we're going to be going through our whole zoning rewrite, and this is probably going to be a major topic that we need to decide what we want to do. But there's also, it may be out of our control because HB 1166 may mandate ADUs by right statewide. So up to 400 square feet. So we need to. This is a topic definitely worthy of discussion. What do we want them to be? What do we want them to look like? I think that has the potential. There's great benefits. Obviously, if you have aging parents or kids that can't quite afford homes who want to move back in. There's good opportunities there, but there's also the opportunity to be manipulated and have all these rental property popping into people's backyards that might change the character of the neighborhood. So I think it's a big topic of discussion.
Do you know the status of you mentioned the House bill, do you know the
They
status?
passed that house, I believe, I don't know if it's on the other side.
We're not even talking about it. Go ahead,
I
Jim.
would second Tom's, I had ADUs written down here, ADUs by right.
I had it down as well. So later talk.
And just the housing mix, look, we have to. When a developer calls me and says, oh, I have a house I'm gonna scrape and I'm gonna put 2 houses down there, and I said, well, great. Make sure that a firefighter or a law enforcement of the Dunwoody Police can afford to buy it. So
Not gonna happen.
we're
That's what I
allowing,
understand.
we're allowing too large of homes. And we're not allowing higher density. And by doing that, it increases the house prices. So what do we have control over to change, to add, so we can have affordable housing for our firefighters and our police?
So what he's really saying is address workforce housing. I think, because we're not doing specifics here, but yeah.
topic of discussion is maintaining the single family homes, maintaining your neighborhoods. Which are mostly single family homes, but yet some of the lists that we just discussed is not about maintaining, but changing. There's a number of houses that are not ADUs or have an extra building, but instead are renting out their rooms. So I know of a number of houses that, a nice little old lady lives there and she rents out all 3 of her bedrooms and there's 3 extra cars on the street and that's allowed. That happens right now. Does the neighborhood enjoy having those extra people there and the extra stuff? Again, that's allowed and I'm good with that. But when you start changing the structure of having buildings in the back of your house and renting those out, that changes the character. And I'm not sure that's maintaining the neighborhoods, that's changing the neighborhoods. I think we need to be very careful about what we're discussing sometimes.
I will say that when Brookhaven did their ADU study, who was talking to me about it? That it was only 6% of lots. It was like so few, and I think ours would even be less because we don't have huge, what we just say, only 2%. It wouldn't require an acre, but it requires a certain amount of backyard. Right. So I think what we're asking, because what we're asking, no, you cannot put one in the backyard, but that was tricky. For today, what we would say is that at the end of the day, staff is going to look into this and we're going to try to, we'd already talked about it a little bit. It would be before we spend a lot of energy on it. 2 things, we wait till the legislative session ends. And then secondly, or simultaneously, which is, I think mercifully, they're over in about a week. We figure out if this is even a thing, like when we look at our lot size and streams before we.
All I'm saying is that we're maintaining neighborhoods, but at the same time, we're talking about items that might include rental properties, increasing rental, increasing BBRO, and there's things that come into play as always.
We don't know.
Well, there's also attached and detached ADUs where, doing a building extension of the house versus a separate structure. So.
That's.
So I wrote the question, what else can we do to expand offerings? While protecting single family homes. So. That's the question, right? Like, because we do want to expand offerings, but we do want to protect, so.
Yeah.
So I think that's it. I was gonna ask Richard, like, when do we see the new code and what is that gonna look like? And did the infill protections remain that we would currently have?
So we've gotten.
You have to come here where the mic.
We got this initial draft of the zoning portion. We're having a meeting on the 14th of April. Steering committee will review it. But they have several other sections. It's a big section, it's like 200 pages, so.
So when do we, because a lot of what we're talking about is gonna be, we have to codify, right?
Right.
So when do we see it? I honestly don't
You're
know.
probably gonna see it in the fall.
So if it was a long process, it was.
Yeah. I honestly, like,
It's just the time.
Yeah, city of Atlanta, they did it and it took years.
Yeah, I just honestly legitimately did not know when we.
Yeah.
I can't remember the timeline.
If I can use this comment, especially this maintain versus change part, that gets into the second question and we'll kind of go ramp this up so we can get into deliverables on the end. The second question was, what does maintaining neighborhoods and quality of life mean? And the first one's on their character. This is talking about either maintaining, changing. Does changing character, is that part of maintenance? Is that part of change, or are they related? That's kind of where the focus goes. Going to the third.
Second question?
Yeah.
Well, then people should answer. Sorry.
Yeah.
So do you want feedback? All right.
Can you restate the question again, please?
What does maintaining a neighborhood mean? We're saying maintaining a neighborhood. We all thought about it. I go, the first thing I think about is repaving streets. But that's the thing.
I would say there's feel when you go in, does it? Because that honestly gets to, infill if you're changing house sizes, all of a sudden, if it, we had a certain size house on a certain size lot and we've got now a hodgepodge. The neighborhood has a different feeling. That can be good or bad, but it's it's definitely changed, it's not, it's changing.
When we say maintain, I mean, that's status quo. Or are we saying enhance quality of life and promote? So, you know,
I think they're borrowing this from.
That's the
the
language
comprehensive
in the comprehensive plan. for
yeah,
neighborhoods.
so anyway.
So
It's maintaining quality of life.
and quality of life is not necessarily, you know, it's parks and arts. I was trying to figure out how to do it all. That's why I use that language, amenities.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, I'm just defining it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump on the park thing there, already you mentioned the 26% within a 10-minute walk, that's a CDC guideline right now, of course. Getting every resident within a 10-minute walk is probably a bit unrealistic, but I think it should be something we're aspiring to get closer to, because we're pretty low on that percentage. And I think part of doing that requires maybe changing our pre-conceived notions of what a park is. And it doesn't have to be a brook run, it could be just a little bulb out on a trail building where there's a bench where someone could interact with nature, read a book, or meet with a neighbor. It could be a linear park along some side where opportunities present themselves. We should be pouncing on that. For example, the Mount Vernon Place, Tilly Mill intersection, when that's done, we actually own a little triangle of land right beside that. The city owns that property. As we're realigning that intersection, terrific opportunity to go in there, not a programmed park, just plant some trees, put a few benches. It will not only be much more attractive, but there's again, just opportunities to do that. And the more we spread those, the more, and the reason the CDC got, and I'm sure everyone can figure out, is if it's within a 10-mile walk, which is a 10-minute walk, which is roughly about a half mile, people are more likely to use it. And there's all sorts of benefits to that. And again, I think it goes directly to quality of life.
So if I can jump on that, I was gonna bring this up with commercial, but I'll bring it up now, is connectivity to commercial nodes. Because there's a lot of semi-public spaces. I mean, we actually heard a complaint about one on Monday. Over at the village, but you know, especially like the village crawls with preteens and teens that can't drive that. And there would probably be more there if there was better connectivity to the neighborhoods. And I've had, you know, a group of scouts ask me, hey, my friends and I want to ride our bikes to Target. What can we do to make sure we can do that safely? So there are commercial areas that could serve that purpose if we can make it so that people can get to them in a safe way by walking the bike. So that's just another thought.
Yeah, I'll just specify just the subset of that is improve walking the way.
Tied into it.
Yeah, I mean, in the question in the handout, it does say mobility in there as well, so I'm a big proponent of letting people connect those nodes. It's all related between the neighbors and the commercial centers, so if they can leave their car at home, that'd be great.
So I think when you're talking about parks, since you brought it up, is that whether Wildcat Park, and just the question becomes, do we reevaluate how we're gonna build it out or something? I'm not supposed to tell you what to do, but I'm just telling you, given our not significant funding options, do we leave it alone? We need a discussion about Wildcat Park because that's a quality of life issue. It's a park.
Moving on to the last two on here.
Well, wait,
Okay.
I would
It's
say,
okay, we go a little.
Okay.
Sorry.
I thought it was a really good point, that Lynn brought up with making the Dunwoody Nature Center and Donald Bannister, they are solely run and managed by partners, and making sure that, you know, the connectivity to Dunwoody Nature Center, to Donald Bannister, people understand that those are public parks, that's city property, and I don't think all the citizens understand that, so. Another thing that I love about my neighborhood is we have a path that takes us directly to Wildcat Park. It was to Austin. And you look at some of the other opportunities to connect neighborhoods to parks, to make it, you know, you guys talked about commercial nodes, but it's also connecting neighborhoods through those little paths and, you know, looking at that as well. That's, to me, that's maintaining and enhancing, because we're connecting the city better to be able to walk easier to the 10 minute to a park.
And speaking of like the programming partners, the question becomes is how are we like I asked about evaluating special events, but how are we evaluating our recreation program and how we run it compared to peer communities? And should we be sponsoring more recreation? I'm not talking about like movies and concerts, although remind me to come back to concerts. Movies and concerts. I'm talking about like, I don't even know, but like daytime senior things or a birding club or whatever. Just, that's a question to ask. You know, we're a maturing city. And what we needed to do the last 18 years may not totally be what we need to do the next 18. That kind of thing.
But I guess maybe it's, we offer a bunch of services, but at the same time, others municipalities near us offer different.
Yes.
services. For example, T-ball, I don't need to offer
Oh,
T-ball.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Because Chambly offers great T-ball.
You
You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying.
And do an analysis.
No, but I'm talking like the sponsoring, like in Tucker, because I know this from Stacy, like they may, if there's a dance class, the city may be putting it on, or the Parks Department. And the question becomes, I'm not saying we need to do it, I think we need to understand what the different models mean for us. And if there's different ways to do things, and quite frankly, maybe it's more profitable. I mean, maybe if the fee, I don't want to, you know, if the fee stays the same, is there a revenue source we're missing? I'm not saying yes or no, please. I have no idea.
Yeah, Lynn, that's a great conversation to have separately from this day
Yeah, well,
about
it's the quality of life.
the role of our.
And
do we
then,
do services and programming, like for instance, what Roswell does with their citizens? Or not, yeah.
right. I think with the concerts, and I think this is kind of where it falls. I think they're fantastic. What I think we lack is a vision of the why. And which then, so we give a budget and that's what we spend. But we see a huge difference, not just in the number of people that attend, but in the atmosphere of the ones that are sort of more well-known bands that have, and so I think that a discussion, I think Tom's, whoever wants to talk about it, y'all figure it out, because music is not my thing, but I do see a difference. Somebody needs to figure it out, but because so we spend, and it's not about, I'm not saying we need to spend more, but what we spend on our entire concert season is less than most cities are spending on one concert. But a lot of those cities are getting sponsors, and I'm not saying Brook Run is a different setting. I'm not saying we need to do any of that, but maybe we want to sponsor one concert a year in the village. I mean, with a big band or whatever. So it's just something to think about.
And they're leveraging their hotel motel tax to pay for that as well.
So, yeah.
And that would, just to make that would be good, if we want to do it in the commercial area, we can create Dunwoody, use their resources, they're already
Yeah.
talking about doing this battle of the band, I said,
Yes.
In the mall parking lot, perimeter mall. Oh, there.
What? This is right. It is. Okay.
I guess to me, that question is, it's, you know, we have parks versus concerts versus programming, and do we want to change the priorities? Like, I don't want to do away with our holiday lights because they're pretty
Right.
kick-ass.
Right.
But you're raising questions, and it's like, is it changing priorities? And I don't know if we're gonna talk about that today, or if we just need to put that in the back of our
Well,
minds.
there's so much. So like with the concerts, do we do 5? Do we just do 2 or 3? Like, that's the question. You don't even have to necessarily change your budget that much. Again, music is not my thing. So, but it's such, to me, it's such a clear experience difference. Such a clear experience difference. It's just something to think about.
But to me, it's a budget question, like,
Well,
if we do,
right.
you know,
That's what I said.
if we do one less concert, do we wanna just do better music, or do we wanna offer different programming? That's the question. Well, right, so that's what I'm saying, it's like, if
Right.
Okay, now we're slowly segueing into catalytic initiatives. Catalytic initiatives, as it was written down.
We haven't finished the.
Well, I'm kind of going back to make sure we're focused on the deliverable.
Okay.
Their policy actions, their partnerships, their programming, or their targeted capital investments.
I think we might get more of that when we keep going to the next 2 questions.
Okay. Going to 3. Where are we already seeing stress or early warning signs? And this kind of ties in, are there emerging issues affecting residential living that we may not be talking about? Where are we already seeing stress and where are we not talking about things right now?
For me, maintaining neighborhoods and quality of life moves directly back to who are your neighbors and how does your neighborhood affect everyday life? We've seen single family residences being converted into offices or maintenance facilities, things of that nature. We have a couple of houses that might have 10 cars of work trucks on them. And there's somebody living there. So therefore, they're allowed to do what they need to do, but it's the quality of life for the neighbors, things like that. I think we just need to make sure that our quality of life is how we are controlling the zoning, the code enforcement.
And if the code is adequate,
If the code enforcement is adequate.
or not adequate, well, separate, the code is adequate.
And I'm just looking at, we allowed sidewalks, driveways to be expanded with gravel. We have a couple examples where those driveways were expanded for maintenance trucks and vehicles. I think that was a mistake. I think we shouldn't have done that. Because it affects directly the adjoining neighbors and affects the neighborhood feel. Because we now have a maintenance facility, an office complex or a business operating up the house.
I see the whole aging in place thing. I see people living by themselves. A woman 2 doors down has early Alzheimer's and nobody knew for 6 months and her bills she's not utilities up. So I see the social impact of people aging and lack of socialization and being isolated and not being taken care of and needing to be able to downsize and needing to be taken care of.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a reality.
So-
That's what's happening.
Yeah, for sure. And that was on my list, but I think that's a good overview. I think I'm the most guilty of this. I have spent my entire time on this body talking about senior housing, and I think I don't know what that means. I think I don't know what Dunwoody people really want. I think we think we know what they want, but I think we need to do some work on what those definitions are, what it is that they're really looking for, which leads to Joe's point, because what I'm hearing is they don't really want to move. And what are we going to do about the fact that the social isolation is growing, which in Joe's case was only discovered because she didn't pay her HOA dues.
Right.
But I see it, so my thing is that I'm the least visual of the 7 of us, but you can see where homes are not being maintained and you can do enough research to know. And so one of my things that I wrote down was, what do we need to do to help those who can't maintain their homes? And I'm not even necessarily talking fiscal. So, from staff, like, what is it? We are a caring community and so what do we do to help people maintain their homes? If anything.
Have we been successful in offering options in the sense of different types of real estate? I've been thinking of condos for the last 15 years.
Right.
I think the last one that was really built was the Manhattan. So again, we really have not, we have not gotten any condos into our city. We're gonna be looking at the other cities, Michael Starling, you do a quick realtor.com search on Vienna, Virginia, condos, there's 800. That for Dunwoody, you get maybe 50.
Well, we do have senior condos coming. The office space reuse. And
No,
So just to circle us back though, I mean, and this is an important time when we're getting off the condos and stuff, getting out of the neighborhoods, it's probably a better discussion when we get to perimeter. So I think that's
Commercial.
where commercial lives, just to,
What's the
not saying it's important. just-
I would say.
Stress.
I'll circle back to the infill and tree protection that I mentioned earlier. I don't know if it's like. It's just kind of a chronic issue that we need to look at. Like, to me, they're related, the tree protection and, like people switching to a larger house all small. And then Catherine mentioned traffic. I mean. Traffic doesn't usually improve on its own.
So that needs to be on the stress, Jay. because- right.
Those, to me, those are three that need to the stress.
I think we gotta put the potential closing of public
Oh, yeah.
schools I moved here because I looked into the public schools before I chose the house and. Because,
Especially for the schools that are gonna close, like Vanderlyn will get absorbed into the high school, but Kingsley. What happens to that space, right?
More on stress.
Yes, so I really concerned about these commercial entities, these hedge funds that are purchasing homes. And for a long time, I didn't hear anything about it in Dunwoody, and now I'm starting to hear about it. And my concern is there's supposed to be federal relief coming for those of us who think it's a problem. There may be some state relief. I don't think we can forbid it, which is a shame. But what I've already seen some of, and what we've all heard about, or some of us have heard about, is they don't take care of their properties, which kind of comes back to what John said, but some of those people actually buy the properties. But it's code enforcement, I guess, it's stress. And what seems to be happening from the few people I've heard from is that it happens at one house in the neighborhood, and then it happens at the next time a house goes for sale. And so that was not a problem 2 years ago, but it is starting to be.
Did you have something, or somebody over there said 30 yards?
Yeah, I was gonna go back, but I agree with that, and I think that's something, I don't know if it's code or part of the zoning, but that's something we need to have a discussion on, because it is, especially, I think, John Maltese is probably more prevalent in District 3 than probably anywhere else in the city. I wanted to go back to the social thing and just throw an idea out there, since that's what we're doing here, right, to kind of toss down ideas, is, one thing we see all the time in this community is that our residents are always willing to step up to help others. I think perhaps what we can do is provide the vehicle for that. So when you're talking about some of our aging population not being able to maintain their properties, if there's some sort of organization that we can help to either put together or promote, that of residents that are willing to go and cut a neighbor's lawn or just check in on them on a regular basis, I would imagine that would be something that would be well received and well participated. I don't know if, again, maybe we work with our faith-based organizations, but I think that's an opportunity to kind of help that aging population that perhaps isn't able to maintain their and also, quite honestly, just even if it doesn't even always have to be about the condition of the property, just be human interaction and having someone to talk to. So
Yes.
We need to go. Do we need to go through early warning signs, or excuse me, the ones we're not following? The early warning signs. Or do we want to go, because we kind of have talked about those things. So let's go through the things we've put on the board, the things that we spitball. These are the issues that we see. These are the questions. Now start looking at what are the initiatives the city can do, not the things we're doing, the things we can do.
So I think we need some kind of study on aging, something, what housing is desired, what services are needed, that kind of thing. And I forgot until recently that right when the pandemic was beginning, we were having a muffins with the mayor, right, Jennifer? To talk about this stuff, and then the pandemic canceled it, and I never revisited it. We were inviting people at that stage of life to come talk to us. But anyway, we need to figure out what the impact is on what we need to be zoning and rezoning, and also how we help them. Or whatever.
Looking at a laundry list, then to digest into 3.
So we talked, traffic came up, and we were at the last retreat, we were gonna update the transportation plan internally. What's the status of that?
Eric, you want to answer that?
I'm sorry.
Michael, can you?
Yeah, well, since we got was that we didn't need a full update, we just really needed to make a fresh look at the priorities.
So your breakdown, the slides was the update.
Yeah, and we were planning to do that as part of the budget process this year. There's projects that are funded right now, and maybe the council doesn't want to do anymore, or push off, and then maybe something they want to put in, and so we're planning to take a look at the whole project list through the budget process and make some recommendations on money that could be paid, and then, yeah, what the council's priorities are now.
And we did a budget process, so Mayor, I think we looked at that this summer, the
Okay.
cemetery tree, that is a deeper dive, what we're talking about, but Mike, that is a priority. Mayor and I spoke about it this week, as a matter of fact, on that transportation plan. And how that's gonna be, do you have anything else you want to add on that, besides?
I mean,
Like, you gonna bring something to
is
this
that
council, right?
correct, that we're really just looking at the priority list of projects and what? You know, because a whole update would be, you know, public involvement, it would take money and time, and I think, you know, Dunwoody so built out that we really don't have a lot of new projects that come up, we're not expanding roadways and things like that, it's really just, and we have a lot of projects identified, it's just like which ones are the most important and how we fund them.
And Mayor, let's take a deeper dive, well, here's why I said that, James, we got plenty of time to go in right now. If we've taken a little bit of break with GMA administration, there aren't necessarily people who have a relationship for that. So Mike, let's talk about a deeper dive, and Mayor, that's been a bigger issue. And Joe, you mentioned it before too, with the transportation stuff, and it goes back to all the CID. And I want to be sure that we're hitting the nail on the head, I don't want us to spend staff time going the wrong direction for this. So let's talk about
Oh, when we talked about it a year ago, I barely remember. But I think what I envisioned wasn't just looking at the priority list, but also looking at some of the actual language in the plan and some of the work defined. So it's no secret, I do not think every trail and path in Dunwoody has to be 12 feet. And I think we have messed ourselves up. I think we have messed ourselves up by, and it isn't always going to be 12. We haven't saying this since I was on council. But the question becomes is when we're looking at plans, are there places where, I guess the deliverable is going to be what makes sense where? I think is, so in the CID, where it can do it, do that. In commercial areas, it's fine. But we have to be really careful otherwise, I think.
Well, I would say specifically on the width, you know, 12 feet is what's been stated as a standard for a long time, but we're not always doing 12 feet because it doesn't work everywhere. So like the Mount Vernon Tilly Mill that's out to bid right now, there's sections of that are 10 feet because 12 feet just wouldn't work. It's not enough space, so it's.
Yeah, and I think Michael, yeah, hang on a second, let me interrupt just real quick.
Okay.
I think part of what I want to be sure we're on the right direction. You know, we have the 12-foot piece, we have the 10-foot pieces, which is really this, in a way, it's the same thing. That's a wide trail there, you know, we're talking about.
Right.
And I think one thing, and John Hennigan talked about it for a long time, was just adding sidewalks, more sidewalks. So originally, we were extending sidewalks, but here again, you do start getting to the width there because the 4 foot is, that's considered ridiculous at this point. So it's a 5 foot, if we're doing a sidewalk, is a 5 foot standard. So Rob, you and I can walk on it without twisting our ankle and falling off the edge of it. So I think that's a big deal there. Part of what I wanted, the reason I brought Michael up, the reason I wanted him front and center was because part of what he does is the council sets plans and he puts those plans, he's got those plans. When he's looking at a project, he pulls a plan out and looks at that. And what we have to do here at the council is say, okay, yes, we approve that plan, or the council approved that plan, but that was in 2015, or even before that maybe. And so we've changed some. We've said, hey, look, we've heard back from the public, we've got more feedback. So what does that mean for us? Because Michael needs clearer direction on what this means. And I know that, and it is, and I had Jay, I said, Jay, please, let's write this here, the trail width, because it's kind of a threat. I said it's a threat. It's a threat because we're not all on the same page, and we're really vastly different as a council on where we are on the width of these paths and where they go and the sidewalk issue. But I mean, y'all do it how you want to, but Mayor, I'd love to hear from each one of y'all, because y'all independently, most of y'all talk to me independently about the trails and the widths. And I mean, and I'd like to have a little bit more clarity for staff on that, but I mean, I don't know, and I'm on, hang on, what's it going? Because I want to hear, I know where you
I'm
are.
going to ask Michael a question.
But John, do you want to, you and I've talked about the past. I mean, as far as where you are kind of, what your vision was for sidewalks in the city.
again, I would much rather sidewalks in single family residential areas. I mean, when it comes to PCID, 12 feet all day long.
And then, okay, let me ask you that, let me branch off for one more piece. So we talked about like, let's do the 12 feet, in the PCID, and Mayor, you and I have talked a lot about that, having that in that area, but what about like, then you got the cycle track issues and things like that, so where do we, and Michael, if I'm saying something incorrect, correct me please, but you got the trail, and you got the cycle track, you got the different areas, and also we want to be sure when people are using those, that it's not non-compatible, somebody on the wrong thing with their bicycle or their
We
e-bike.
can even talk about e-bikes.
You know, and so, because you don't want to get run over if you're walking down in front of Yellow Dog, so Yellow Dog, Lazy Dog, I've done that before.
So I'll throw out an idea, and it kind of gets to Lynn's notion of, we're building where. And to me, it's, it ought to some extent be dictated by current use. So I'll use Mount Vernon as an example. There are people running on that, walking their dogs on that, kids riding their bikes on that. A 6 foot wide sidewalk is not going to be compatible. You're going to need to have a wide multi-use trail. In another area, maybe you don't need that, but if we focus if we focus our efforts on where people are already recreating in that way first, then we'll see, to connect to that, have we now increased walking bike traffic from, adjacent areas, or have they remained still lower use, and that can dictate what we do in those areas. So I would prefer, honestly, to focus on where we know there's already heavy use, and then look from there.
Just real quick, could we defer this conversation? It's very detailed for a separate conversation and exactly.
I don't think so.
That's why we're here.
Yeah, this is all.
Okay, so Michael, could you, if we talk about, do we talk the what or the why or the how? Which one do we talk about?
This one is a little different because I think we send, at least some of us send incredibly mixed signals to staff. And we may still be sending mixed signals to staff. But I think I was kind of hoping that we could build some consensus around something related to this.
So, Michael, could we talk about give a quick update on understanding what context sensitive design of different facilities are for people? There you have the pedestrians, you have the bike. So I think people need to be level setted on what the design feature overlaid with the context of what best design would be enacted there, right? So people kind of need a level set of what, because remember, we have different designs in the village on Chamblee Dunwoody, so it's context sensitive. What is that facility design, right?
And Mike, before you go, let's interject with, Tom had something he wants to add in there too.
Sure.
It may dovetail.
I think it dovetails with this. I think one thing we need to do is just look back at our own plans and our own, sorry, what we have here. I mean, I think part of the problem we have is a lot of the public discussion has been hijacked and distorted by people that are very aggressively against trails. They're saying things that don't match up to our plans, don't match up to what we're trying to do. And that's become a self-fulfilling prophecy with some people, perhaps, where they say, "Oh, this is what the city's trying to do." There's no place in any document that I'm aware of that says that mandates 12-foot trail plans, including master trail plans. 12 foot's the standard because of the reasons Michael mentioned, but it says specifically in the trail plan, it could be 10 feet, it could be less,
It doesn't.
scale appropriately to the conditions of that particular project. I think just as a general thing, I think that, and I think this kind of goes along with what John is saying, is I think the scale of the project should be appropriate for where it's going. I think along major collector distributor roads, Mount Vernon and Chamblee Dunwoody, wider trails are appropriate. It kind of mimics what the purpose of the roads are, where people are coming out into the neighborhoods, into a visitor area, and it's connecting our commercial nodes. And I think that's probably a part of that discussion as well. Where along the major road where you've got a lot of traffic already, and having that separation for the pedestrians and bicyclists is a safety issue. But there's also a problem, as Rob said, there's a ton of people on Mount Vernon every day.
Right.
A 5-foot sidewalk isn't gonna accommodate the desire there. So I just think we need to be careful when we, that we don't validate inaccurate comments that are being made in the public about
what our plan is and what it isn't.
So first thing first. Every street in Dunwoody besides Ashford Dunwoody is a residential street in some way, shape or form. And you're right about Mount Vernon and we have to be really careful because it's always busy when the weather's good. I think that we should not, I think one simple thing to do is stop striping. I think the striping is really I think it's incredibly problematic.
I had the other, we changed the color of the stripes.
Very
Big
problematic.
wide sidewalks. I think the issue is that we're calling it all trail. Right? It's a walkability, mobility issue, but they aren't all trails because they aren't all 12 feet or even 10 feet. They're side paths. I think that the trail is the word that is, that with the definition. That is causing us problems in the greater area, because people don't want to see 12 feet everywhere.
Well, I think too, part of going back to the context sensitive piece, a lot of what we've done versus what other communities have done is, we don't put any of the sidewalks, Michael, up against the curb. And some communities do that, right? I mean, that has to be a really weird situation when we do that, because people don't feel safe, walk right up against the curb. You can almost feel like you can touch the car, and you look at the curb, it's got black tire marks on it. You're like, whoa, I don't want to walk right there. So we try to have that strip in there. But I believe too, what Michael's staff is trying to do very hard is to come up with the best way to navigate it. But from where y'all sit, because you're right, Tom, we do have a lot of people who try to hijack the stuff. But the other element, I see the trails as transportation, part of the transportation network, but also as part of our recreational amenity. Because Rachel, people are using those to go to our parks and coming out of the parks. And also we talked about at one point having, kind of a different type when it's going into the park, and we've done that. A wider trail going into that area where you're picking up into the trail system if it fits. But I think too, going back to the sidewalk issue, we have a lot of neighborhoods that don't have sidewalks. And you'll drive through those areas, and a lot of our neighborhoods are cut through areas, too, because of traffic. And you see people walking their dogs and they're not really that safe, sometimes. We had a vulnerable road user issue this week. I think somebody was asking the chief about that, but part of it is too, sometimes people don't use them. So I don't know what we can do to increase usability. They'll be running and they don't want to run on the sidewalk. And I'm like, that's weird too. So we want to be sure whatever we put in, people use and sprint.
Somebody who's good running.
Yeah,
What do you think?
that's not, they're also hard.
Well, it's hard to think, and also the driveways, right? It's the different angles. I run in the gym. I don't run out there.
I used to run the street in the morning, the sidewalk, I just was worried about a trip hazard.
Trip hazard. Well, that's
easier
fair.
to see.
Well, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Can we mitigate that, Michael? And there's a way, can we make those where they're not trip hazards? Okay, so that's not.
And just a comment on that, and I agree, I don't think 12-foot, trails, sidewalks, whatever we want to call them, be appropriate in our more residential stuff. But I don't think that the distance, I mean, the major issue is always the width of the project. And I'll use Happy Hollow as a perfect example. We were proposing 6-foot sidewalks on that, and we got residence stream. And I think anytime you're building something, what they perceive as their front yard,
Right.
there's gonna be pushback by those residents, and whether it's 4 feet, 6 feet, 12 feet, 20 feet. There's because they perceive that as their yard and they want to protect that.
So,
So we got the same pushback for 6-foot sidewalks along Happy Hollow that we've got for 12-foot in other areas.
Right, I got it for 5 feet in Village Mill.
Right. I remember that, yeah.
So I don't think width is always the issue. It needs to be appropriately scaled to what is our goal for that facility that we're putting in? What is it being built to serve and scaling it appropriately, whether it's 6 foot, 5 foot, 10 foot, 12 foot.
And to Tom's point, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that why we go through the design process? Like, is to scale it, kind of what the purpose is, so I don't really understand. Like, we don't have to define this today because it's all based.
It's very.
It varies, it's all based on the design and the design
Yeah,
of the
right,
project
agreed.
takes just as long, it seems to me, as it does for construction, so I don't really.
Yes, you're right. The mayor's got something.
We have a concept design.
We have a concept design, then an engineering design, and then we finally build it, and we look at all
Right.
of those based.
Feedback.
It's right in theory, but in action.
In action, what's happening is, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, we have defined the width of these projects. And when the designer comes in, if they have to make it smaller because there's a loop in the road or whatever,
Right.
but that they start with the assumption, at least on our big streets, that's where we're starting.
And then you have public feedback and concept designs and review.
I see.
But part of it, yeah.
But Joe, there's never an alternative presented to us that says, in other words, when we see it, it's already 12 feet wide.
Right, no, Mayor, you're right, because what's happening is it's coming forward most times, and it's a 12 foot, then we get crucified with the public. You know, everybody's coming out, right or wrong, and then it needs to be kind of narrowed. What you're saying, Stacy, is correct in theory, but I believe what's occurring a little bit more is the 12 feet. And I don't know, Jennifer, if you got some ideas on some of this too, on PR, how we can maybe.
That's not, you're not understanding.
Yeah, what am I
I'm
missing?
concerned, and Michael, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that when we pick a design firm, we give them guidance. And the guidance is that we like to do 10 feet, 12 feet trails.
So
And, sorry, I only have a year and a half left. One of my concerns is, not today, one of my concerns is that when we build these part of what I think is killing us in the public is that we build a segment and then it takes us 4 years to build another segment. So if we did 8 feet wide, could we build a longer segment? Like, is there an economy of scale here?
Federal funding, what's the minimum width?
I know the answer.
Sorry.
To talk.
Sorry.
Well, yes, we do start with the fall, 12 foot is wide, because that's what's, you know, the standard since we started this.
The trails.
Back to Brookfront. Yeah, trail stand. We do, when we run into issues, we have varied it down to 10. We don't go below 10 because, you know, if our plans or y'all say we want a bike facility here, anything below 10 is not really safely a bike facility. It can't really accommodate bikes and pedestrians safely. So we really end up kind of varying things in between 10 and 12 feet. You know, we can start with whatever, I mean, really the default starting should be for a bike facility should be at least 10, but, so that's the starting point. I think there was a second part of that somebody asked.
The other is, if we went and made the default 10, could we do more at one time? Or the way the projects work, do we have to have it split up so that it's a longer process? Could we shorten the process?
Was the right of,
Yeah, we looked at that. We've looked at that on other projects before. I think that's part of the reason why the default has stayed at 12 is one, decreasing it to 10 doesn't really save you much money or I mean, you still got to make all the effort to do stormwater and everything associated. And then, you know, I think in the long run, I mean, I think in most places 10 would be sufficient, but if you do get really high traffic somewhere, it'd be a lot higher. It's a lot harder to go back and add that with later. But yeah, I think it's easy to start big and shrink it than to try to add it later is what I'm saying. So like we did that on Cherry Hill. We had a 12-foot design. Everything was ready to go. It was real easy to cut 2 feet off of that and then just put 10 feet in when we went.
So one thought, and this is building, I think, off of what Lynn was saying, is almost before the conceptual design, if you think NEPA, but maybe we take it just as a little microcosm, we present multiple alternatives. So you have a 10 or 12-foot path, and because of that, it allows these uses and the opportunity for this federal funding. You know, the smaller option has this kind of impact. It costs more or less because we do or don't get federal funding. It impacts less of your yard, you know, fewer bicycles, almost. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Lynn, kind of a presentation of 2 or 3 options and kind of pros and cons that council can then go thumbs up or thumbs down before the conception. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Something. And also, again, I think we have X dollars. How do we accomplish? What does that look like? Anyway, yes.
Yeah, my point, I think the impact is more is more on the impact on the adjoining properties as opposed to the cost with the width, because as Michael said, most of the cost is going into that big infrastructure, the curb and gutter, the stormwater. an extra 2 feet of concrete really doesn't add a significant expense to it. But it may add a significant impact to those homes along that property, so that project, so I think that's where we need to really consider.
Let me ask you
Scaling
this.
down if it's more, it's posing too much of those problems, so.
First of all, I want to talk to the neighbors. Let's talk to the actual people. So I talked to people that live on Mount Vernon next to the Dunwoody Village, and they want it. So let's give them credit and let's talk to the neighbors. Number one. Number two is the intent. Is it a mode share? Do we want to shift do a mode share shift to get people moving those 2 miles long? If we look at transportation, what's the intent? Do we want to be like Hilton Head? So look at the intent. And number two is we could just have, I would be fine with the 6-foot wide sidewalk on Mount Vernon, but have a buffered bike lane.
Right.
So you could do different options presented.
And that's what I wanted y'all to think about too. And one thing, Mayor, you and I talked about this before,
Right.
which is going back to the public. Because part of what y'all are seeing, what happens to y'all is we have a 12-foot sidewalk. First time y'all see it as a group is at the meeting. You know,
That's the only way we can do it.
but I wonder if there's a way.
Nope, don't even go there.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask.
Right, but I think for me, it's not about, I mean, to me, there's a practicality to some of this. And actually like Joe's, potentially his last thing, but the biggest thing is that if our goal is to have this connectivity, it cannot take us the next 30 years. And at the rate we're going, are we better off fixing sidewalks, making them wider and figuring out something for bikes and getting it done? And then speaking of bikes, Jay, can we write on the parking lot the e-bikes? Because at some point we gotta talk about that.
Y'all put it on
But-
there. Yep.
And then Michael, the threshold for sidewalks versus paths require a certain width, they also require lighting. And then it seems like because of that width, we're doing the stormwater. I'm not saying stormwater is not needed in any place, in some places where we're doing it. But are we then forcing ourselves into bigger projects because of the width, because of the federal funding? And adding in all the lights and all the other amenities.
Well-
that cost, could we have done an extra 3 miles of sidewalk?
Yeah, going back to the thing about buffer bike lanes, I think in a lot of, most cases, that will end up taking up more space than a path on one side of the road.
That's too bad.
To John's question about, I don't, again. Yeah, if you talk about a 6-foot sidewalk versus the 12-foot path, there's definitely some extra impact there, but, in a lot of cases, you're still gonna have to do stormwater. Because we are so built out, everything's so sensitive, we got to the point where, when any project we do, we're trying to maintain the stormwater to what it was, and of course, so any impervious we add affects the stormwater. Obviously, if it's water, yeah, I think, but you're right, the thing with the width and the requirements are, once you are going to accommodate bicycles on a side path, it needs, and shared with pedestrians, it needs to be the first width, needs to be lit. Because people are using it as a transportation.
I don't understand why we're immediately going to bikes on the path. Bikes are on our sidewalks because we've allowed that. It's just odd that we're taking that as a default. Trail.
Well, I mean. Because we're allowing bikes to ride on the sidewalk, but once we design and make it so and say it's a bike facility. If it does meet certain standards,
Well, we don't have to say,
we don't have.
we don't have to say that as a bike.
Right, but we're.
We don't, I mean, we just don't. We allow bikes on our sidewalks and we see them all the time. We don't see a pack of them because that's not how people travel on sidewalks.
The people on the path are riding in the street.
They are riding on the street, so I don't know why we're bending over backwards for the bikes that aren't there.
Well, and this gets back to my earlier point about focusing our efforts where there's already heavy use, which is where I keep coming back to Mount Vernon, because I do see packs of kids on bikes on Mount
It is
Vernon.
Mount Vernon, that's for sure. Yes, I agree.
It's not, I don't think it changes.
And I think
No,
you
Not
know,
my part.
definition matters, especially if we're getting federal money. I mean,
Well, why do you keep saying federal money? Are we
Well,
I
I'll give
don't-
the example of the sidewalk project we approved for the middle school, where it's costing us more because we're doing it quicker so that we don't have to wait for the federal funding for it.
But that's a choice. Federal
Yes.
funding only funding bicycles on paths.
But,
Then what's that? I mean, that,
Let him finish. He said no.
no was the answer.
Okay,
Well, there's a
I'd like
buck
to hear the entire thing, please.
well, I was gonna go back to the sidewalk thing, so fortunately. I'm not aware of a lot of crashes or issues we've had with bikes on the sidewalk. I think part of that is probably because we don't have a right volume on the sidewalk, but if we're trying to encourage that more, and we are gonna have more riders, there are safety issues with bikes on the sidewalk, there's safety issues with side paths too, but when you start introducing two-way traffic on a part of the road that's not the road, people are pulling out of driveways. They're not expecting somebody to turn right, they're not expecting somebody coming from the right, so, I mean, fortunately, we haven't had an issue yet, I think. That's the concern of, we're trying to provide somewhere for the bikes to be, and we're gonna put them on a side path. Try to encourage that more, it needs to be safe, even though we're allowing you to ride on the sidewalk now. We're trying to get more of that, they need safe facilities.
Yeah, the sidewalk's designed, sidewalk's designed with the intersection in mind, but set back further for line of sight for the vehicle to turn and stuff, right?
Yeah, as much as we can, yeah.
And Jim, I think it's free, I mean, again, it's all about what the intention of that project is. I don't think we're necessarily building these facilities for the spandex crowd out there, they're gonna ride on the road regardless. It's for the families that, if I got a 5-year-old kid, there's no way in hell I'm putting them on a 3-foot wide bike lane on a busy Mount Vernon street. There's no way, but if we have a facility that is appropriate for that use. Will we see an expanded use of families actually out there using it? And I think that, again, that all goes back to the quality of life. If I could take my family ride from a bike down to Little's to get some ice cream. You know, if there's a safe way to do that, more families would probably do that on current conditions. So to say that people aren't doing it now isn't necessarily working against it because it's not safe to do right now, but.
It's not, at the rate we're going, I mean, this is the challenge we face. A challenge we face, and I think I may have a solution in my head. But a challenge we face is that we build a segment, and it's not anybody's fault, it's our income stream as part of things. But we build a segment, and then 5 years later, we start the next segment, is what it feels like to me. Which means no one's using it, which then we get all this negative feedback. Because it's not connected to anything. I don't have totally a solution for that. I think one of the things that would make me more comfortable, and you've sort of touched on it, is before things go out to design, we talk about. Like we brainstorm, I don't know, we talk about what the purpose is. I'm a big believer in data. I know it's hard to get data because it's if you build it, they come kind of thing. But for our sidewalks, we always had that. Look at the grass, if it's pounded down kind of scenario. So I don't really totally have a solution here, but I think the solution is not to bring us just one
Well, no, I think you're on the right track.
iteration.
You said something that made me think a little differently on if you brought it, hey, we're gonna put a sidewalk in this area.
Or
And a path, and here are your options, so to speak, or here, with that, I mean, before it's designed.
Yes,
Before we come up with a 12,
that's right.
and that's what I was trying to say earlier, which.
Yes, I think that would be very helpful. Yeah.
And I'm not opposed to that, I'll point back to when we look to do a facility until they know, we brought actually 3 options to the public and
They didn't like.
all 3 were shot down because they didn't want it to run on their property. So
Right.
it just goes back to, I don't think it's.
I'm not even talking about the public though, I'm talking about us.
Right.
I'm talking about, let's talk about the projects as they come up. Because there are cases, just like in Village Mill that time, day and a half of my life, I'm never getting back, where I had to meet with every neighbor about a sidewalk next to a school. Some things are just yes, we're gonna do them, and everything could end up being yes, we want to do it. But I think we need input a little bit before you send it out to the next phase.
And Lynn, like you said, like for instance, Mount Vernon doesn't go anywhere. I think it'll be about 2037, 11 years from now, if we just, before you get to the village from Jet Ferry. And you look at what Sandy Springs just did, they did Mount Vernon Highway from Ross Road to Abernathy in one fell swoop. They just ripped off the Band-Aid and did that 2
And they
miles
still
second.
have you.
But it's a cash flow management.
Well, and Joe, one thing Joe brought the other day was, and Joe, let's, because it does go with all the projects, was like the Ashford WPs. I mean, you know, Michael, when we're constructing one piece, is the other part, we work on the next piece immediately to try to have that started when we're finishing the other piece, you know, the segments.
Yeah, I mean, if there's funding allocated, we're working on it. I mean, I know y'all only see it at certain milestones, but if we looked at last year, we had 21 projects that we advanced to the next stage, whether it was right away or final design. So if there's money allocated, we're working on it.
But does that go back, Mayor, to the transportation plan? Would that help if we update
Now we
that?
need a third thing. We beat this to death. I
Okay,
think
all right.
it was,
What was the next thing, Blake?
wait, sorry, Michael, go ahead.
I'm not clear exactly.
I think that a strategy that you could consider, because, so this is the what. Y'all have to figure out the how, is that we don't all share the same vision for what these, transportation projects are. And and how we deal with that as staff, Eric, the council is potentially, before we go to that project, you say it could be this, this, or this, and you get feedback ahead of it before you hand it out to the design. Or something like that. I don't have the answer. I'm just telling you that I think.
I think you could do that.
Present some alternatives.
So to Mayor's point, I think we have all of these disjointed segments and,
Right.
you know, connecting the dots is a critical part, because if we're doing this for mobility, if you can't get anywhere, I mean, it doesn't serve a purpose. So how far, and I know, and I'll use Winter's Chapel as an example, we did the first section, it's gonna be, you know, 5, 6, 7 years between when the next one's finished. I know there's federal money and there's all things, so from a long, like, you know, doing these projects with our high beams on, like looking down the road, how far in advance, if there's a project that we know that we're gonna go after federal funds for, how far in advance can we, are there rules and guidelines, like, as far as applying for those funds versus when you wanna do the project, so we can be applying for something that we know is not on our radar for another 10 years, but securing that funding so that by the time it all comes together, it kind of fits nicely and, okay, now we're ready to do the next section, and boom, construction, the shovel's in the ground as opposed to, you know, waiting.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have to have some funding allocated to start that project, because anything we apply for is gonna have a match, usually at least 20%. So we would have to have something in our CIP allocated for that, or be able to put it in there. I have some maps in later sessions that I think will show the pieces are starting to fit together more than maybe it seems like. And I think we'll see that in some of our later things in another session, but so I guess
That's where we may be.
transportation, we need to figure out a way to preview the project before they even start.
Right.
So
Or something.
Can I add a word, because I wrote down vision on transportation, it's a process.
Right.
Of it.
Yes.
It's visioning a process, and that's something,
Right.
if I'm hearing out of this whole discussion, we're trying to get on top of it. That's definitely one of the three.
100%.
Correct.
So then you need another one.
So will the third thing is just call it zoning issues, because that would
Yeah,
encompass
so we need
infill,
code.
ADUs, trees.
Zoning and code enforcement is a sub.
Because that kind of captures a number of things.
Captures almost everything else. Yeah.
Mayor, do you want to elaborate on zoning anymore?
No, I think
I think just, there's a number of issues.
Right, already, to just use it.
Yeah, is the thing, come back for a further discussion on the details of that, the things that are affected.
I think strategy.
That's a good word.
But also, I mean, we have that in process, so we can talk about. I think we have verbalized how, you know, we want to protect the neighborhoods, and how you do that, number one, is you have to codify it, and number two, once you codify it, you have to enforce it. And so you know, John, I would ask, you know, have your neighbors, you know, that have the business, has anybody called code enforcement to make sure that it's not an illegal business, right? Because we do have a process in place, and if they haven't done the process, so then you kind of have to educate the public, okay, well, this is going on, call code enforcement. right?
And
Like,
also making sure that our code addresses,
and making sure the code addresses,
is
but
what
I
we're
think
working on now.
that's what we're working on now.
He has to make sure that the code addresses.
Yeah, in other words, we're going A, B is already underway, but it is something that we as a city must focus on.
We gave you issues to look at.
And if they need more tools in their toolbox, then put in more tools in the toolbox. Like this is your all's time to build the toolbox with what you want. I mean,
Well, and I think some of this might also. Oh, God. Some of this might also just be an update, since we are currently developing some language, like, are there already plans to address some of these in some way?
The Richards.
yeah, you're gonna go front.
Yeah, come on up here,
We
Richard.
have to vote on it.
I was just saying, we brought this up and, Stacy pointed out, we are working on the, unified development. Program. So. We raised the number of issues, are some of them already being addressed, and then, just at some point, we need an update on how those are being handled.
Yeah, for example, the businesses. I just busted a guy last week there in a landscaping. They have employees come there, they have no business license. Well, you have to move or.
He's doing no restaurants, he lives there, but his 8 employees come.
Right.
Right.
So
But they don't know what they don't know, so.
that's correct.
But I think that making sure that the code is strong on the things we did. So the timing is fortuitous.
Yeah, on that point, so. Years ago, when we did two course marks, since we budgeted for an additional, is there an issue of too much workload? Like, is that something that we need to consider when additional code enforcement officers allow more proactive enforcement?
It would, and I think changing the way we'll refer to it as reactive code enforcement, and now we're getting into
Proactive.
proactive.
Well, what a problem we're gonna solve.
Proactive is great.
People working on houses and doing vehicles, a business license and what.
Okay, so the question, would we get a return on investment if to consider adding an additional code enforcement? Or would that just,
Or just change our policies.
right? What was the most benefit for building the base, yeah?
That's the what. We've given you the how, no, that's the how. We told you the what, we're concerned. And so between the code rewrite and looking at how we do code enforcement is.
We'll try to flesh out a strategy to address the details and make
Right.
sure things are not.
We should. I mean, code, we're not two different.
And, for sure, one of those issues will probably come back to us, because as I've told people when I talk about tree protection ordinances, there are several different opinions on what that should be.
Right.
Right.
Just council.
Get it done. Okay,
Now, we've got two of them. We had the third up here where we started talking about transportation plan and incorporating that as part of the budget process. Now, we are have to.
oh, we had aging.
Well, aging I would be considered, no, you're gonna be that,
Yep.
you're gonna be that.
And services and housing, it's a different.
It's a whole host.
It's a conversation.
Housing, it's $100.
No.
Oh, school. They brought some in.
I asked him, what's the right? Okay.
That's the most stressed out.
Well, Mayor, going to aging a little bit more,
Right.
about aging in place, whatever the housing, what are we
No,
talking
no,
about?
so my intention is, like with John, we need choices, and we do. I don't 100% think we know it, like I've always assumed, look, I have a certificate in gerontology, and my thesis on aging in place. But as I talk to Dunwoody residents and have conversations, and just in the real world, like people you run across to, I'm not 100% sure that we are approaching it correctly, and I don't know that, I think we give a lot of latitude to those projects, but maybe those projects aren't what people want. And like I said, 6 years ago, and then I never did it, we were gonna have some conversations. So I think we have to start by, because we send a lot of signals into the world about what we think we want. Well, what if what we think we want is not what our residents want?
Well, and that's a good point. In the process of the housing prices we've got, Mayor, a lot of the options.
Right.
Are so high, they can't afford to move out. They're gonna pay another $100,000 to move out of your house. Into
So
those
that's-
times.
Yeah, okay, so we want.
We've gone through what we would have done with Holiday
But the
HQ.
next thing was important, and now we only have 15 minutes till.
No, you're right, we'll always got a time,
So should.
be sure you hit it. Yeah.
What?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's short work. Yeah, it's not here. I mean, it's next door or something. Yeah, it's not this room, but, okay, should we start
I would.
the headquarters stuff and then we can work?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we.
Jennifer's got about 15-minute presentation on Holiday HQ. That's perfect.
Okay. And then can someone, Sharon, they're not back yet. I
Yeah,
guess.
they're out here doing the registry.
Okay,
What did you need from her?
if we're a few minutes late till like.
Oh, it's fine, I'll look with them.
Savannah,
Here she is.
I don't need her, okay.
Here she is.
Thank you for coming. We had to get some, that's all. I don't want to get the dog. Get it out, but you're much better. Much more fit. Barry texted me that he's, I'm watching, just got back to my, seeing he was texting me notes.
Yeah. We're just not like this.
So the first time I seen one of them, I had to stop.
Everybody, I can finish talking to you all about Holiday HQ, but know that it was a departmental teamwork project. And so definitely economic development, parks, and also we worked closely with Discover Dunwoody. So a lot of information is sort of a compilation. So it's no longer an experiment after just one season. We really think that it is here to stay. We think there was really good traction. We saw an increase in website traffic, social media engagement, holiday lights attendance. We'll get to that more specifically in a moment. Ravinia and Lights attendance went up, Light at the Dunwoody attendance went up, Urban Mall visits were up, and school gallery sales went up, although there's some, they're not attributing it completely to this, it's the good side. So holiday lights, Dunwoody Holiday Lights, more than double attendance, going from 33,000 visitors last year in 24 to 74,000 in 25. We also think the uniqueness of the display really drew people. It was very visual on social media. People saw that it wasn't the same old, and so it's a great theme and a little off the wall, but it really worked. So that was great. River Mall traffic was up 4.6% compared to 24. Ravinia Lights credited the HQ mailer with the largest turnout ever, 799 in attendance. At the Stroll Gallery, revenues exceeded budget by 16%, best year since 2018. Dunwoody Preservation Trust reported strong turnout at Light at Dunwoody and the Holiday House. And residents called and emailed City Hall on the praise the lighted snowflakes. Asked them for more. We love to hear. Website traffic, you can see 16,000 on administrative.gov. Holiday Lights dominated website traffic in November and December. 5,800 total page views on the Holiday HQ landing page hosted by Discover Dunwoody. That's a separate website that we funneled everything through. Number one most visited page on Discover Dunwoody's website during this season. 7.7% click-through rate from Google search, well above industry benchmarks. This is from Discover Dunwoody's strong brand recognition. Holiday HQ was the top search query, proving the campaign name is sticking. And significant SEO opportunity to capture broader Christmas events traffic moving forward, and Discover Dunwoody has to handle that. Here's some of our engagement on social media, both ours along with Parks and Rec and Discover Dunwoody. There were some that just had some of our posts just went crazy, especially there was one that Rachel worked with, influencer OTP Mama. One Instagram post has 346,000 views. We love Miss Mrs. Dunwoody. And one of their Instagram posts, the sort of caption on it in person said, Dunwoody really was the holiday HQ. So to see one of the influencers using our phrasing was really encouraging. And again, Discover Dunwoody shared us their Instagram and numbers and 200% increase in interactions. It's all very good. So it drove traffic in business, improved retail and restaurant visibility, boosted attendance of local events, strengthened our partnership. We worked very closely with Discover Dunwoody, and they were very responsive. Sometimes we'd see something on their website and call right away, something in the event. So there was constant communication back and forth. We also worked with Create Dunwoody as well. But really the biggest tie was between Discover Dunwoody and us. Elevated civic pride. Holiday HQ is now a recognizable, trusted season brand. Residents and visitors respect it. Partners want to support it. Media outlets are covering it, and influencers are amplifying it. So, looking back at 2025, you all approved a budget of $25,500 in addition to the state amount funded by Discover Dunwoody, and Discover Dunwoody spent $24,000 of that. Also paying for the holiday headquarters mailer, which was really effective. They Mark Galvin and I worked closely tracking all of that, and he really felt like when it dropped, it was sort of late October. I can go back and look, but or was it November? November. They really thought that had a direct result in searching and planning, that the timing worked out really well. And there were some things that weren't kind of nailed down because of the timing, and we'll continue to work on that. For instance, some of the holiday skate details weren't worked out before we had to go to but it was very effective. And then we spent our budget, we did 8,800 on HQ banners. We had 12 at perimeter, 5 in the village, 5 at Georgetown, Jefferson and Chapel 5. We spent 14,000 on lighted snowflakes, and you can see the breakdown. 10,000 for the fabrication of 21 snowflakes, almost 5,000 for installation, removal, and storage. And then Michael, I'm coming for this because he was able to get our power testing on the poles, because we wanted to make sure before the crew got out there that all the poles would actually be able to support the power for these lighted snowflakes. We originally, you may remember, came to you and said we want to do the lighted snowflakes at Jet Berry, Winter's Chapel, and the perimeter. We ran into problems because they are not wired, even in the perimeter. So we had to limit it to the new ones that we had on our new trails. And that's why we did more at the village than we were planning to, and really, well, not more at the village, more at Georgetown than we were planning to. And the village, we also benefited from the ones bought the year before by Create Them. They're smaller. And so we used their budget to plan our lights, and our lights were more expensive. They were bigger, they were brighter, they were heavier. And so that's why the budget was a little bit higher than the smaller ones that Create Dunwoody had already bought and used. Like they had about 50. We liked, there was sort of an accidental hole where it had ours and theirs, and I thought it was great, both of them. So we'll continue to use theirs, but the bigger ones that we have are clearly significant. And they look great. So, challenges moving forward. Georgetown Power plans to charge an additional fee per pole for hanging snowflake for banners, and supplying power to poles in Jetberry, Winter's Chapel, and Governor. We had great news. The mayor had a discussion with Georgia Power yesterday. Do you want to fill us in, or?
So, they only charge $5 for the holiday season. So, I think that I don't understand why they have to charge anything. The bigger issue is going to be the power, and I didn't get a price from them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try my best to guilt them into just doing it for us.
So this year they charge nothing,
Right.
but they will charge $5, I think, per pole. Per pole per month. For the holiday season. So it's not.
And there's no minimum.
It's not to move the needle.
I have no idea. And right, I have no idea, and I just figure I'll try to guilt them into. It's not the $5 doesn't matter. It's more. It's going to cost us more to write the check, practically.
And it was,
but it's the power of the poles. Well, it's much less than we thought, so it's
Right.
yeah, it's much
Right.
better,
Very
because
relieved by
I
that.
think Ann had called, right? Hamlin.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's $5 in governments. And PCI, either she didn't identify herself or they didn't understand, because they did tell me PCID would be considered a government. And of course, they also sent me half the thing, an email right after we finished, and half the things they told me, not about this were wrong. But we'll figure it out, but it's gonna be $5.
So they will also help us come out and evaluate,
Right.
I think free of charge, which
Yes,
poles
it will
are
be.
better for establishing a power connection. So that's what we would need, perimeter jet area.
Right.
So we don't have a specific budget for that, but once they evaluate, then we would have to figure out what it's gonna cost.
And I think the CID is committed to doing it in perimeter. Like, I think she was willing to pay money, so we'll figure it out.
Okay,
So then I think our only fiscal responsibility would be Jeff Berry and the other one.
and then also the cost of additional.
Yes, which we should do.
Additional snowflakes, and then the additional cost of storage.
Right.
And the process of hanging them and taking them down. So additional 2026 opportunities, add lights, add lights, add more snowflakes. Perimeter Mall is looking at activating the upper floor of the parking deck, so we're kind of waiting to see what that looks like for them. But they were clearly energized by the whole holiday HQ. They didn't participate very robustly this first time around, but they recognize it and they want to buy in this season. We would like to think about adding lights to the trees at City Hall just to show some presence, and that would be a pretty low bar to reach, but also effective. And the DPT has reached out. They're considering, won't necessarily happen, but again, jumping on the energy of HQ. They like the idea of offering carriage rides through Dunwoody to see the lights, talk about the history and obviously all the history. So they were asking if there are any laws against it, and we'll have to look at that. But it may not materialize, but again, it's just a sign of the enthusiasm, the creativity going on. And sort of the fact that we all think it would be a great thing to continue. So that is it for me.
It was great.
Unless you.
Sounds good for,
It was,
for the investment, seems very,
right, and for first year, man, it was way exceeded my expectations.
How did High Street end up with the
Yeah.
skating rink?
Do we know?
So we don't know about the plans to have they have a build, but we did get some numbers for them. They had, they made about, well, I don't know if they didn't make it, but they brought in about 90,000 and they had
9,000 people?
$90,000. We don't know the cost of that, and they had, on my screen, the numbers, sorry. I thought you might have.
Do we know if they felt it was worth it?
They changed.
They had 4,000
Okay.
skaters, the most in December. And then they also told us that they had Stories Hunt and Mary and Meg, two different events going on, and all but one session sold out.
Okay.
So that's a good sign for that. So then again, they haven't told us any specifics of their plans
They
this
haven't.
year, but we certainly hope that they're
Yeah.
skating.
Yeah.
You know, I think it was we did as we were really committed to getting the word out on our end, because that was important to us. We felt like that was sort of one of the reasons we started this was the year to be a holiday.
Pushed the president of the company to do the ice skating.
Yeah, they were going to skip until the mayor talked, they're gonna wait another year. Until the mayor talked to them and we backed it up and said, this is really, we think this is key.
It was a little, their hours were ambitious. So.
And they really were hoping Rosetta Bakery would zip, and that would have helped.
Yeah.
It would have been sort of
A lot of
it will be this year, and this year the place will be open, so there will be more reason to go there. They're also establishing their brand better, more people know about Pet Shack. Hampton Social is gaining traction, so there should be more business.
so something else in the throw. I was at Create Dunwoody's strategic retreat last month, and their village holiday celebration is considered one of their signature events now. That's one of the 2 or 3 that draw the biggest crowds. So they will probably be looking to expand and grow that in coming years. So
Yeah.
if there's stuff that we want to piggyback into that area,
Right.
that's a good opportunity if we have something we want to do in the village.
Well, their numbers were also after the share. I mean, and I think from the first year when. So in 24, when there were the two different lightings and there's some, wringing of the hands about that, they've all been, the two that year were successful, this year, they were both independently successful. I mean, there's just that.
Focus is on, they do a lantern parade now instead of a tree lighting.
Right.
David Davis might still do a tree lighting at his little compound
Mhm,
here,
yeah,
but they're not focusing on,
got it.
I mean, they have them, but the focus is the parade.
There is an appetite. I mean, we've just seen it. There's an appetite for all this stuff. Everybody wants it all and more and more and more, at least, at this stage. So, it's nice that we can kind of lean into that and support that.
Yeah, and thank you to everyone in the staff that participated and contributed to this, because it was, in my estimation, an enormous success. Everybody I talked to, I got nothing but positive feedback. And the events, the attendance, and it proved successful because the events were up. And I think also, again, from an development standpoint, people were attending these events and then going out afterwards. I know my family did that. We went to the lights and then we went out over to High Street, went had dinner there. Went to the speakeasy, it was all Christmas stuff. It was a lot of fun. So yeah, just an enormous success. Even the snowflakes, I got so much surprising amount of positive feedback on something as relatively simple as that was really well received. You made the point about the holly lights in the park, which I think is good to know moving forward. Of the kind of the Instagrammable location that when I went to, I was blown away that there was lines, 50 people
Yeah.
to take pictures at our lake. And really big, it was
Multiple locations.
crazy.
And that's one of the things about a survey, because it's like, why in the world is this a big here? People love the planets.
Yeah.
One place like the Southeast End, and I buy those and rent those for school, whatever the planets do these things. Because it was the non-traditional, lighting. The lines we're gonna have to look at it is as this year.
Nobody was unhappy.
Stop anybody from.
But nobody was,
I'm happy to go because there's a long line.
no, nobody was.
Yeah, I was saying that, complain about the line, I was saying that those types of displays were very popular, so making sure that we have those integrated. Because people love it, it was amazing how it was.
And it was joyful. It
Yes.
it didn't
No, no,
really matter
I-
how long the lines were, because I was
Yeah,
there.
the whole thing, so that's good.
Well, that's ridiculous. It's free. I mean, seriously, it's free.
Right.
You don't have to take that picture.
Yeah.
The world won't end if you don't take a picture in the ring or the ornament, whatever it was, or in front of the rocket. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Well, as a reminder, I checked with Delisha, we budgeted for this year $23,500. So we'll work with that and may even come back and ask you for a little more if it's available, but and again, Discover Dunwoody is very much on board and does a great job at, what they do. I mean, their marketing, their advertising, their social media is just so helpful, and hosting the website is wonderful too, because it just makes sense. Because I think, we do a great job with our calendar of the city events and the meetings, and it's important that we don't bog it down with other stuff or you'd never know about a council meeting. But they do a great job with advertising, getting the word out.
Their website is pretty fantastic.
Any other questions?
Good job.
Great. Did I do that?
Yeah, how long have you lived for? How long have you been?
We can share their food waiting for us for lunch. Okay. Are we eating in the restaurant? Are we eating?
Yes, in the restaurant.
Okay. We're flexible.
I think it'll just take 10 minutes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get to it.
This is where I'm gonna mess up.
Okay.
Oh, there's ginger.
And again, I'm just presenting, but it's a. There we go. Okay. Right. Okay. So we can't use the words World Cup or FIFA. I don't know if y'all saw this, but FIFA wanted Mercedes-Benz to cover up the
Yeah.
limit on the top, they just came to a settlement.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, there's an article today.
If we cover it, we're gonna damage the roof.
So we're going to be very careful and not use World Cup for FIFA, so we don't get in trouble with that, obviously they're watching. So international soccer will come to the area. Here are the plans that we have on the books right now. May 16th, Princeton Park Day, rushing clinics and games at the front field of Brookwood Park. June 5th, Kicks in the Park is a soccer themed movie, kicking and screaming. And June 13th, Ribbon on the Green, rushing clinics and games at Great Lawn at Brookwood Park. Rachel's been working closely with Force Union, and they're super excited and really see this as a great opportunity. So we'll lean into it during the months of June and July. The tournament runs from June 11th to July 19th. Atlanta matches run from June 15th to July 15th. Opportunities. Discover Dunwoody will host an event website for watch parties, sort of like Holiday HQ, but there doesn't seem to be enough activity to kind of have a separate idol for it or real club.
Plus you can't even call it.
High Street Ashford Lane in the village and others plan to host watch parties which draw traffic for our commercial areas. So we'll really be amplifying that because just like in Holiday HQ, it's important for us to support our, our commercial areas. And so we'll do that. Again, the limitations, we can't use a logo, we can't say the name. And for a watch party and screen and license, if we were to do one of our own events, it's $6,000 plus. So the plan is to sort of lean in on the screens that are already available, the green spaces that we have, tops, privately owned public spaces, and lean into what they're doing. Any questions about that?
Rachel, are we gonna do any kind of games at the movies, before the movies? Before the movie?
Yeah, so Rush Union will do their clinic style,
Before,
before, on the field and everything. They're also doing activations with schools.
yeah,
They're going to their offices.
I was with them at a meeting.
They're going.
I will just say I'm disappointed to host the World Cup in Atlanta. And we've known about it for years and it's one less Ribbon on the Green concert. I feel like we could do something, but that's just me. It's generational,
I think it's been challenging to do the schedule, we didn't know.
but we knew it was coming.
Right.
We knew it was coming. So that's just, I'm like Lynn says, I'm one vote, so I'm just disappointed that we are not doing something, but we're gonna do, a concert instead, so. But
All right, well, we can certainly have more conversation about that, but at the moment I'll move.
I mean, it's done, it's
Yes.
March, it's done, but I'm just, good saying that it is a generational, international event in our city. We're not.
For America 250, Georgia 250, we have approval to use the Georgia 250 logo. We're still working on America. So right now we'll embrace our Georgia flag. We're really making that a full week leading up to July 4th. The mayor has a special reading and it's specifically tied to the celebration on Tuesday. And then kind of a 3-day clump right there. Thursday, July 2nd, we'll do a Blue Star marker unveiling at the park, followed by a patriotic concert by Kellen Walls. They're super excited about it, and that is presented by Dunwoody First Break. On Friday, July 3rd, a Star Spangled Open House at the Donaldson Bannister House. They're also going to have barbecue lunches available, so the whole and a history of life presentation. So the whole idea is kind of come there, have picnics, spend the mornings. It'll be decorated with red, white, blue, and we'll promote that heavily as part of that. And then Saturday, of course, the 4th of July parade, and they're definitely looking into the American Chief. So that, yes.
One question. Any thoughts about any kind of decorations at City Hall, bunting over the door or something? I mean, we're talking about doing holiday lights and this is the only time the company was gonna be 250 years old. Put some kind of decorations on some city properties.
That's a great idea. We'll do that. I mean, we'll come up with a plan for that. Very good.
Okay.
I missed the very beginning, but yeah, we've known about the 250th anniversary of the country for many, many years as well. And I wish we were doing much more, to
You
get
know,
around.
Roswell was, they have more than we do. They have, well, we have the Johnson Bannister House, but in and of itself, it's actually not the historical part. It's the property. But Roswell, they have all that history. You know, they have the old houses and stuff. I'm not saying we couldn't do more. I'm gonna read more. I just don't have it all worked out. But it's good. We have the parade.
So I think what's interesting too is they're sort of branding things that have nothing to do with their history as 250. It's all of it discovered Dunwoody's website. It's a normal event website that they've labeled everything as tied to the 250. So we will certainly look for more opportunities, but right now we're not getting, it just doesn't seem to be building a lot of.
Well, it's right during the World Cup.
Yes. But we're also open to those opportunities and not hearing about it. For instance, the Dunwoody Village merchants didn't get excited about either of these.
Yeah.
So, although there will be walking parties and that sort of thing, but we are open, we're talking, this is not, we're not limited to any of this. This is just what we're doing on the books now, and we'll certainly, embrace opportunities in some way.
Back to holiday lights, I had to take a break.
Oh, no.
Are we gonna be, perimeter CID, Ashford Dunwoody area, the mall, holiday lights? What's the plan to extend the
Let's-
active
That was last Friday.
We talked all about it, so we'll
Thanks.
Rob.
I'm happy to fill you in. I can
Thank you.
one-on-one.
So I think it's time to break. Eric, so I guess I need to, what do we do with the meeting? We recess, thank you. I need a motion to reset the meeting.
Move for recess for lunch.
Moved by Rob, second by Catherine. Any discussion? Seeing none. Thank you.
So this room is gonna be
Hi, Ginger. I'm gonna start. You ready? All right, I call this meeting, the special call meeting of the city of Dunwoody back to order. And before we go to the next session, I had asked Chief to talk, if he doesn't mind, to talk about security of the World Cup. So the DeKalb mayors have talked about it some. And I think it wouldn't hurt for us as a council to hear what you think, what you're doing, partnerships, whatever.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So right now, the first step that we did was we basically made flag updates for our staff. So day before, day of, the day after each World Cup, we don't allow that. Just so we have maximum staffing, just in case anything. We have been meeting with the city of Atlanta. They're actually requesting staffing from us, and they're short. They need an additional 250. Possibly going to go with them, and we're also looking for the bar. We're going to have an officer. Same thing before, during, and after on our platform. They suggest that they're going to reallocate their assets where they need down in Atlanta. We will have a real-time crime center stood up for each government events, and then of course we're going to keep our finger on the pulse for the hotels, and we'll do our surveillance trailers over there just to monitor in case anything pops up for that. So kind of where we're at right now. We're staying, or we have the deputy chief has been meeting with Atlanta officials throughout the leading up to the events this summer. So if anything changes, we're going to, of course, we're monitoring threats to our announced just in case anything is alarmed.
So when do you have to decide about Atlanta? And then what's the financial arrangement? Do you know?
So they're working through the process on that through federal government to
Yeah, they've got-
reimbursement over time. We don't. With interagency cooperation, I would like to get some staff down there because the way we share, the way we have relationships here in Metro Atlanta, it just continues to build that relationship. And I want to make sure that I talked to Chief Sherman. So, but city of Dunwoody works, I understand. So it's like we are not able to allocate those resources by those two.
Will we have that barricade that we reviewed by then?
Yes.
And if it's appropriate to deploy that one of the big gathering.
Yes. Yeah, we were hoping to get it here before when it is, but that's for now. Okay. And then okay.
So as of last week, no hotels are full except for where the teams are staying, like just across the lake, actually maybe across the country, like it's not whatever. And I guess we don't have any idea like how big the commercial events will be, right? Because that's I can't imagine. It's gonna be summertime, I can't imagine, but that's when we would have to really be on our toes. So DeKalb keeps asking for information, but I don't know. What's up to
my understanding is FIFA has not even signed a single license.
Yes, we heard that last week.
FIFA is so far behind, and no one knows what the license is going to cost. So if things are something will be behind.
We're getting information latest for this through the public safety.
Right. The whole thing, at the meeting last week, one of your colleagues said that they feel like that we're way behind, like not as individuals, but just as a.
The event is magnitude.
Yeah, it feels like, yeah. Well, I'm glad we'll have somebody on Marta, because that's what concerns me, or a thing that concerns me. All right, well, thank you.
Section 2, invest in perimeter. So we said it broke it up into things that are in the comp plan, because it's something that the councils are focused on. Neighborhoods will first, perimeter second, and levels soon. Going back to the questions that. It's almost the same thing, get deliverables at the end, but your questions before we get into the presentation. What role should the perimeter area play in Dunwoody's future economy and identity? It's a big part of the identity of Dunwoody. You can't say Dunwoody without it. Now there is more to Dunwoody than it, but it is a big part. It is visible. The second, what is Perimeter's value proposition for Dunwoody? Create jobs, it's part of the tax base. It has amenities that people use. It also have access to transit, which is a big one. And what must evolve within that ecosystem in order for it to remain competitive? Third question to look at, what barriers, think of it as barriers, could limit the area's competitiveness? Everything has barriers to it. Is it mobility? Is it parking? Is it office buildings? What are the factors? So those are the things we're looking at. Again, staff is going to go through what we are doing now and the current status of the area to give an idea of it. And the same dialogue beforehand, and when that's finished, we'll go back. Good? Thank you. You're up. I think it's up. I hope it's up there. It's not, it's lost.
This one.
Cameron's getting my angry face.
Let's see that thing. Yeah.
All right. So keep investing in Perimeter Center. 10,200 people living there. Remember how big this area is. 70% was half the population. This area is very small. So we have 10,000 people living there with 5,215 housing units. There are almost 1,300 businesses there, with over 21,000 jobs. It's the basis for Dunwoody's tax. It's just, we earn so much money off Perimeter. These services high, but the cost for everyone low. The anticipated growth in the Perimeter is between 4,700 and 8,700 new resident units over the next 20 years. That includes High Street, phase 2 and 3. 84 Perimeter Center East, the new office building version, at 64 and 66 Perimeter, and 58 Perimeter Center East for those townhomes. Also the fourth building, State Farm property, in the future. Campus 244, which they have not applied yet. We just had a meeting the other day with people who are developing 1,200 at Parkway. That's
Maybe you should level set because different people know different things, I think. So start with the old, maybe, you already said High Street. High Street, the units, the ones we've approved. And then.
What's phase 2? Have they brought anything to us yet?
we have a meeting with Doug Gandy tomorrow. It's probably going to be that's something that we need to go back to that. Or
Just bring in condoms.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he's going to propose yet, but.
And then the office building conversions you're talking about, maybe we go over those.
Can't remember which one you all approved them, but
Well, no, those we've done, but then one, like 1,200, everybody knows what you're talking about.
yeah, so I think we most of the people met with them on that project. Empire had under contract, but that deal fell through. No one was saying.
That's fine, no, that's
but-
fine, I just didn't know which
Yeah.
ones we knew about.
Yeah.
Did you talk about Old City Hall? Or not yet, you're not talking about, okay, the Grubb property.
Right, that's another one of
That's one of those two.
yeah, that's probably gonna come through. We've heard some rumors about people buying it, so they'll have to come through our zoning process. During the development perimeter, many projects like Perimeter Mall and Ravinia were built more with an inward focus. Today, projects they want to expose themselves to the people, to the streets and whatnot. So there's a different style development that we're seeing. Places like Ashford Lane, High Street, there's 244. They're building to the public.
Was it in your battery?
Perimeter area suffers from a lack of green space. I know we just opened Two Bridges Park, which is way over on the side, but around Perimeter Mall, there's nothing. I think Rachel will go into it a little bit when she talks about that. Transportation with multiple large roads reaching 285, Highway 400, connecting Dunwoody, Sandy Springs, Brookhaven. We have 2 large stations, Dunwoody and essentially we're playing Sandy Springs because it's so close to us. But the suburban network is very disconnected. The street network, some of those key local roads, for example, the Perimeter Mall, those are big super blocks. Now with them about redevelopment, and we've got to put some roads through there to connect. They'll just further enhance the transportation. Edge City 2.0 plans for more green spaces around Perimeter Mall. Includes a strong network of local roadways, sidewalks, and trails using redevelopment as a tool to make these happen. During the development of the comprehensive plan, we broke perimeter into 2 things. The core, which is this area here. So this is just carried over 3 to 16 stories. In our code rewrite, we're going to introduce some newer concepts because the office market is hurting. We're seeing the normal project wanting to convert to residential. And then the transition area, which is 2 to 6 stories, mostly transitional housing and some commercial areas as well.
Just out of curiosity, since we have completed the study with Perimeter 2.0, we've had a fair amount of interest. What's the reaction been when you talk to developers and people come in? Do they find it cumbersome? Do they like it? Just
They like what plan of Edge
Edge
City
City.
2.0. Then they run into our zoning and they go,
okay. But you're solving the problem.
so we will solve that problem.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna level set on sort of the economy of.
You're separate from it.
I broke it. So as Ginger comes over, you mentioned in the conversation earlier about the comp plan, the conversation around housing in the neighborhoods. A lot of what we talked about is that there is enough available asphalt in our commercial areas, especially Perimeter and Georgetown, to probably take any of the demand we have the next 20 years for more residential in those areas. So I think that's one of the reasons why the discussion around we need ADUs, we need more density in neighborhoods. It was sort of alleviated by the fact that we have so much available asphalt, really not producing any income for us. So I just wanted to sort of tee that up as we talk about safety. I'll try not to get the. So as to think about, as we talk about perimeter, especially Georgetown, there's a lot of opportunity for investment and revenue. So again, we want to just remind everybody where we are on the commercial property. In perimeter, there's a little over 8.5 million square feet of office space right now. Now that's going to be coming down. The next time I do this, it's probably going to show the office buildings at High Street, phase 2. You know, those buildings are down, so the next time I run this report, it's probably gonna be 300,000 square feet that is no longer there. So that's gonna help, that's gonna reduce square footage, but it's all, it's gonna help vacancy because those office buildings are looking vacant.
Do you know what the vacancy rate will drop to if you count the?
I know, I think it may be 0.5% or something, because 8.5 million square feet, 300,000 isn't gonna be a lot, but because everything is coming down, is vacant. And it's never going to become office again. We're going to see that at 1200. Probably see that at Old City Hall as well. When the 64 and 66 buildings convert, that property will also come off. So
Even if they're zoned now residential, they're still in the books as
they're still there. Yeah. So CoStar does it. Now I could take those out myself, but the report would be a little more cumbersome. No, they're still considered office.
So real quickly, is looking at these numbers compared to similar areas, how do they look? You know,
We're right there, pretty much like everybody else. I would say Midtown, Cumberland probably doing better than us. From a vacancy standpoint, if you look at our class A, we're doing really well. It's our class B product. It's just.
What about the other categories, like the
Yeah.
apartments, hotels, are those all in line with?
Yeah, I will, so when I get to hotels, I'll talk about that, because that is really a bright spot. So office is struggling a little bit, but getting better. Shows signs on lease for full floor terraces. We've got another company that's looking at Ravinia. So the good news is the market is there, there are leases being signed, people are interested. It's not like it used to be, but the good news is we're building no more new office. So they're moving into taking vacant space. Retail is doing very well. That a lot of that vacancy is the Walmart.
It's like 3% before.
Oh my gosh.
So eventually that will come down as well if they, if they continue to move forward with that project. Apartments, right in line with everybody else. The interesting thing is class A has more vacancy than class B and C.
Shows cost.
So the cost, so the less expensive apartments are doing better than class A, but 5.9% vacancy is really quite tight. Hotels, we were probably number 3 in the region, in the state, as far as occupancy. Since COVID, our hotel market is completely flipped. We do better on weekends than we do during the weekday.
Wow.
I think if you remember when we were first, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday were always the hot days. Now Friday, Saturday, and Sunday do better. Now, there's just a few percentage points, but our weekend is no longer a drag on hotels as they once were. I think hotel occupancy grew 4% last year, so it's really well. We talk a lot about why the weekends are doing so well. I think, talking to Ray and Mark, they believe a lot of our social media is helping. I think where our hotels are surrounded by amenities, people who stay the weekend are not looking maybe for the cheapest price. They're looking like, where can I go to a restaurant close by? It's also the type of hotels. We have more, I would say, higher end hotels. We don't have a lot of select service, the lower end hotels. So that's certainly a bright spot. I think Ray Zell ran a report, and they estimate that hotels produce $280 million of economic impact to the city. I know we've talked about this a lot. The place is absolutely critical to all retail and residential. It's really interesting because we've talked about malls for dying, and that has been the big thing. And there certainly are struggling. And I think there's 900 malls left in the U.S. the top 100 malls, equate to 50% of all sales of malls. So good malls are doing great. The bad malls are doing really poorly, and there's a bunch of malls there in the middle. But it's interesting, the younger generation prefer to shop, so they spend more money in person than they do online. The older you are, the more likely you are to buy on Amazon. Netflix is actually opening in person. I wouldn't say a shop, it's an experience. So they're taking over like a Sears or an empty department store, and like every one of their big shows, they'll have this immersive experience. To think of Stranger Things you go through. They've opened two, one in Philadelphia and one in Dallas. So.
Are we one of the top 100 malls?
Of
Yes,
course.
absolutely.
We're back for the southeast,
Yeah, we're number one visited mall in Florida. So if you look at us in Cumberland, right there, Cumberland's actually numbers are higher, but I think, and the general manager of the mall thinks that Costco
yes.
is there, and that's what puts them
Costco's
over.
That's a carrot.
Performs better than, so yes, we're doing very well, but I think they grew by 7% since last year, I think, is the mall, so they're very happy. A lot of new stores, if you haven't been there.
All those trendy stores, they're for your
A
children.
lot of trendy, a lot of sort of Asian type stores, and they are more experiential, like one is a claw, a big store you go in and you pay a lot of money, you get the claw.
Lego store.
Just out of curiosity, and this is kind of a question for Chief too, have we ever heard any burbles of the teen takeover at the mall?
No.
No, they best not come.
Lynn's gonna stand
I'm
there.
gonna stick it there. Give it.
So just keep that in mind, right? The experience is really important. We do have a transaction, it's important to have transactional retail, that would be Publix and Target and Kroger. And you go in, you buy something, you leave, but it's really the experiential, place-based retail that's driving. The good news is Ashford Lane, High Street, Campus 244, Park Place, as they start to sign leases, they're designed for that experiential retail. And if you read the report that I did based on Alan Jones, it's important that we think of Dunwoody not as a monocentric place that has like Woodstock and Decatur that has a downtown single place. We don't have that. We're never going to be that, and I think we need to lean into the fact that we have multiple places. I think many communities are envious that we have small little neighborhood centers and then perimeter. So when we did that study, we looked at places that were more similar to us. They were not around us. They're not the Decaturs or the Alpharettas. They are the places that have access to something like perimeter. So it's important we remind ourselves that's good, positive, and so we need to make our investments through all of them, not just one. I think this is Smith, and then I'll jump in. Okay, yeah.
So on each one of these, trying to summarize what the city has invested in public infrastructure, it's quite a bit of perimeter. $30 million. There's more private investment in infrastructure, what I call public infrastructure. A lot of that obviously was State Farm and everything they did over there. Maps show, the solid green is things that are already on the ground today. These are primarily paths or cycle tracks, basically bicycle and pedestrian facilities that we've invested in. The dashed green, just to orient, this is actually Dudley Road in the mall here. The dashed green are things that are in the works, that are programmed in the CIP. You have a note that the Ashford Parkway is currently just the design is funded to do a something similar to what we're doing on Perimeter Center East. And that Perimeter Center East should there's existing separated bike facilities on Perimeter Center East today, but we're talked recently about upgrading that. And then for each one of these, talking about what's the next thing if we're adding to the 5th year of the CIP, or if there's additional money. And I think looking at a connection to path 400, we're already working on getting connected to the village, we're getting connected to Georgetown, getting connected to the west, and I've drawn 3 arrows here. There's a couple of different ways we can try to get there, because Sandy Springs has a project to extend the path up Peachtree Dunwoody. So really, we can get in Peachtree Dunwoody somehow. Obviously that's gonna require some help from Sandy Springs, because, we have cycle track, at least on one side of the road here on Hammond, but once you get past State Farm and High Street, it's out of our control a little bit, so, but that's what I would see as the next, priority in this area to think about. That's all I really have, that's.
Is the connection to path 400, I'm sorry, I don't have our CIP in any way, shape or form memorized. Do we have any allusion to that? Do we allude to that at all in the CIP?
It might be, I think there's something maybe in the drill master plan about it, and we don't really have anything programmed in the CIP, because most of it is insane.
Okay.
Actually, the connection through High Street, there's already something built there in High Street, so and on Hammond, all we would need is to build the north side of Hammond, which is also High Street, maybe do that at some point. If we go down River Center Parkway, going down there, the sidewalks on that bridge are already wide enough now. The managed lanes comes through that could possibly change, and plus there you're gonna have to put those ramps, so that's probably the least preferred option. But to get all the way down to Lake Kern is essentially already there.
Yeah.
So really, almost everything that's left is going through Sandy Springs.
But since High Street has to come, is coming back to us, is that something we can put in it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Michael, there's also a third option if you go through State Farm. And there's their path. Right, so they put their little path through State Farm, you go down through State Farm, then you go to the west below there on some of those back roads, streets.
Yeah, I mean, there are bike lanes already on that street. When you get out to Peachtree Dunwoody there's not a good way. I don't think you can cross. I think you might not even be able to turn left out of there, so. I think Sandy Springs, I think their plan is for the path on the west side of Peachtree.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So if you can get here, then you have to get across somehow.
So what's the best, like of these choices, which is your favorite? Or I know we have to count on Sandy Springs, but for the Dunwoody section, which is your favorite, but which is the most practical? You want to go up Hammond?
I think Hammond is probably the best, here, and I believe Sandy Springs still has plans
Yeah.
to do that there. I think they were gonna do it with a side path, and we haven't talked with them in maybe a year or more about it, but the last CIP and I talked to their public works director about it, and they have it in their plan, their focus on Hammond is really west of 400, and so this is more of a long range project for them.
The CID or CID?
Sandy Springs.
I think short term, you just do an on-street thing and you can get, as long as you can get over. There's ways to get over
I think I'm just
to
confused.
Peachtree Dunwoody.
Where do you get on, once you're on Peachtree Dunwoody, where are you getting on path 400?
So.
You gotta get to a crossing.
I think Joe's talking about, this is Springwood connector here.
Yeah,
And it has bike lanes on it, so you can get to Peachtree Dunwoody, but.
Right on the sidewalk.
Get across.
Yeah, you run on the sidewalk to the next light, then you cross over to the west side, and then you're good to go.
but where do you get on path 400? Like, where is the
Not
entrance?
that.
Right there at the,
It's down.
right there.
Right now.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
285.
Okay, so.
Sandy Springs has a project to extend it all the way up to Mount Vernon.
Any update on Chamblee? Are they doing anything that probably doesn't go that direction, probably goes Greenwood.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything recent of what Chambly's doing, I know Brooklyn, I think it's mainly focused on the Ocean Greenway, I think they're.
Chambly's next big project is down near North Beach Street, they're doing they're building their trail there behind where.
Long Creek.
Yeah.
I was just wondering where that was going.
Behind the commercial area.
Behind the commercial areas there, they're actually, that's already funded, and they're looking forward to that. Are we gonna talk about transportation projects now, or are we gonna have discussion later, because I just said, well,
I've got one of these for each of the commercial areas.
but I mean, for specifically for.
You can ask questions or you can do it when we get to the questions that we're gonna answer, either way.
So I'll ask a question as to talk about it. So one area I don't see is Hammond Drive, it's in our control. We have MARTA, and we have all the investment in pedestrian along Ashford Dunwoody. There's a gap. That if you get off MARTA, in front of 1224, it's nice.
Yeah.
Coming down Hammond from Ashford Dunwoody to the path to Wild Wing, it's nice.
Right.
That area by Chick-fil-A is not an area that's very.
Not this.
Yeah, it is not welcoming for safety for pedestrian and bike traffic, and how do we, again, connecting the dots, how do we, I think that's a really important connection, especially if we're gonna maximize MARTA, is to figure out a way to improve that.
Yeah, that's a dash there, it's just so short, and really doesn't show us a dash, but we're working on that with the ECID. We've done the preliminary design to figure out, we're gonna have to put a wall there, we figured out how big that needs to be, how much right of way we need from the mall. And we've had preliminary discussions with the mall, they're seem willing to give us the right of way. But we've got to make that happen, and that's the next step. I think the general manager, or it's not the general manager, but one of the guys from Chicago, is supposed to be here in April, and that's one of the things we're supposed to talk about is how to get that right of way. And then once we get the right of way, there's a lot of there's a hill there, a lot of utilities have to be moved, but then so we're working on filling that gap out. That will make that side complete. That's a cycle, or what makes cycles right there, so it really is only for going that way, the whole south side really needs to be addressed at some point. But we're at least trying to get that gap closed.
Is that right away that we need from the mall? Is that one of those nonsense situations where Norwich and Portland can hold us hostage?
Yes, so they owe us some other right of way at Wild Wings, and so they're willing, they want to lump that together so they can try to make it all happen at one time. That's what we're about.
I'm still boycotting observation.
Yeah,
It's good. Okay.
that's.
All right, so I do know that, going back to that, well, that's really the kitchen perimeter, which they're doing again this year. It's the big, everybody comes together for a meeting, they are gonna have somebody from that one as a speaker, so there's gonna be an opportunity to talk about that. So just to sort of remind everybody, the placemaking plan, this is the plan that the city and at the time, discovered that we worked on to increase our hotel motel tax from 5% to 3%. So there are a lot of projects in there. Some of them we've done, like Ashford Dunwoody phase 1. Phase 1 is West Side Connector. Yes, 2.4 was nice to build that. So there are a lot of other projects in that plan. Top 5 projects are here, and Rachel's going to talk about a couple of them that we are in the planning stage, but after that, phase 1 is done, the perimeter H part, which is 2 bridges, is complete. And so we're looking at now, how do we now take care of the next 3 projects? So at least phase 1 of this plan is complete. So,
Go ahead.
No, you know, just
So yeah, the wonderful 2 bridges, sort of the same thing here, these are just things either that are on Google reviews or, Facebook forum, reasons why people love this park. There was actually perimeter ATL put out a article this morning, which is very sweet, talks about this family that's gone down to just one car. Because of all the connectivity in the perimeter area, how they use the park as kind of, kind of stopping point for those children. I think she phrased it as, this is like a little early piece of Atlanta, and they love being able to run into people at the park, on the trails. So it's definitely being used, people in the area. It's great park to have. So like Mike mentioned, one of the two, so Turner Park at Marta. So currently in the 2026 budget, we have $50,000 for design. It's roughly 5 acres. This concept was put together, with the placemaking plans. There's a lot of opportunity there. This one will have a lot of stakeholders involved for kind of a bigger conversation, with something we can just jump in and design right away. So I'm going heavily, of course, with, economic development to move this forward. And then the other one, which is Springwood, it was in the plan is Flyover Bridge Park. And we added funding in the 2026 budget. Another department director, reports named it Springwood, and it's sort of stuff. This is across from State Farm, so this is about 5 acres. Again, we have $50,000 in this year's budget for design. And these are some of the highlights. So the drone footage here, so State Farm's up here, Sadie Springs is right here, our beautiful Dunwoody sign. It's sort of on that corner. There's a very high level concept that was for the placemaking plan, but really because of the terrain, because of where this parcel is located, you could do maybe some hardscape in the corner, right there's intersection, and then everything else would have to be graded for like a nature soft surface trail. It's pretty steep down there when it gets to Burger Creek. There's opportunities to maybe do art along this wall, that's pulled out. But it would really be a great addition for the Burger area, and it backs up to Sandy Springs, so there'll be well, good people will be using this.
I was just thinking that.
They have to fund some things, so such a record as I'm asking for money.
Right.
So, those are the little things for me for perimeter, kind of the next step. Both of these, again, funding this year for design, but then we won't see construction funding until 2021 and 2030.
So one question.
Yes.
Flipping back to the Marta Park.
Yep.
Just when you do the design, that driveway into the mall has no sidewalks whatsoever right now. Just
Right across from High Street, right?
right across from High Street where you could easily walk between the two. So if we're gonna put park infrastructure there, make it so that if someone's not visiting the park, they can go between those two. So just like this, what's that?
And if you do the slide deck again, let's put down land we own already and control versus land we don't own and don't control. And I'm just one of 7, but when the budget was initially presented to me, if you go to the next slide, this one here, I was a no on this until we can control the land. So I would prefer not spending the 50,000 until we have a commitment in writing from the owner of the land that we can do what we want to.
Who owns the land, Marta?
No, so that conversation will be part of the bigger conversation, I think, that Smith talked about. Let's get all of these issues done at one time, instead of each family, get each here, each there. The mall is absolutely behind doing something here. This area underneath Florida is not, it's a negative. It is in between our two biggest economic generators. High Street is very much on board with doing something here. I don't think we should call it a park. I mean, it's called a park,
Right.
because that's what it was in the plan. But we're really not looking at in an active park. We're looking at the trails, connectivity across. How do we make this place function better, but also how do we get it to connect these two massive economic generators together? You remember Ellen Jones, she said the number one thing the city could do was make connections like this. High Street's not going to do it alone. When the mall's not going to do it, it really is up to the government to say, how do we make sure all of these big projects are better connected? And this would be one that would get done. Now, obviously, it's a huge money issue, but maybe you start cleaning up the sort of hard on that smart infrastructure. But, we've got a conversation that we need to have with the mall and High Street, and to see an idea of how we can get that done.
When you about space and become a great amenity.
Oh, yes.
And also to the connectivity to High Street, to the mall, to the park station, and capitalizing on all that. Yeah.
Why can't the mall pay for this?
I certainly think we would hope that they would help to pay for it, but they're not gonna do it by themselves. Because in the end, okay, what are they gonna get, right? It's gonna have to be a public-private partnership, High Street, us, the CID, everybody.
And the money from DHA maybe.
Yeah, so there is money, I don't fully understand, but DHA got as an agreement with High Street.
Yeah.
In phase one, they didn't build any condos, there is a ton of money.
Is there any conversation about out parcels on the mall, on that side of the mall, in order to have more connectivity?
Yeah, I'm not sure there are any out parcels, all of the property on that backside of the mall is controlled by Nordstrom's and Harmony Park. The property on the other side, where they built restaurants, that is mall property.
I'm just thinking connectivity, you got big parking lots, you want to put connectivity somewhere, but you have nothing to walk
Yeah,
to and from.
I think the idea of long term or maybe shorter term would be that part of the mall redevelops. And that this would also then directly connect with that. Another reason I think the mall would be on board with helping us make that happen.
Or even in the short term, like if this was gonna happen soon, like if Michael has good conversations, is just a path. Like a sidewalk or something to get you to the park.
Yeah, there's no way to.
Because there's
You have to leave.
walk, right. Well, and once, right, so something, crosswalks or, I don't, we'd have to talk about it with them.
Yeah.
I'll do bunch of things.
The idea of 50,000 or so,
Two is the number of parking spaces.
is that when we go and talk to the mall and say, we want to do something here, they're gonna say, well, what do you want to do? And 50,000, not, probably will take all that, but it would say, we could get somebody to put something on paper and say, well, this is what we're thinking. That we would like to do here to get their buy-in.
And I'm assuming we're also talking to the Discover Dunwoody board and stuff like that. On these
Yeah.
projects.
I mean, we talked to them about it. I'm not sure they would be a stakeholder in this land.
Yeah, well, we're leveraging hotel motel tax and it comes from them.
Well, it comes, it doesn't come from Discover Dunwoody, I mean, they have it done from us, and it's our tax. It's, I think it's important to remind, that the hotel motel tax is just like any other tax, like sales tax, the state allows it. Local government said, this is what we want to do, and then it goes to, they are very interested in this because they're connectivity to Florida, connected with High Street, this could eventually connect Ashford Lane to Camp 44. They're very worried about the look and feel of that area, especially for this.
So, sorry, go back to that, we go back to the map one more time, just like, yeah. So it goes all the way from Chewy's all the way down to that mall entrance?
Yeah.
Okay. By Melvin Taco, gotcha, okay.
Ticks.
Okay.
Can we go back to Springwood for 1 second, sorry? So,
Yeah.
I'm okay with us attempting a design, but really, that is your place to have a Dunwoody Park. It would be nice, so we partnered with them.
We, like I said, mostly kind of hardscape on the corner, maybe a, not trail in the middle, but just kind of a landing zone with all the other bike lanes and everything around there. Yes, it's not gonna be a traditional residential, it's soft surface, your creek and your hardscape.
Right, but I think we partnered with Sandy Springs to build Springwood, Michael, is that right? We partnered with them,
They are actually built it.
Yeah.
okay.
It's actually cool. Yeah.
It is cool, I've seen it, it's just, it's all the apartments right there.
If you think about that little bitty park over by the high school, this is bigger than that,
Yeah,
right? That gives them a little creek. That's why. why
Yeah,
can't
I
they-
mean, it's fine, it's just, it's on the Sandy Springs border.
Yes.
I'd be
We
open.
should also remember that Sandy Springs has few thousand apartments.
Right.
They're rotating their building
Another.
2,000. So it is in some ways a nice entry point, like if you come here, interland here,
Sorry.
because there's really nowhere in that part of rotating this.
yeah, that's true.
I
And
hear
it's
you.
the plan to capitalize, I know it's a small water feature, but to make, again, to turn a utilitarian thing into an amenity.
Yeah.
They're not more like a natural looking creek.
Yes.
I know this is not a apples to apples. Comparison, but similar, Greenville, South Carolina, made that huge feature around the creek goes in the middle, the water, I mean. Again, different scale, different situation, but on that same thing, of turning it into just making it attractive and
Yes.
just walk more around it.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's gonna be fun, we try.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to call a meeting for that, but I appreciate just getting a little tour of that site.
Get your boots.
All right.
Yeah.
I like that, but yeah,
It's pretty down there.
we've started clearing, because it was overgrown, so we're at least trying to.
I think just
maintain
make
it
this
as we
stuff
can.
look nice.
Right.
Yeah, that'll be a real.
I know there's 50 grand in the budget, have we put that out at all?
Yeah, that'll probably here in a few months. And the designs go.
Yeah, so I remember we were all wondering when in the budget, 50 grand for Springbrook Park, we all had to look at where Springbrook Park actually is.
Yeah.
So just.
Who renamed it?
Was it five?
Who named it?
They're great shots.
I mean, it's a lot better than the wide over bridge park.
That's the work that's the end of the budget is.
I'm taking them too far. Not much more.
That was something.
Actually.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so, technical perimeter, and well, we have a real-time crime center, this has proven instrumental, especially during, weather events, we stood it up a couple times. License plate readers, data cameras, gunshot detection, drones, camera trailers, that is all, within, the perimeter area. We partnered with PCID 2 years ago, and when we went back to them to redo that partnership, they actually enhanced it, to give us drones. So we've covered the other side of the city as well, so their investment was 360,000. That covers a lot of the block equipment that's within, the perimeter area. Great cooperation with Shannon Brook and Doraville. Our SWAT team is fully stood up since we lost Sandy Springs. Our equipment truck is up fully operational, as well as our Bearcat. We've started training with them, and improved our partnership. It just picked up right where it left off. They're doing a phenomenal job. And of course, we can target pinpoint controls, as needed. Here's a couple of slides. I'm just gonna show you some quick stats of the equipment that we're using in that area. So I have my crime analyst just do perimeter wall stats. So if you look at the very bottom, look at the addresses that we covered. Products that are there, which most of it is funded by the PCID. We have 20 license plate readers covering that area, 5 and tilt zoom conduit cameras. One's for audio detection, that basically shot detection. So if something fires around, that'll immediately come into our real-time crime center. We can dispatch officers as needed. And we've got 2 trailers. We're about to add another one to our fleet. So right now we do have 2 trailers over in the perimeter area. We do adjust those as needed. So if we're having issues over at the Lazy Dog, if we have issues over at.
So the trailer in the Target parking lot, was that ours or?
That's ours. So we put it over there, obviously, because we were having a lot of shoplifting problems, so. Overall, when we get all of the crime stats, I had, Casey break it down between 24 to 25, the only thing that increased was burglary and nonviolent. But if you're looking at total personal crime, property crime, and our total index crime, it's all down from last year to this year. This year is basically our overall stats. I'm gonna had our crime analyst do another comparison. The flock products, so overall, we've got 82 license plate readers throughout the city, 25 cameras. More audio detection, this is more focused down into the PID area. And the reason why we put our shot detection down there is because it's a predominantly Hispanic community, they normally do not call the police, so what we were getting. So nobody would call in to report these gunshots. And it is so accurate, the way it triangulates, the gunshot detection, it literally walks us right up onto the shell casings. So we're able to collect that. I know you all heard a little bit about it on the council meeting on Monday. Drone first responder, so right now we have one, for the next council meeting on the 13th. I've added in the other contract for the PCID. I know we're still working on the MSA, with legal, so. Ken's, the way he was looking at that is finalizing that MSA, and of course, all of you. We'll vote on it, if that's the case, and then we'll look at getting, the funding for. The other drone put on the other side of the city. Right now, we're just looking at the annex. I know we're gonna have to. Maybe look at a couple areas where we can put that if approved. And then we've got 4 trailers. Those are the ones that are local. So same thing. You know, our next big event, we got Lemonade Days coming up. We're gonna put all those, or not all those trailers, but the majority of the trailers throughout Lemonade, throughout the runs, so we can monitor that. We're gonna set up our roads not crime center so we can monitor it real time as the events are taking place. So same thing with stats. Everything's down other than larceny. It's not that much up, it's up 6%. That is our biggest crime we have here in Dunwoody.
What's the difference between larceny and shoplifting?
It's a couple in there. I'm sorry, larceny is more or less like stealing like a lawnmower backpack, you know, from
Okay.
yeah, we have a lot of that with our poor landscape workers. Yeah, so they set down their backpack and they go and grab that and tip it off with it. So total person's crime throughout the city is down 21%. Total property crime is down 13%. Down 13%. I also had to run another, I don't have the stats posted on here, but I had basically run another 2025 first quarter to 2026 first quarter, and we're trending still going down. So basically that's it overall, what we're doing in the perimeter area, and then of course overall for the year.
Those, you know, auto numbers are spectacular. It's.
So, yeah, entering autos are great, yeah, that's the number one on the.
Yeah.
Is that mostly in apartment complexes?
Yeah, it's pretty much gone away. If you saw the perimeter mall, we don't get any different models over there, and it's because not only they have them to work with you too. And a lot of these entering autos that do occur, usually see 3 or 4 kids that walk through the parking lot of apartment complex, and they just do pull over. So the door opens, still where it's the side. So, and it hurts because we'll get a ton of them right after one after another. Any questions, comments, or thoughts?
I would just say, is there anything you think you need to help with the city or with the perimeter in particular?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And most of these perpetrators are from outside of Dunwoody. You already know that.
88% of our arrestees are from outside the city. Once we get closer to a budget retreat, I'd like to discuss some retention, recruitment and retention incentives that we could use to keep the good ones that we've got. Right now, we are 6 down. Still some in the process, and it's a constant attrition, but eventually I'd like to increase those numbers. It's just very hard to hire in this direction.
When we think about shoplifting, which I happened to talk to Chris Carr the other day, and you know, it's a $3 billion crime in Georgia, and a lot of it is organized. You know, I'm not thrilled if somebody steals a loaf of bread, but I'm much more concerned about somebody coming in and taking all those socks from Target or whatever. Cosmetics, because they resell them, but or whatever. But it's so is there anything else like we could be doing? And then my second question, which you don't have to answer, is I'd love to know for the repeat offenders, how many the solicitor or the DA is putting in jail. So long term, I'd like to have that too, because that's a conversation.
You know, staffing always helps, and the reason I'm gonna go to the investigator side, because we do the GROC, Drug Retail Organized Crime stings, and they work. It's a tough task, you know, we're basically pulling everybody out of CID, we have to put them throughout the city, and then we have to not only partner with those, usually our big anchor store for the place where we're having the issue, North Carolina. It's a big taking for us to put on an event like that, and we only do it for like 2 days, and then it stops. You know, so you know, I've talked to the laundry and like not much recidivism. That comes through the court, so, yeah, we lock them up like else, so it's not like she's seen, and I know we work with you about increasing fines.
Yeah.
You know, it's mainly a reactive, a reactive type piece, and so. We get it, and with technology, our investigators do a fantastic job. There's a lot of these, Target's got some great camera systems, and, a lot of these, the mall, their camera systems are great. A lot of these, we can get photos of them. We're using AI to catch these individuals, and it's working, so.
So are there things that these businesses should be doing that they're not doing? Like,
Well, sometimes, so when we get a call on the radio, of course, we're encouraging all of them to prosecute.
Right.
Yeah. But, we talk to Chatcom, we say, okay, they know to ask, are you gonna prosecute? Because if it's in progress, I'm not gonna risk our officers, running lights and siren affecting the public, us trying to get to a crime in progress. So if they're not prosecuting, so
when you do.
it is us encouraging them, yes, please prosecute, basically, teach them a lesson and not come back.
One thing a place like Target does in turf shop that thing is they've shifted from doing like evening stocking shelves to daytime, so that they have people in the aisles, and that's gonna just be a natural deterrent. So I mean, again, that's maybe something other, but we don't control what
No.
practices the companies have for stocking, but that's something that Target's doing.
We're not gonna do this, but I have a mayor friend and it's a different kind of city, Metro Athens, I guess, not Athens. And he got so frustrated with the petty stuff that he publishes on their website, a list of the top 10 nuisance businesses. Which we're not doing, but it has encouraged some of them to, hey, be more proactive. If you're loitering, it's your job to ask them to, that kind of thing. You're having whatever, so.
Yeah, there are alternatives from trespass. You can see TM from there. So.
Right.
Chief, we're talking about a lot of high-tech things here, drones.
Yes, sir.
Many years ago, a few years ago, there was a drone flying around Brook Run Park during lemonade days. It may have freaked a few people out. So, is there anything happening on drone detection, taking drones down? Anything that's happening? I'm not sure we need that. I just figured it's a conversation from the opposite side of the fence.
Yeah, so with the World Cup coming up, they're gonna have all.
Oh,
technology, we haven't looked into that. I believe there's some extensive licensing and restrictions for us, because if somebody's flying legally and I go and take ownership of that. So I think there's a lot of legal part of that, but some of that is doing it legally. I mean, Brook Run, the individual that had it, and
It was a Boy Scout.
or 107. I know he was 107, and he was good with it. I'm like, oh, it's you don't want that, obviously. So that would be technology that would have. It's not that we don't see that as an issue,
I don't see the issue. I'm just trying to figure out the opposite side of the fence. Yes, if there's any.
It's, so what's the relationship with MARTA? So if they arrest someone on the MARTA train or at the Dunwoody station, if they ever arrest anybody at the Dunwoody station? No. Okay, so do they call you?
So no, so anything obviously that happens in their park deck or on their platform, the crime occurs there, it's on that. So they've got to call us and say, hey, we get 10 ring autos, you shall take reports if you don't do that.
Okay.
That's their police department.
Right, I knew they had a.
So-
What's this?
Yeah, it's rare we see them on the platform, we try to communicate this a lot of our suspect.
So if okay,
And the only pushback, and I don't want to call it pushback, I think they're on the Fusus, real-time crime center, so we can't get in, we wanted to, federal cameras into our real-time crime center, we can't. So, we've been asking for a breeze pass for the longest time, they won't give it to us, so.
no, you're one right now, you can just walk through. There's no go. Right. Yeah, sorry, but then
But
soon you'll be able to put it on the phone.
that interagency cooperation, though, we already helped them.
Right, I think that's like right now, I think that's the most important step. Yeah.
Yeah, just one thing about Mario.
Okay.
They do issue citations for people that skip the turnstile, and they turn in on average between 4 to 10 citations a year is all I ever received from Mario. It's just critical. Again, people jump the turns there.
And then they come to our court.
Yes, they can.
Chief, back to the shotgun thing, and Mayor, going to talk about this, working with, isn't there called nuisance, laws or something, or nuisance fees? If you have if you are a nuisance business that you have so much workload on our police department, is there a carrot and a stick there that we can do as well for the?
I know other cities have looked at that, like in other words, with some Walmarts. We had a lot of stuff walking out the doors there. I can't give you specific examples, but I know it was causing, staffing issues because the police officer would just park there and it was just nonstop. We kind of saw that as well. They took out, human interaction. Stuff was just walking out the door and solving that. So we were there as well. I don't know if there's such a thing as a nuisance business.
Well, some of our neighbors in some other cities like us, they stopped responding to Walmart unless it wasn't a misdemeanor. And I understood that that was never Chief Grogan's interest, and I know that wasn't yours. But at some point, it's a lot. And Walmart, our Walmart had given up. Not given up, they just didn't care. They had nobody working there. So anyway, that we shouldn't have that problem with because they're gone. Hopefully.
And I'll also chime in what John said about the drone thing. I mean, I'd like to be on front of that. Years and years ago, there used to be a little technology that you could cut somebody's cell phone signal off if they're jetting. If there's new technology out there to protect us, it's coming up, and that technology changes so much. And I'm not going to a battlefield situation in Ukraine or the Middle East, but still, that is a legitimate technology, and I would love to hear about this seeing bleeding edge.
Yeah, the prison systems are using everything. Drones flying and contraband. So I know the prisons are using it, but I don't know if any other municipalities and counties, agencies are looking into that, but something we need to.
I would support funding, researching into that for safety, but anyway.
Really, see any questions, comments?
Yeah, there's gotta be new technology.
Okay, we are at the investing in perimeter section of the acronym. And first thing we want to do before the discussion is recap the questions that are going to be discussed. So the first one, what role should the perimeter area play in the future economy identity? So what role should it play? Second one, what is the perimeter value proposition for Dunwoody? What must evolve for it to remain competitive? What is the value proposition? And the third one, what barriers to limit the area's competitiveness? So start opening the floor. What role should the perimeter area play in Dunwoody's future economy and identity? Floor is open.
You've already identified.
We've already talked about
Again, because it's a
The economic engine of the city.
We want to put the note up. What is the perimeter value proposition for Dunwoody? What must evolve for it to remain competitive?
So this I can share. So, and so also this has been mentioned earlier too, last mile connectivity. So if you're, parked at your job or you took MARTA, can you get to a store or to a shop without having to get back in the car? Kind of nodes or walkable clusters, right? So if you're in one little corner of the perimeter, is there stuff to kind of keep you there and so you don't have to drive?
What you said though? Oh, is that still last mile connectivity?
No, it's related to it.
What you call it?
Walkable clusters. So if I'm working in this building, can I live here and eat here and shop here? And with the idea that nobody's gonna want to walk on the whole perimeter, so they might walk around the little corner of it.
We weren't lazy.
And then we talked about the commercial space, the ghost or the zombie buildings, whichever term we're using, just a conversion of those.
I think this is all just paraphrasing what we've already been talking about. I mean, the third spaces, the linger longer, the stay, the 5 to 9, all that kind of stuff, right? Third spaces, linger longer, stay 5 to 9. And how do we, that's the what, right? Not the how, or is it the how?
No, that's the what.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, that's it. I think the slide that's on the screen right now is everything we need to be focused on as far as creating spaces in the city, like those gathering spaces, those pops or those, and they don't have to be big, they don't have to be grand, but just having more of them. I mean, very originally developed as a auto-centric. Lots of asphalt, concrete, steel. Obviously, the cost of land. When, as those sites are coming up for redevelopment or repurposing, we've seen it. When projects come to us, they're gonna try and cram as much as they can on every square inch to make for economic reasons. But we've got to make sure that we are requiring some human scale, some green space, some placemaking into all redevelopment. Several of us mentioned this as development, projects that come to us, these are multi-generational projects. We've got one chance to get it right. We've got to. And the good news is we're seeing the success. There's plenty of success stories of where it's happened, and it's bringing the people in. So we need more of that moving forward.
So I can jump on that too. We talk about arts and culture in the city. Arts in the perimeter area has mostly been, murals like the Marble mural and painting and all that. But there are opportunities as new buildings come up for interesting architecture. And I don't know how we encourage that, but if we can get some, uniquely designed buildings, that will add interest to this area without us having to do anything. And again, I don't know how we encourage that or how we do that.
But there's no concert venues. I'd love to have a concert venue for later night activities. Not sure how to get that.
Yeah, late night activity concert, but it could be a small venue, 50-person capacity of some live music.
Looking at the parks and the fact that we have a park, but we don't really, the 7 people sitting here, we probably know Dunwoody better than most people, and we had to look where Springwood Park is. So just adding to those amenities and that 10-minute walk to the park, I think is important for a perimeter too, because it is all concrete.
And piggybacking on that, kind of something I mentioned earlier in the neighborhoods. When we think about parks, it doesn't have to be, every park has no brook run. Just a small green square like that goes a long way in an area like perimeter. So taking advantage of the opportunities to just create
More amenities.
And it can be along or like in front of Ashford Dunwoody, the mall, there's a green space along, there's 20-foot wide widths. So we can shoehorn in a little space, fountain space. There's always little.
Something as simple as trees, grass, and a fountain.
It could be an acre, just a quarter the size of this room.
So I think perimeter needs an identity of some kind. Like Riverdale, when they bring it, like branded, like a, I think the question is how do we make sure that it feels like a district? And that's probably encompasses everybody that talked. But what, because there's most of the important part of perimeter isn't done, let's be real, and Brookhaven's taking the rest of theirs and turning it into housing. And so, and Ann Hamlin said that our side of perimeter is doing better than the other side. Yeah.
Sandy Springs put in all their apartments.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but how do we brand it? When you listen to the person whose name I can't remember from TriNet talk about why they picked us over even something inside the perimeter, it was all the amenities, all the extras. So how do we market it, brand? I think maybe market
it is branded.
I think branding's
as much as I
the right
travel
word.
and talk to people
Yeah.
and they're like, where do you live? And I was like, well, I live in the perimeter, right by Perimeter Mall. They know exactly where that is. It is branded. It's how do you embrace it and make it cooler?
Right. How do you market it and make it cooler? And I think making it cooler, whether it's the concert venue or the connectivity or green space, so that we have an edge on places that don't have that. So, for example, Midtown is competition for us, but really we don't, I wouldn't say we have a ton in common because we can breathe and, everything's not quite, we're dense, but it's not on
Our roads are a lot better.
Our roads are a lot better. That kind of thing, but how do we market it, I guess, or continue to market it? We market it, but what's our hook?
Well, there's a physical branding that you're talking about, there's also just the other things like, that can be simple, like, for example, what's it, brings us in, it's the zip codes, to be the default being Dunwoody, we're building the name Dunwoody, putting that at the top as a, state of consciousness. I don't know if this is something that we can do, but when the development already considers tax abatements, could there be a condition in there that if we're offering you a tax abatement, you are a Dunwoody company, you're not an Atlanta company, and building the Dunwoody brand and recognition. So that when people are looking, they're looking for Dunwoody, not just this community north of Atlanta.
Tom, and I don't disagree with you, but we are meeting today, if you look at our agenda, the city of Dunwoody put out, this meeting location is taking place in Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, that's exactly my point.
Right.
30338 should be Dunwoody, Georgia.
30346.
Oh, 30346, I'm sorry.
And it's only in Dunwoody, by the way. It's only
Right.
in Dunwoody.
And and again, having, and I get it, I mean, we are part of a larger region, and when I go out of state, people ask where I'm from. Most people are gonna say Atlanta, you're not gonna say Dunwoody.
Oh, I see them.
Yeah, but, from a marketing standpoint and from a brand building as a community in the city, I think those little things can go a long way. And they're relatively easy too, they don't require a large investment, it's simply.
Whenever you sign, they finish their what you sign, when you come into the city.
Right.
Boom.
Well,
Yeah.
you had said what's one of the hooks, I would say between like a Midtown or Lenox is safety, the perception of safety and wholeness, and you're kind of in the burbs, but you're not, you're cool, but you're safe.
Safety, and I'll say this venue aside, perhaps free parking.
Yeah.
Like, I have problems, this is,
Yes.
we moved up from Midtown because our customers were having to pay for parking in our old building and they don't have to pay for parking now.
The dental office we opened a few years ago, that was. And
Yeah, that was-
the
that's-
attorney across the way that was moving in, it's about free parking and just easier access. The other thing is, and it sort of touched on with Rob is getting around the perimeter. Like, we need like a buck.
Well, that would be the barrier.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking of that too.
Okay, so
That's
it could be both, but it's not me. But I think it's something that needs to evolve, I guess.
Sometimes.
Yes.
I one more with the whole idea, we have the infrastructure creating the space, but we have to program and activate the space, program and activate space.
Yeah.
I looked up Colony Square Midtown, they've got a page, and they've got, like 9 different things that they have active programming ongoing. So we gotta have that programming included.
High Street just let their release their April count.
Well, man, let's go back a minute to the transportation element though. Michael, what was PCID doing? Weren't they doing something for the bus system?
No.
Before COVID, we had all those buses that were doing a different.
I think they still have those buses. I see
Yeah.
them at Marvin.
Right, but we talked about having a,
I was.
some kind of circulator of some kind. But when would it run? When do you want it to run? Where's it gonna go? Smith, are you coming up? Who's coming up? You are Starling. Y'all know the most about it.
Let's have the conversation.
What do you mean, man?
Thing they did was try to launch a van.
Right.
But they,
A few years ago, they looked at consolidating and the office buildings were reluctant to give up their right to any of us to drive around. I think, or Summit has their own bus.
Well, so those pick up people from Marta, but the second question is, once you're here
Right.
and you're parked, is there something that could circulate you around
And
independently?
Ken and I keep meaning to meet about it, so, but, and
It's-
there's also.
it's very-
Yeah.
And if you look at the bus, it's a big number every year to see somebody that's there to see it even. They underwrite it.
Well, we talked about, where everybody wanted to go. One time we talked about something going between PCID area and the village. We talked about that one time. The other thing is, look at the number of people that are now walking over to from 1224 to campus 244, all that, because that wasn't, 10 years ago, those weren't there. And then people weren't walking. And we have Michael, I know you've worked a lot with PCID on trying to get a better network of sidewalks and stuff behind State Farm. Right. And we hit some resistance there. Yeah. And so we are trying to do that. So I think one thing we need to look at, it's not just vans or buses, but also walkability. We put the nice crosswalk in there. And what else, what else can we do, Michael? That goes back to investment.
Yeah.
I think all the separated bike facilities we're putting in, eventually, if when that reaches a critical mass, I think you're gonna have e-bikes, e-scooters, I was looking to see more, see down. Not to the same level, but you'll start seeing similar things to what you see in Midtown or down on Horse Tech, where a lot of people are using some type of bike or scooter to get around.
And one thing we talked about too, and where were we, Michael, we talked about a bridge going over Ashford and Dunwoody, pedestrian bridge, but it was, the ramps had to be so long, or had to have elevator access. But I mean, I know some of us tried the other day to get from Perimeter Mall parking lot, from the Buffaloes, for example, to Ravinia, to the State of the City, to the chamber event, right, you have to go, you can only make it halfway, usually, then you have to wait. The other half, but I don't know if there's enough volume between, that side and this side, I don't know. We talked about a tunnel at one point too. We did. No, we did. We had a cut through the rock. We did. We had So we talked about all kinds of stuff. But is that a priority? For you?
You need to do some good studying on those kind of bridges and see if they're actually used and effective.
Right.
And it's they're so expensive.
They are.
Go to Peachtree Corners at the Forum.
Well, and we have no, the topography doesn't help us at all. We're just flat.
They don't.
Right.
I think the question, like, for example, a Dunwoody resident messaged me once, in the last few weeks, about doing one of those kind of bridges, like between all the places, because they had parked once and walked and blah, 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 blah. I think for the distances we're talking about, that's like from Ashford Lane to High Street, our main focus has to be on making it somewhere you want to walk.
That's true.
It
Good
needs
point.
to feel safe. We need to make sure our lighting's good. And then, although Camp Street from Force is kind of far, and then maybe eventually, if we could get the critical mass of people there, like on the weekends, then maybe there's some kind of private, that the businesses work together, CID coordinates it, where there's some kind of private options to move people about. But right now, I don't think we have the critical mass. I think Ashford Lane stays pretty busy, I'm not sure.
Well, no, but with the abundance of free parking too, it's gonna be, people
Well, I think people would like to Uber because they want to drink.
Right.
But we want them to move about. That's the thing.
Well, and what I'm always, it's excited about is when you look at the weekends, the tags, people who come in here on the weekends to the restaurants, but we are truly a destination. And you'll see it all during the week. The restaurants, I guess, have probably two seatings, Michael. You know what you think? 1.5, it's just,
And perimeter is more.
Perimeter is busier.
Yeah.
Depending on the restaurant.
But it seems to be, we are drawing people in here.
Right.
From other areas, because it goes back to whoever said about Brookhaven, they don't have any amenities for their residents that are right there in the perimeter areas. They're gonna come to that way. Anyway, it's good stuff. But I didn't know, that was something I wanted to talk about, was the transportation within that corridor.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we have any. I think the trial thing, doing something mayor on a weekend type thing with some kind of bus. Michael, didn't we do something with the Ray? Didn't he have a bus that he put out one time? That it ran a trial basis.
He's got
A trial.
He just tours people.
Okay.
So it's a marketing.
Yeah, but is there any way we could get that, you think, for like a?
I don't think it has to be, I'm not being.
No, I'm with you.
I think we need the it's a chicken and egg question, I realize, but we need all these places to be really busy before there's enough people that we want to encourage people to move, right? Because actually not so busy.
Right.
And so, and Campus 244, I don't know, but
That's more of a daytime thing too, I think.
Campus 244, I think a lot of people go to the one restaurant that's open.
That's why I was kind of getting to the point of these nodes, like right now. we don't
Right.
have Money to do a circulator, but if you can make little
Right.
pockets where here are some apartments, get some businesses, some restaurants, so the people in this cluster can circulate
Right.
here, the people over here can circulate here.
Right.
Then you at least have little islands of highly functional space.
One of the things that was initially in the comp plan, work plan, but it was removed, and I suggested was about the e-bike. Doing a e-bike share, and I'm like, we have to build the infrastructure first. But then I think that'll be another component once the infrastructure built out for that last mile connectivity.
Yeah, I think that Rob is right, because, my thing is that if you drive to work, and most people do, You should park your car once and not move it in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And so you
Yes.
need enough places around each, which is a little tough, like on the Ravinia side, but where they eventually maybe will park places, a few things. But where people can walk well enough, but still safe, but so it has to be, I always say it has to be attractive, it has to be safe, and you have to have somewhere you want to walk.
Right,
And those things, we control the first two much more than we control the
sure.
third thing. And then eventually, when these places get so busy that there's enough customers to share essentially, then I think we look at some kind of circulator. But right now, I don't think anybody wants to share customers.
But the nodes are working. We do have the people walking within those little nodes. Right. Do we have a lot of, to your point, Mayor, we have a lot of city hall, what's the name of the shopping center there, QT, I can't remember the name of it.
Public
Marketplace, but a lot of people walk down there, that's a walkable, what's fun to me for that is it's a walkable distance, you're willing to walk that far. To go eat and then come back, and you don't have to cross the road. So I think we continue those type of issues. The problem is, I think some of the restaurants, like, we've got a few that closed in the perimeter area, that were walkable, newer ones.
They've been
And-
replaced.
Right. And so it's from that standpoint, we just have to keep encouraging those restaurants and visit them.
Have to.
More, right, have to eat out.
All
Right,
the time.
exactly. Spend money. So, yeah. Jay, where are we?
Okay,
Barriers.
question.
Barriers.
Did we do some of that already?
It's kind of, where did I put the piece of paper? It's over here. A lot of that's put into, and we can move to the.
Well, wait, there's some barriers.
Traffic.
Well, I get traffic too, I think in December, I don't wanna drive next week.
Right.
I just won't.
Or Saturdays, sometimes a Saturday. It doesn't even have to be December, sometimes a Saturday by the mall is pretty nuts.
So instead of traffic, I put the barriers actually Christmas and Saturdays.
It's barrier to us, but it's
Right,
being
people
competitive to other areas. We're a heck of a lot better
Than one.
than Lennox. We're better than other places, so in actuality, our accessibility makes us competitive.
I don't know.
It's a barrier for us going.
I think it's a barrier if you wanted to move into one of the new places that's gonna be built in perimeter.
It doesn't say we shouldn't work on it.
Right,
It would be interesting to know,
but it's a
Michael.
barrier to various competitiveness, and I think.
Right.
I think it is. I think it is.
Well, it would be interesting to know what traffic, I was listening to this podcast because I have zero life. And on the Los Angeles preparing for their Olympics back in the 80s or 90s and what they did with traffic lights and timing. And it would be interesting to know if there's something, if we're routinely doing things different on Saturdays and perimeter or Christmas, like it'd be interesting to look at traffic management. If we were to treat December as our Olympics every year, what would that look like from a traffic management perspective? That's the question, you don't solve it today.
He also pays for traffic.
You asked
But on Saturdays.
Michael's saying so.
Sorry,
We do have different time plans for
Right.
different days and different time here, like, time of day. Yeah, time of day, day of the week, time of year.
but it might be interesting to set some to look at it from way up here and try to figure out if there's, like I said, treat it as our Olympics every year.
And we all drive around that area, when I say the area, Dunwoody, Sandy Springs, Shanley, Brookhaven. Our signals are time events. I feel like you can move through Dunwoody in an efficient fashion. And it's still controlled by speed. It's not, you don't go all the way over to Dunwoody. It's much more efficient in the Sandy Springs. And our working there at the time of day. But sometimes some of those you'll think, why it's like, man, there's nobody there. Why is 11 o'clock at night and stuff? But I mean, one thing I like to drill down on for a moment. Stacey, you mentioned Lennox. Lennox, years ago, that mall competed very heavily with Predator. Now we have a totally different people. And it's the deliberate people. Why does ours feel different? And how do we don't, do you want to become police? How do we keep that? How do we keep our process going? Because part of when you drive in that area, it's just wall to wall buildings now. You still have some green space. We have our green space and we're very proud. Our staff, we all really want to keep those green trees, the sidewalks, where it looks nicer. Well, that's kind of, I was at the barriers, you don't want to become too developed out. That's the important, so how do we do that?
Well, that's kind of my point earlier, is like a development comes in, but we gotta make sure that green space, public spaces are a part of every plan. And they're not just cramming as much in, that's
What happened.
that's what that's what will happen if we're not checking you. We're not saying-
Yeah, y'all very careful with zoning, like, with everything that goes on, every piece of property, very careful. With how it goes, especially when actually going before.
Right, but Tom, if that doesn't, but right now, but that could be codified.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm pointing.
Yeah, that should be codified. I have a barrier about developer financing, because we have these great developments that come up to us and get rezoned and stuff, and then they say they don't get financing and they can't build it. Right? We've had that happen, so that seems to be a barrier of developer financing for owner occupied. So.
Well, I don't know if this is the best time to bring it up, but it's tied to that is, and it's also tied to a comment that John made earlier about the condos and stuff like that, is should we research establishing some form of a housing authority in the city? And what I would suggest, it would be very targeted, not a broad-based housing authority, but what is that, what are the housing types that we want to bring, whether it's senior housing, whether it's workforce housing, whether it's the missing middle, the those townhouse and or condos. Because that could be some of that gap financing. They're not going to completely finance the project, but they provide gap financing that might push the project over the edge and make it viable. So I think that's a tool that I would like us to at least research. Maybe it isn't appropriate, Dunwoody, maybe it won't deliver what we want. But I would like to get the details on that, because I think there's possibilities there.
Like a task force is what you're doing, not like a housing task force.
Well, I just like a presentation.
Not a task force, no task force.
Not that.
Yeah, not task force. I just like to, maybe just a report of what it might look like, what our options would be, and
If
could
we're
we
gonna
do something, could we do one that's focused, like not just a broad, because obviously, if you establish a housing authority with no, the defined purpose, that could perhaps open us up to things that we don't want to do. But if we had a very narrowly focused intent, legally, is that something that we can do, and what would be the benefits?
Yeah.
Basically like the benefits and also, or what are the risks that maybe we don't want to take on?
Well, that is an interesting topic. Are y'all, if the council, I'm back with the game of that, but it's gonna be another one of the department heads. Yes, we all have a quick say all the people.
You're welcome.
What we should of that, or Richard, you do. Yeah. Because but how would you, I mean, as far as. If you're gonna start it tomorrow, you have a question to council about. What exactly they want that.
I think we need to meet with Ken and understand what the hours and what.
But it's not a, forward, it's just a, you want to study.
No, it's an authority.
No.
No, it's an authority.
Okay.
It's called.
But also, I wonder if part of that research should be to look if we can work with DeKalb. Not that I say we want to work, and also DeKalb has a land bank that I never go to any of the meetings. But I think if we wanted to, we could have some interesting empty pieces of land in the future. Or even now, that maybe we work with DeKalb to acquire through their land bank or whatever, and they hold it for them.
Okay.
And we can,
that.
I mean, give Decatur a call.
Well, they have the housing authority that builds housing.
Different.
Right, different kind of housing. But yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. Okay, so I have some barriers. One is, and this is calling like it is, it's our reliance on federal funding for projects. I'm not saying we have a choice, but it makes the projects take forever. And years ago, when I was still, I guess I wasn't mayor yet, I was doing the top end stuff for Denny, and the mayor of Brookhaven and Chamblee, we were working on this transit, and they didn't want to take any federal money. They wanted to tax us. And I was like, it's not gonna happen. But because it takes so long, and then the pandemic happened and they changed their minds. But I think it's something to consider moving forward, like what the implications are of taking federal dollars. I mean, these projects are so expensive, we probably don't have a choice. But working with the CID, she was, now maybe it's because I was in the room, but Anne was very bullish on us the other night. And we know that we're their favorite, even though she can't say it. She kind of did say it, but yes, she lives in Dunwoody. But I mean, the question becomes, like, what's it costing us to use that money? Like, there's value of dollars, I don't know, that's one thing. And because it's how long it takes. And then the other thing is. We talked, I think the lack of connectivity in the mall parking lot is an issue, might not be anything we can do anything about. But if you have to park, like this, the example from Ravinia, and I see people walking over to the mall from Ravinia, like from the Crown Plaza all the time. But then they get to that corner and then they have to walk across the sea of parking.
Oh, yeah.
Working with the mall. And then, I'm a little concerned about the unhoused. And I forgot to tell you, Jay, there was somebody at the bus stop by the Korean State bus this morning. So the call is too late for the girls, but they were asleep. And so my what with that is, because I know our police department does a yeoman's job with this, shouldn't be your job, of course. And that becomes the question of how maybe when we get our office, our what do we call that person? The mental health person, but maybe they could do every morning they could go out for 10 minutes, an hour, and then call frontline or 30, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe there's a way that in every morning, because that's when they're often the most visible. I want people to get help. And so if Frontline's our partner, how do we regularly make the connection? Yeah. And then that's sort of, so the big picture of that house. And then, of course, I'm really worried about the summer and the World Cup and what's going to happen in downtown Atlanta and where people are going to end up. So that's like the micro issue with the unhoused and where they're going to send them. And the macro picture, though, is how we support people, and they're not just in perimeter, but how we have resources. This county has resources. They're apparently pretty good resources. They're now opening a day shelter, and so how do we make the connection? Because to continue to stay above and beyond, we have to make sure we're checking all those boxes in terms of perimeter. And also animals need to go to the benches, because you never go.
Other barriers.
Back to the Fed funding, do we have projects in PCID area that are federally,
Maybe we don't.
we need federal dollars? I didn't think.
No, I can't,
Okay, never mind.
So but however, these projects, it's acquiring right away, it's
Right.
utility relocations, it's all that other.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, the top end stuff will be, the transit will be federal dollars for us, like to build this. Are we building a station or we don't know yet?
I don't think anything, about
For the rapid transit.
Yeah, I don't think it's any commitments made by the bill or anything. I think you guys planning to accommodate it. The TV bill.
Is our rapid bus gonna go to the market station? Is that the current plan? Do you remember?
Well, you got the part of it this way to yeah, all used to it out there.
Okay. And actually, that's like a good thing, like the bus rapid transit. The top end lanes are overall a negative, but well, from my perspective, but the bus rapid transit is a real opportunity. I mean, their study shows that like we're the epicenter. That if we weren't here, they wouldn't even be able to justify having. And so their study shows lots of people who commute into Dunwoody to work will be able to take the bus rapid transit.
Will
So,
they connect BRT to Georgetown ever?
what'd you say?
Said, will bus rapid transit ever be in Georgetown? Or you say-
We don't know yet.
Probably
So-
not, because you're not gonna, the whole idea of BRT is.
Right.
It's fast,
You
you're
stop.
you're not gonna have frequent stops, you're gonna have long gaps, and stops to get people where they're
Well,
going.
if you think about it as a
It's not a shuttle.
like no, not a shuttle,
Right.
but like it's an above ground subway system. How is Georgetown and Perimeter different than Sandy Springs and Denver in terms of
Distance.
distance?
So
Density.
they're not gonna have bus rapid transit stops as many as you probably heard about last time we presented.
No, I understand.
So like the one at Schallert they don't anticipate, I bet it never happened.
I'll just make, so I think the BRT is got exciting opportunities, but
It's gonna happen.
there's a huge but here. Kind of like what we talked about in the trails, the BRT system only works when the entire
Yeah,
roadway is
it
built,
could be
we're probably talking 10,
30
20
years.
years, 30 years before that's done. So we
That'd be
need to
hard.
stop, yeah, we need something to get us the bridge
Oh,
between now and then.
and that's really not internal, that's
Yeah.
really external, but yeah, because we're gonna get a presentation on that. Well, they're not talking about it very much because it's out for bid, is not what they call it, but when the developers pick, which I think maybe it'll be this year, then maybe GDOT will come back and present to us their current iteration. Okay.
Catalytic emissions. First one to be thrown up on the board. That shouldn't use the term thrown up. On the board. That's out.
I made it.
As soon as I said it.
Line paragraph vision and investment.
Do we want to go into the thesis statement for it or go to the actual three?
You guys are.
We'll go to the three. What action, what policies, capital funding, partnerships?
Green space.
Green space connectivity and third one will be internal.
I'd say continued public safety.
Yeah.
That's,
Well, it's continuing, I guess. It's
Catalytic initiatives, catalytic.
Connectivity.
walkability, connectivity.
Yeah,
That's
connectivity.
B. Yeah.
This connectivity kind of encompasses last mile,
Yeah.
walkability, kind of everything.
How do you fill our offices? How
Yeah.
do you get people to walk around to eat in a restaurant?
Right.
How do you make sure the projects that we sort of get done? And not just then put.
So
Right.
economic vitality, that'd be like a, what would be the catch-all for it?
How else we do?
We actually started it.
I know, but I'm just saying.
And I,
20 years.
you know, one of the barriers, and it's way in the weeds, is forever zoning. That, you know, like, all that. I mean, High Street took almost, what, 15 years to build, it was like the elephant in the room, and Brugg, it's been, what, 10 at this point? So, I like, what was,
First one got into Greece.
so I think for C, like a sub could be like, enhance the district or something. I think we want to be everyone's only choice. I have a aspiration.
Well, we talked about that common identity, what would be the distinguishing feature, that we're,
Well, how do we market it?
Right,
Yeah.
Their identity is brands.
Right.
How do we market it and how that's.
So this one gets, this is fairly fleshed out.
yeah,
This is the, back to the marketing identity, how do we fill the offices part?
Yeah.
Going back up to the other two, green space, just the lack of the development of.
yeah, I think that that's a real opportunity to set us apart even more. I wish the mall would need something like,
Sure, you don't need the mall, they need something, we need Nordstrom's in Portland, they need something, that's then we get it.
like that is a restaurant.
Yes. What's that?
Set us apart.
What?
My handwriting is worse.
Sit.
The walkable connectivity part.
Pretty self-explanatory. Maybe it's. not.
it probably ties into the green space, it probably ties in all three actually, but like the placemaking part, like John said, like having a live music venue, or having public art, or having things that make people feel good when walking around the perimeter. I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
you get a different sense when you're walking in a nice space that has all these things.
All things good on it?
Mhm.
Okay. 15-minute break.
We need some more food.
We got rice for you. We got.
Go down there.
These are the.
I just said like this. Almost. What the?
Use this in case.
I'm not resolving.
Otherwise, that's what we're.
Yes. Yeah, like rare. The topic. We're talking about how. No, right, right. No. Right, that's right.
Those are the pieces of the puzzle. You can look at
That's what they.
Oh, yeah. I can say, like, a lot of time, I take it, lens into this.
Yeah. Okay, Sean, brownies.
But she, that's not.
Right, that's what we're saying by the homework.
Listen to your coffee.
Right down there, especially chocolate chip. Yeah.
We don't have this thing.
I'm trying to use stuff.
Left that.
But that's great, it's the same as somebody, that's my. Place, you know, you might see that, but.
So.
Yeah,
That's a week.
So we need some knowledge, we need some knowledge to find.
Everybody.
Yeah, no.
It's.
Actually, no, wait, and, somebody's.
5 years. Oh,
Oh, there's no way. It's been. Like, you're gonna start tomorrow. So later, and it's actually, I'm gonna fall in, and we'll just get our first day, and all I have pictures. Yeah, and now they were, they just want to. Horrible. She's under the impression of us able to be hers. He said he could watch tomorrow. It didn't make no sense. She goes send him. Silly.
Yeah, but-
Allowed to do it. Is she been in the creek? No. Tom?
with properties.
Which we live over now and see back then. I saw that. Okay, so you're good, right? Strong. That piece of alcohol.
Tree removing trees from these. You, I think I'll be asking a question like. I'm not the expert.
That's why I did forget.
I said, I know that there are some.
Yes.
Or some changes. I don't want to tell you one thing. We probably do.
Yeah.
I got fired. He was paying for it. This doesn't sound like seriously to me.
Bring in and make clear, so.
Probably less than more than this year. I know this.
Yeah. But also, right, yes, interesting.
Is that?
It's all worth it.
Oh. They said all the mice still stay in the basement. I'm like, what? Got mice?
Yeah.
In your car? In your car?
Super duper fast, maybe don't have a facilitator.
Company that's on right.
Yeah.
We can get along.
Interesting partner.
Far away underneath my front porch. Coming into the front. They're like, listen. And this guy. Like. Basically. And then I got two inches. Because when you go, once you get it, then you set traps. If you want to do it. I get a little. But I mixed it with the 2%. Yeah, it was a. No, this is not.
No, that's definitely some beautiful.
I think it was a snitch.
I know.
It loaded up. So, yeah.
Sorry.
It was this, they took the park.
All.
Candy bar, chocolate.
I help the legislature. What legislature? Like. Look at the marker, all these cities. Counties, pretty hard. Yeah. It's not this.
My biggest weakness.
Some
Farming, urban farming, urban farming in local centers. Resilient.
I saw that.
Urban.
Yeah, it's not that. This agreement is.
Yes. No. It's like the way that.
Around six. I only met like. You closing.
Just make.
I was asking the.
Yes. It feel great.
I said. Public
Thank
space in each.
Well, they need to be back.
You got four of us, you're good.
Here, staff.
We're all here.
Okay, moving on the third session of the day, and this will be a little bit more detailed, got a little bit more time allotted. Cultivate local centers. Dunwoody's very identified because of perimeter and then the local centers that we have there. So let's go through first before the presentation, the questions we're looking at. And it's a little bit different when we discuss this here. The first one, what should each center feel like 5 years from now, a given time frame, and each one feels different. None of them are the same. How should we define success for these places? Success may be different for each one of them. Third one, what improvement or investments could make these centers more vibrant, connected, and happy? So in other words, again, different for each one of the centers. So at the end, we're going to have goal is 2 activities or initiatives for each one of the centers. That, and they tell you who written those.
All right. Cultivating a local centers, Dunwoody Village, part community as it was developed in the early 1970s in a Williamsburg style. The village sits at the crossroads of busy roads, Mount Vernon and Dunwoody. One of the significant downsides is the lack of green space, parks close to the center of the village. The addition of 79 townhomes brought some life to the area, but we need more life, especially the restaurants. They don't do a second turn.
No photos.
So, Tucker in.
It is almost very car dependent and it has a lot of service. The city did a reduction of Dunwoody Village master plan several years ago, back 2020. Planning to introduce residential buildings and commercial shops built close to each other to allow pedestrians to be bike. Hopefully the village will achieve that. One of the things that we did do in that plan is we introduced parking decks. Because a lot of that surface parking, all there is, that takes up a tremendous amount of land there. Thank goodness for David Abe's. He is single-handedly turning the village around and kind of updated. So under the updated plan, we can add between 200 and 300 households. But that was scaled down from what the original plan was. The core of the village allows 2 to 5 stories. And the transition is 1 to 3 stories. You can tell it's more residential. And some commercial with resident.
Again, level set on the village, like really all of our commercial centers, the retail and the office are doing really quite well. Village. Richard said, courtyard around the village changed the perception, changed the idea. One developer had an opportunity to build multiple restaurants, which was always what held the village back. A restaurant would come in and say, hey, we love this market, we want to build here, but they were afraid they were going to be the only one. David was able to do all of the restaurants. Regency is making investments again in the area around the courtyard. They've already bought new furniture. They're building a kids play area. They're developing this area under the oak tree in front of the market. So they're making investments. Asana, the new owner over the shops in Dunwoody, is doing similar. They're about to do a major upgrade to their green space.
With a fence, I heard the speaker the other night.
Yeah.
They need a fence to keep the balls out.
They're also landscaping the entire center. If you've been over there, you've seen this main car wash is getting very close to opening. They've got a number of other restaurants. They do have a tenant lined up with the Burger King site. They're not ready to pull the trigger quite yet. That should be pretty soon. They've built a lot of great concepts. I think we'll be happy with who they finally go with if everything works out. Stable is moving forward. There's also a new entertainment use that's going in the old Dan and Company space. So that lease is done. They're gonna make that announcement pretty soon. So things are going really well in the village.
But is the vendor, whoever is gonna be in the Burger King area, are they gonna, will that kick out the farmer's market?
Probably so. It would be nice to look for another location for that.
Yes, questions?
Yeah.
So they've actually already contacted me, they've already talked to, myself and so Bruce is full that Sunday, option at our center. We found a way that would work, is not my way, I was already set out all that. So she supplied, so everything's ready to go, this is, we're waiting on when she needs to leave.
And it could be quite a while.
Yeah.
It could be 6 months.
But mine- Not coming soon. I thought Dunwoody Methodist parked at the library on Sundays. Is that not like official? Okay,
It's not the shop.
Okay,
No, they have a shuttle or.
okay. They used to have a shuttle. Okay. Tom has no need.
Okay. From a transportation standpoint, the focus in the village has always been on improving the environment, streetscape environment for bicycles and pedestrians. We completed the Village Parkway project, and of course, the Village Crossing project on Champion Company is funded in our CIP. We also have design funded for what we call Mount Vernon Phase 3 coming into the village at Dunwoody Village Parkway. Somewhere here. And then we talked earlier about the Ashford Center Parkway design being funded. As far as, looking forward, as what the next big thing would be, I think it would be to go ahead and look at the streetscape on Mount Vernon from Shannon, at least from Shannon, Dunwoody to Dunwoody Village Parkway. To get those improvements all the way connected to Shannon and Dunwoody. And so that's something to think about. We also have a couple of opportunities for sidewalk extensions into the village. There's some shopping center. This one is a post office here. We've got to have that on hold. Depending on what happens with the post office, this one here, we could move forward with some funding. That road is ready to just have a side. That's the one that no further. So those are the opportunities from a transportation standpoint that we see in the village.
That one, the second one, not the post office one, but the second one. That's on the like.
So there's a sidewalk crossing the side.
Right, so it's
There's not a sidewalk on the bank side. It would be
on the bank side, okay,
relatively easy to have one.
gotcha. So I have Google So.
Just trying to find, I mean, one of the things, we can do the things on the big roads. But trying to find opportunities to connect within the village. You know, we looked at trying to do a type of street grid through the chunks that weren't able to do that. We have talked with Regency, they seem very excited about our project, Dunwoody, and we're gonna be talking to them about what we can do with the signal there, their interest to kind of line that up better and get it, you know, kind of show these people into their site.
Terrible perception.
It is terrible, and the traffic was terrible.
Has Regency had any more, like, I remember. When my son was a middle schooler and riding up to it, and he said he was absolutely fine riding his bike up Roberts. But riding his bike through that parking lot was the most terrifying, so. I mean, when we talk about something being transformative, like a parking lot that's welcoming to all would be helpful as well, so we can do what we can on the public streets, but.
Yeah, what we would hope, if we're able to line the signal up better, I mean, maybe we talked about moving that little building up from the west there now, but the gallery. Yeah, about moving that so that it kind of lines up, and so our hope would be, we fix the alignment at the intersection that they would continue that on into the atrium area there, to really connect that.
But it's also just yeah, I know, it's private property, but just even coming in. Yeah. From Starbucks into Walgreens and.
Yeah, those older parking lots, I mean, I know now community development. Always has to work with the developer to say, you really need sidewalks through the parking lot, but all these older developments, it's just kind of.
Free for all,
Free range.
and you hope that the middle schoolers on their bikes hanging out at Walgreens, so get to.
And that alignment is huge too, because it'll help, you know, and part of the Crossroads project as well is connect, you know, rather than to distinct, connect them. You know, that became really apparent to a lot of people last year in the Great Dunwoody, the Lantern Parade, they had events on both sides, but the side on the Shops Dunwoody side really kind of got lost because people just didn't want to cross the street.
Yeah.
And so everyone kind of stayed on the traditional village side, and so there, it was really glaring, right, how difficult it is to get across now.
They had a crossing guard.
How separate these two areas are.
Yeah.
So bridging that gap and making it one central district, even though it's different property owners and different, whatever.
Yeah, there's a Didn't we do something from, in the budget? To do something on the crosswalk in between, I'll call it the Chiquito side and the Dunwoody Village side to enhance that?
Here to here.
No, other side, other way, there.
Raised.
We have a safety project, look at. Doing like a roundabout or something, and a mini roundabout in that intersection.
Or even just,
I thought it was a raised intersection,
We're
100K.
looking at both options, I think,
or a flashing beacon,
Michelle's working on that, and I think that they already kind of determined that, it's actually maybe the mini roundabout is gonna be tricky from a drainage standpoint, so the raised intersection might work better.
I think a mini roundabout might discourage people from walking, but maybe I'm not talking about the same.
So I have a question, Michael. Back at the village street grid, when we had that attempt, I just want to rewind a little backstory because we spent like, I don't know, 50, 40, 30K to do a concept about that, presented, in my understanding, presented to Regency, and then I believe we allocated SPOS fund, 500K, which SPOS is not allowed to put in private dollars. And that was pretty much the end of it. And I wanted to know if we had rewound and done something different, if we had written a check for general funds, non-obligated funds, this might be Ken listening here, we'd use general funds unobligated and give the development authority. If we gave the development authority that 500K, and the development authority would have had a program. Can you tracking this? Right. So if the development authority had 500K to create a program, and they would write that program so that private properties could have a grant to help walkability on their own properties. And they would, is Is that the art of the possible? Is that in the realm of a development authority having a grant program to help a pedestrian build out? And, you know, how else could we skin this cat with Regency still there and help affect that change?
That's not something I answer here on the spot. I need to look at.
That, and also that would be the what. If your what is the art of the possible, then the how doesn't have to be defined today, right?
Well, it seems like a lot of the hows our other cities are doing. And we're not. There are other tools in the toolbox, right? So
So,
Yeah, the issue was that SPOS funds, I think it was any city funds. Like, it was determined that we couldn't use any city funds for road improvement specifically, I think.
so
Remember this issue?
Unfortunately, I was reading tonight, I have no idea.
We were wanting to put streets in on really properties, on lines, but we were only gonna have easements. You know, your lawyers determined that we can't use public funds on private property of all we get these.
That's correct.
For streets.
Right.
That's correct.
So I still would like in the back of the, I know we have the whole ULI stuff and we can go deep on that, but keep things moving forward. It's what are the low hanging fruits of trying to make that still pedestrianized. Maybe it's not under your realm, but it's like the ULI checklist. I just leave that there. Whatever, it's the continue to try to make it more walkable.
I'd like to point out before I forget, if you're turning left in the CVS, you're generally illegally in the oncoming lane, because you don't want to be in a lane going south straight across Mount Vernon. Just, I think that's gotta be addressed. Redo in the room.
And I do have one other on the Village Crossings project. I'll just say at any time we get a chance to speak about that before construction is out or final design is closing curb cuts in general, just making more walkability, improving safety is all of these curb cuts that we can start buying today. Just much like Sandy Springs started buying property along Hammond Drive 15 years ago in preparation. So again, I'd like to have that conversation because we have those curb cuts every, couple hundred feet and you can't put street trees in because the curb cuts are too close and I'd like to have a conversation about how many curb cuts can we close along that sector?
write this down, so when we
Bob.
write it down, you'll remember. Like, when we get to the things.
Sure. Thanks. Okay.
I have one thing to say, sorry. Traffic. I know one time you talked to us about the definition of gridlock, and we don't have much gridlock, we have gridlock in the village. What? We have gridlock in the village. Oh, you're being so funny. I mean, you have to sometimes wait 2 or 3 cycles if you're on Chamblee Dunwoody Road to get through that light at the misaligned intersection between the 2 centers. And I don't have an easy solution, and this is just my what, but and part of the reason you can't get through is that the light doesn't seem synced, but I don't think that's necessarily it at Mount Vernon. So the light turns green at the misaligned intersection and then it's still red at Mount Vernon. And so and then, then it may change, but you know how people are, they don't start right away. And then the misaligned intersection turns red.
I'm glad you brought that up because we've been getting some comments, maybe some public meeting we had on that project about the traffic and. We've talked about it before, but really, we looked at every scenario we can think of. Assuming nobody Mount Vernon drives the traffic in the village, that signal, because you have 2 major roads coming in. How that signal's time affects everything else in the village, and there's only so much time we can give both sections. So we looked at everything from the roundabout to any kind of intersection improvement you can think of there, and when it comes down to make traffic flow on Chamblee Dunwoody better, you would have to have additional lanes. Really to make it flow, you need 4 lanes. It has 4 lanes worth of traffic on it sometimes a day. And if you think about, and that's not obviously what we're recommending, because I don't think
I thought if you add more lanes, it just builds more traffic. I mean, that's
Right, it's essentially what it's gotten, so that's not really the priority, but think about, we never really get, other than the left turn on Michigan, nobody from Mount Vernon. Never really hear complaints about traffic on Mount Vernon.
Right, so maybe the light.
It's all I'm saying, only.
Yes.
That's 5 lanes.
So,
So it's really, I mean, we're making a minor improvement at Roberts with the signal. It should help traffic flow a little better, and we're doing a minor improvement at adding a turn lane, but other than that, there's really not anything else we can add without, expanding the road.
Michael, can I address Joe, so, sorry, my mind was reading some of the legalese and all of that, and it's unrelated. Generally speaking, the development authority or downtown development authority can create grant programs. They usually have to be structured around, the purpose of the development, or whether it's economic development or whatnot. Typically, the grant program has to require something that the owner does, and then it's a bargain as opposed to a gratuity. The owner does something that is something we're seeking, and they potentially can be granted a partial grant. Most of the time, you see those kind of programs tied to create investment, track investment, create jobs, eliminate blight. So you see, most of the development authorities that are doing those kind of programs are doing something around that, because you got three things to worry about: one, the law and gratuity clause. You can't just give away money to private property. Number two, the entity that's creating the grant, it has to be within the realm of their authorized powers under the law. So it can't get something. You have to be careful you're not diverting a city wish list into something that doesn't fit the category. So I don't want to go all the way down to your specific ask, but I don't want you to think the answer is completely no. The pathway may get more narrow as the thing is defined that you're trying to get to.
Sure, yeah, Decatur's DDA gives grants for storefront enhancement.
Storefront you see a lot.
Yeah.
That's the elimination of blight. That's the
Sure.
economic development too.
Got it.
And there's the same language in development about roads. As I think local government says, there's specific language in development authorities that they don't want roads getting built in other ways.
Now my mind has gone back to what you
Yeah.
said, sorry.
And
We looked at, and I'm not gonna say the area, we looked at the area where there was a way to an incentivized program that was a way around, and specifically prohibited is you to try to do a grant program to do something that's in the public function of roads. And in the area of roads is also arguably paths and trails that are inside the highway of the road.
And,
So I think the answer to the part of your question is yes. The answer to the bottom part is gonna be more likely than not, no, because of the, I remember looking at it.
yeah, and sidewalks would fall under that as well.
That's exactly right. So, but
And just to finish the thought on the
thank
traffic.
you. Thank you. Your code down went out.
Just to finish the thought on traffic, going back to operation, we know what you, but that. The cycle of that light there, I don't really know what the timing balance is, exactly what's timed out there, but. If it was, say, 50-50 half hour and half change in Dunwoody, then the traffic's gonna back up more on Shannon Dunwoody because there's only 2 lanes to get through. If you try to give Shannon Dunwoody more time, you're gonna get to a point that's too much time, and then you're gonna see the effect on Mount Vernon. So it's a balancing act. But yes, midday, afternoon,
Saturday.
you see backups in Shannon Dunwoody. Because there's only so much that you get through that light.
Right, so you all know about ULSA and the development authority is working through a number of the priority initiatives that were identified. One project they're working on is creating a vision for the village. Now the town plan created a vision. The development authority works on its own vision, and this is it on the right hand side. Dunwoody's Village District is our charming town center where neighbors connect, local business thrive, and inviting public spaces bring people together. So there is an idea, I think it's been talked about a little bit about perimeter, making sure that we know that the village is a specific place, that it's branded in a certain way, that could include wayfinding, include other sites of signage, but making sure that the entire district, not just one shopping center, but the entire commercial center is known as the Dunwoody Village or the village, whatever we end up deciding. There was a lot of discussion about how the nomenclature around what we call our different districts. And that hasn't been fully figured out, but that's, we're taking down that road. Second, project that they took on was looking at development opportunities or redevelopment opportunities. So we met with the bigger property owners there to identify potential projects. The shops in Dunwoody, really, there's no real opportunity for any new development. They're moving forward, they're keeping it as retail. They brought in Mr. Clean to take over the car wash. That's sort of taken off the table. So really it's about re-tenanting and improving the tenants. Moving over to Regency, same thing. They're really interested in just improving the tenants they have. This was mentioned, so what the Development Authority focused on is the post office, which obviously we're all focused on. I think it was in everybody, all the council members who responded to the mayor's request for projects. The post office is number one. We are in talks with the post office. The answer is still no, they're not interested, but their broker is working on us on how to build our case. So we've shared with them all of our master plans that every single one identified the post office as the center point of the village. And that needs to be a public green. It needs to be the heart, the civic heart of the village. So we're continuing that. They also set aside some money to hire Kimley Horn to help us think through, all right, what would we do with that 2.5 acres? What would we do with the post office site? Green space, parking, community space, and so they're working on that right now. So we should have something to show the council and eventually give to the post office. They see we're still working on how do we make this a civic place in Dunwoody. They went a step further and talked about, well, if that moves forward, that would probably be a city function. That's not really what the Development Authority would do, is create a civic building. They're actually prohibited from doing that. So what would be the redevelopment opportunity? And it probably is these 3 commercial sites just north of it. They make the most sense. There are 2 banks with a lot more parking than they need, drive-throughs, a 2-story office building. So they think that is our best opportunity for redevelopment. We've looked at that site before, many years ago. So they're sort of moving on. How do we get this? How do we help the city get that under control? And then move on to that site to see if we can make something. Yeah. There's a long list of to-dos on that. The next is looking at CID, whether the property owner would like to do a CID, and the Development Authority may well pay for a consultant to help make that happen. So those are sort of the top things coming out of the UL study. I'll hand it over to Rachel.
Because of that, so as far as parts of the village, obviously, the Rainbow Park Centers, I've read about her. We know how well the library does and the art center programming and all that. For several years, we've been trying to figure out what to do with this giant wall that you see. We've tried a couple different times to put out request proposals that we do for all of our other murals. We would get some designs back, look at it as the state board, and it didn't make it as far as our commission. So we tried a couple different ways, and about a month or so ago.
Why didn't it make it as far as our, like, it didn't even make it to the art commission?
Correct. It wasn't the vision that the state review board wanted to see. They
In our building? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We're trying to do is convey, because this is the stage door entrance, and Peter S
Yeah.
Without your typical, masks and things like that. So we've engaged the living walls, did the garden mural, great team to work with. They've already identified 2 artists, and we started 5, we're down to 2. They are currently working on their design mocks. We'll get that to our commission by the April 7th meeting. And the goal is to have the mural completed, before camp starts, so mid to late May. You want me to jump in, or do you want to jump in on what we?
I will jump in.
Okay.
All right, recently we voted in a sign at the Dunwoody Nature Center with words, right? I have asked that Rachel put forth 2 designs for us to look at. One with the artist background and one with the same background, but it'll say stage door. The
billboards.
Sign, but bigger we thought, that's whole wall.
They're gonna do the whole wall.
Yeah.
But I don't know how big it'll be. If you go, think of this building as having 3 entrances. And the entrance that faces Womack is the library entrance, on which it says Dunwoody Library. Right? Spruill entrance has its own art, but it doesn't have any words. Stage door, they want words. They badly want words so that people will know what it is. So
Yeah.
I have asked that we just
Sign.
just get to see it.
They have to find Shamadone, right?
Correct, so we've worked with community development for a couple of years on this, so the signs at both school and the stage versions for the tickets, all of that, that's sort of grandfathered in, I think it's the right term. Any changes to that, they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing now. Yes, and stage door would love to see almost like an RP type style, that's what it started, now down to wording on the mural, which then is a sign with the arts, the art commission. So in that case, yes, it's be on the building, based on our sign ordinance, it was would be without city boundaries, so that would be akin and the redevelopment decision.
Yes, because it is a billboard, and we took, the reason the nature center worked was because it wasn't visible from the street. There's nothing comparable.
It's still a wall, and it is still a wall on which we put words on a building that
But
we
we
own.
turned lots of businesses down.
I hear you.
That we didn't, and the risk with ignoring the sign ordinance is billboards.
And Spruill, but I'm sure love to pack here.
Right. And that's good for them.
And then let me ask, I'm confused as to why we, anyway. Why would
To me, a literal marquee would be less offensive.
Is there anything prohibiting a traditional marquee there?
Yes, I think based on the rest of the.
No way.
They can have like a 2x4, I think, over the door when you go in to stage door, and that's about it, he's like hours out.
I'm kind of getting a little bit distracted with a lot of different conversations here. I'm looking at this picture, but you're talking about a lot of other things.
We're
And
all.
I'm lost right now.
We're talking about this.
Well, no, I heard marquees, and I don't know what that looks like, and I heard other entrances, and I don't know. what this is.
It's all about.
Well, I'm a visual guy and I try to relate, so,
Right.
sorry. So right now, this is what we're talking about, just this right now.
This is.
And it's gonna be a mural.
Mural, correct.
Okay,
Mural that works.
For mural that works.
I think
Just like.
you gotta
just like
bring
Spruill.
both options to this council for us to see.
That's fine.
and is there just, this might be when we just look at the whole Village Crossings project, what it looks like from a person from the street view. And is it approachable, is it engageable, do they know it's there? Are we, we can do some synergy there, right? How that whole, you got some old trees and everything else, and just the whole, right, how that really is approachable, engageable, somebody walking or on Shanley Dunwoody to the center to see it and visualize it and be engaged, and, yeah. Just hope that we'll also kind of aspire to that.
Okay, bring it. Okay. But also,
I do think
I want to make a
Recommend
point
sign.
that's not about the sign, is that when we did all the village planning, I thought we agreed that the village ended at Mount Vernon. I guess I was the only person.
The commercial is always included.
Okay, but
Yeah.
art, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it should, I think it's a huge opportunity to connect an arts district to the village. And actually, what I'd love to see as part of the village crossroads, or maybe some other part of that, is like a sculpture trail or something leading from the art center to the village, kind of tying the two together, I mean, and incorporating the art center into the vibe of the area. I mean, I think that's.
So look, go ahead, Richard. Yesterday, I spoke with the day and Gwinnett County for the Planning Association, who were several downtowns, including Hawaii. A number of them visited. Last year. So they took us all the way under the tunnel and to the other side. There's sculpture all way. So.
How do you know this will happen?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I mean, honestly, I mean, we know it, but just casual passerby, there's nothing, about the mural will help, but clearly define this as an arts facility, but if you had sculptures out front and that tied it to the village. Again, just creating that vibe and that place making is the
Yeah.
great asset of the area.
It would be nice if like the AT&T building would.
Well, yeah, I mean, but, I mean, it's a start, I mean, the Dunwoody mural is there.
No, I know,
And
I'm just saying.
it's,
No,
Circle
no,
does
it-
have, you know, I mean, it's not like there's nothing there, it would be. I mean. More art would be great.
So the only thing I want, the other thing about is I have to rely on what's in the code and Richard's interpretation, et cetera. Without getting into what you should or shouldn't do. I think you can violate your own code. It's well established in Georgia law that even if it's a rule in your zoning code, local government can deviate from it, period. Thomas Mitchell will tell you that, and all the lawyers will tell you that, I will tell you that. And so how this backdoors into other things is, and other things that I don't want to say too loud. When someone is challenging you because you did this, it's not the fact that you deviated from the rule. But if the reason for your rule is not supported by what you did, it's gonna get backdoored over here and other things. So you really need to think, and I don't know this area, I don't know all those things, but all I'm saying to you, that's how it comes up indirectly. Not just in front of somebody, you deviated from your rules, but the basis for the rule has been undermined because of what you did is what they'll try to say. So anytime you're gonna deviate, you need to think through, is the basis for the rule to begin with being violated here? Because it will come back in an indirect way on the challenge of something else. And I'll stop like that.
Typically, court finds against us, they will wipe out the entire sidewalks.
I just, I probably have to do more research and understanding. I look at the Sugar Hill downtown and just a street view, they own a theater there. And it says EAGLE.
But it was there already. It was-
No, they built it from
But
scratch.
They built it?
They built
Oh, that was part of
They own it, they own it.
So
built
it's
it.
their sign code, that's
Okay.
not our sign code.
Maybe it meets their sign code.
No, I bet it meets their sign code. Because their downtown's very different than our village.
Luckily, we're under a rewrite time.
That's
We're not
good.
rewriting it.
That's a good. idea.
Not rewriting the sign, fix that next time.
You're like.
Nope.
That's so to sort of go back to, the civic part. These are just three other green spaces around the region. So part of what Kimley Moore's been doing is look at the post office site and sort of design what a green space might look like, and these are just three options. There are many others. The post office 2.5 acres, so we're gonna see what we can get out of that. So you'll be seeing that pretty soon. Hopefully in the next month or so. And, you know, we'll continue, the development authority will continue to staff, continue to work on trying to make that happen, village office.
Just. I mean, that makes it very public that we're going after them to start, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's no.
Like that, is that the bag?
There's no real secret in, there's a process to go through the post office.
Okay,
They have not opened that process up, they've not done that. the broker who we're working with believes there is a path, a way that the post office sells properties for public benefit. So they would not sell this if we're gonna look at to a developer to build around it.
So that's where you have to kind of look at the plan.
This, we had a connected back plan, and this would need to be a civic use. Now, because there's a lot of different civic uses, right? City hall, park, green space, I don't know, rec center, whatever. So that's what would tie it back to all of our plans, and then we're gonna show that, hey, we are really gonna use this as
Gotcha.
a civic.
All right, anything else on the village? All right, let's go to Georgetown. The area is very different from the village because it has direct access to 285. And it is different from them. It has many more national brands, but the area is disconnected from the rest of the Dunwoody. There's areas like Dunwoody Green, the Dunwoody Park, the townhomes, Georgetown Square, very smaller lots, closer together, and within walking distance of different metro areas. The population is about 5,500. For the comp plan, there are about 3,200 housing units. The anticipated growth over the next 20 years is 451,000 households.
Over the next how many years?
20 years. The Georgetown core area. Here, allows 2 to 10 stories of development, and we went back and forth on this a lot. The 10 stories, that is right around the village, because it's so expensive to buy that property. So otherwise, it's not going to change. And the transition area, 1 to 3 stories, mainly residential, some small commercial.
All right, just a quick slide, the commercial properties are doing really quite well. Vacancy in the office is a little bit elevated, but I think there's some big deals are about to happen. They're gonna take some of that down.
It's less than perimeter.
Would that
Yeah.
include the, like the,
Yeah.
pet ER
Yeah,
surgery center?
yeah, so that is
They're not there yet.
they're not there yet, so that's in there, that's
That's pretty
built.
big.
That's a decent size one, that's not that square feet. And there's some other, they have been doing much better than perimeter because remember, we took out so much of that class B and class C office. Converted it to townhomes behind Kroger. Took down an entire building.
Yeah.
Right. GDOT did.
Right.
So there's obviously a huge amount of opportunity in Georgetown behind the perimeter. This is the district that has the most opportunity. Dunwoody Park office, project, school site, whatever they decide to do with that. The URA, and we have our 2.5 acres there. We're waiting for the small area of land to get done because in the last plan they identified residential on that site. The URA, we had talked about doing that before. Right now, the URA is continuing what they've been told in the past. We'll work there, but we're just gonna hold off until because the community and the council said, yeah, residential is good with us. The URA could move in that direction as well. So that's sort of one whole. Yeah, that's all I've got. And it was Michael.
So I mentioned this morning that some of these things later would kind of show where the things are coming together. I think this is one of them. We obviously completed the Georgetown Gateway project. We have a pretty good existing east-west connection through the area, and then we have Shane Dunwoody fleet now. We have North Shalford in the works, and then Cotillion. Mentioned earlier, GDOT saying that they're gonna build all this as part of the top end project. So, pretty soon you're gonna have not just 1, but 2 east, west, and north, south connections to this area. You're almost starting to get a little bit of a grid. So the next, we have a sidewalk gap on Dunwoody Park. We've kind of been waiting here to see if any redevelopment's gonna happen with that office, and that maybe that gets approved as part of that. The next really project that we would probably look at in this area is, I mentioned earlier, Chamberlain Dunwoody between Peeler and Burmack. Looking at those intersections, I know Burmack could use a left turn lane. Not sure what at this point we would do with the Chamberlain Dunwoody intersection, but there's a sidewalk gap here on Chamberlain Dunwoody. There's bike lanes north here, and there'll be a path south. There's really nothing on that section, so that looks like the next logical place to invest as we move forward.
Then have discussions with third urban about some of the redevelopment of that office complex.
Michael, the north side of Chamblee, Dunwoody before Vermac, where it's just like dirt, gravel, up further north. Right there, Vermac on the north, right,
Yeah.
below that.
There's sidewalk.
No, on Chamblee Dunwoody, right on the north side or the east side. Is there interim, throwing some fresh aggregate in there or mulching?
Maybe it needs to refresh, but we put some aggregate out there before, so we can take a look at whether it needs refresh.
And of course, we all know that express lanes, and that's gonna be just who knows what it's really going for. Right.
Yeah, knows when, because what.
Sorry, does Old Spring House Lane connect with Lincoln Parkway?
No, it dead ends, got a creek, and they're not, they come pretty close together and they line up, but there's a creek in between.
Maybe there's a creek, I didn't know if we put a trail over or not.
No, there is a train.
Yeah, that's what I meant, I knew they didn't connect, I knew there's a.
Nice looking trail.
Yeah.
It's cut off this map. Path coming from the road or already plans on towards town side. DDOT has agreed to build the piece from where that, from down there to swim tennis that's closed now, along the interstate, and it would come out right here, we connect here, and this is, Georgetown Square where the townhomes were built a few years ago, and there's already a path going out to Old Spring House there, so it will connect here.
Okay. Has GDOT given us any indication what they're gonna do with the Georgetown Swim Tennis Club?
Well, they don't own it, the Georgia Power got an easement here,
Right.
here with the big transmission poles. but
Right.
it's still owned by the Towers.
Towers and power.
And GDOT designed their project, the road part was in it. So the way it was Power came down, so they had to do the.
Right. So the pool didn't own the land.
I didn't put it on that, I just
So that's
didn't know if it'd been.
Georgia Power, GDOT did not understand that. And so they did everything right, as much as GDOT can. And then Georgia Power had allegedly had to put the pole right there on top of their pillars. And there, so, yeah. That's.
So the survey for Georgetown and commercial in this area, we gutted out the swing earlier this year, so the swing bank, had a tree fall on it. Had damage, we took the opportunity based on requests for over the years to go ahead and add shades at that time. We changed one of the swings that were adaptive, got a very nice email from the mom, which sends able to use it, so. Again, it's another way we're able to increase our inclusivity. Common Ground is that new sculpture from Milani, I believe everyone had to say the day yesterday, very excited about that. And of course, the Dunwoody Fairway restriping I mentioned earlier, this is, work run, commercial and all the way to Georgetown, so everything's as cohesive.
We have to, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That goes through the neighborhood, right?
Yes.
We have to stripe it.
I mean, right in that place, do you want to put the trail on?
Nope.
Through Georgetown? You think that's through it?
No, but the regulations changed recently, I know this came up earlier, so
Right.
we don't have to put a strike on it, but if we do put a strike on it, it needs to be held up.
Oh, it does?
We did the green and then they changed regulations, so, but you cannot strike that.
We can do polka dots.
A commercial park, so our Noble Winds bench, this is the bench we've been on for quite some time, and ran into some supplier issues, but. They've taken an old wind turbine, recycled it, we painted it kind of spring sparkly color. We are just double checking one more thing with the structural engineer on the actual swinging part to make sure that's not gonna cause any issues. So that'll be coming up rather soon. I'm excited to announce that we're finally able to offer an in-house basketball program. It may sound silly, this one from Tucker, this is a big deal for us. We've never been able to do this, so. Ian Swan, who's currently been on nights and weekends, he's found some time for us where he can do like a free throw contest and then makes and start some programming to just activate the courts in a way we've never been able to do. Striping I've already talked about, and of course the baseboard, or power lights that y'all approved to month recently. Just kind of enhance both of those parts. That's what about dog.
Can you,
Those.
so there's two parts of Georgetown Park. So you've talked about the playground, I guess there's still the Capitol Trail. But what's going on at the other part? But I don't even know.
The bocce side?
Yeah.
So that's where the Hulani sculpture is.
Oh,
So we've activated that area.
okay.
There's kind of a circular green space, that's what the three harbor benches are. Aside from that, it's. No field and.
Do you measure use or anything? Like, does it get?
That one's hard, I have to pull someplace for data, that one's hard because of course it's not unit related, it's right.
Can you tell if people are using a bocce courts or anything? And I've seen a little
I
bit.
can't just like,
Okay.
places wouldn't do that, we know people are just based on parking, we have a lot of requests for programming, and hey, can I go and use it for my group, that sort of thing. You can see what.
So, kind of, sorry, going back to, I would say, like with the Georgetown Park, kind of like we said with the nature center and.
Yeah.
Donald Bannister Farm,
The thing is part of the neighborhood, yes.
and the fact that we have city bocce ball courts and nobody knows that. I mean, to be honest, I didn't know that till 2 weeks ago, until I was like. You know, working by looking at other people's parks and rec sites, and I was like, and that's how I knew about the basketball thing too, like. I mean, I think it's kind of cool at bocce ball courts, didn't know. Bring my seniors up.
There's a dedicated Sunday for food points.
Not messing.
All right, West Chapel, the area is almost completely occupied except for office. Little office area is about 20% vacant. The area is split between, Dunwoody, Dorville, and Peachtree Corners. It would probably be a good idea for us to sit down and talk with them.
Norfolk, it's not. Norfolk's on the other side of the PIB.
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good.
Just making sure.
It would probably be a good idea to have a voice. Talking with the planning folks and whatnot. We can plan that area together, especially since the Walmart is actually in the quarters.
So just while you're talking about that, I've already been talking with some of the electeds in Peachtree Corners, the mayor, one of the council members. About that specifically, we're looking to, we have to figure out the vehicle and the proper way to do this, but setting up a joint kind of committee based with residents and business owners, landowners to try and come up with some ideas for the area. So we just obviously gotta make sure we're doing it the correct way, but it's already underway.
Also the cemetery,
That
I've
us.
talked with them recently, they do want to expand. There's plenty of room for them to expand.
In their own footprint, or are they gonna buy land?
It's in the footprint, so it's, and It's untouched land.
Right, but it's
Yeah.
their
But it goes back towards the Mount Blue neighborhood, it's gonna be going right up against, like, single family homes.
Yeah.
Is it zoned for that already?
It is on for it, there's nothing there.
They bought.
It's gonna be noisy, sorry.
Not it being great, it's like privacy.
There are some state orders back there that limit a little bit, not enough.
So the anticipated growth over the next 20 years is 150 to 300 households. A mix of multicultural restaurants, and small businesses from being well. That's it.
Richard said that retail and office actually doing pretty well in this area. And you've got uses that are very difficult to change. You've got two landscape influences, you've got a number of auto-oriented businesses, and those types of businesses, they can't find.
That's the place. You're talking about where they're like, I forget what they're called, but like stalls, but that's not what they're called, like where it's,
Warehouses.
what do you call it? Where there's a row of,
There's the warehouses right there next to
but they're,
the.
yeah, I don't think we're, but that's what they are, I guess. And that's where all the,
These are all auto.
yes.
oriented
So that's what I'm
businesses. This is landscape, this is the landscape, there's a small office building there, and then the collection of retail, so change is gonna be very hard.
But there's opportunity because I don't, like, I think the warehouses aren't all full. Like in the office building, I think I thought was empty.
No, it's definitely not,
Okay.
it's definitely not empty, it's well leased. And that doesn't mean people are in there all the time, I went over there yesterday. And there's quite a few cars and a lot of activity. I believe all the old warehouses,
Bays, they're called bays.
I think they're full,
Okay.
Yeah, and that recently changed hands, there's no water use there.
yeah. So, there probably is some, I mean, if you go over and the new VP is moving forward, it looks like it's almost done.
Yeah.
It should be opening.
That's Dunwoody, right?
You know, there is probably some opportunity for the retail that is there to maybe help them fix up their buildings. At least the VP is actually pretty nice for the renovation of that, they painted the building, so. From an economic development standpoint, like short term, that would be, you know, one of the projects that I would talk about, maybe the development authority put together a program to help them improve the size, paint the buildings and anything else.
But most of the retail is not in Dunwoody, right?
No, most of it is actually.
Yeah.
That whole Walmart stuff.
All our stuff, and this is the line,
Yeah.
and so that building, these two buildings and all that.
So when you pass where the new gas station is, there's a strip shopping center that faces not the street, you know what I'm talking about, or office building?
Yeah. Like I said, that's
Is that-
mostly in Sesame.
That's mostly industrial.
Yeah. At least the most part of it, you can't see most of it pretty well.
Right. Sorry.
From transportation standpoint, we have 3 projects in this area right now, one of them is Chapel, Happy Hollows. Really, the next opportunity that looking at here is connection to Brook Run. When you look at everything we talk about, when all this is built, that's the last gap in the system that would get you from perimeter all the way to the northeast corner of the city. That is in 5 years, roughly, that's the last gap, having a full connection across the whole city. That's all I really have.
I rode my bike around Dunwoody all last week and I took the Cherry Hill path. Joe, for your Connectors Council, I sure as heck hope you're going down away from Cherry Hill, because that incline up is no joke. I'm on an e-bike.
Well, we're going both ways.
No, I would not go both ways. You're gonna have a lot of people hopping up that sucker, but I mean, like. To me, that's a great example of how a sidewalk is also a stormwater project, because you could just see like the stormwater project adjacent to that, you're like, oh, I see now.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil Winifred's video, but we were out there last week, and talked with a couple of people that were out walking on it, they're really positive about it. Not being there. I think one of them said they had never walked over to the other neighborhood before. So.
Neighbors for material, yeah. Here's the Okay. Okay, so earlier, you're getting them, talking about neighborhoods, we showed that green kind of overall map of, park. Proximity to, people to walk, so coastal corporate plan also has. Priority needs, so this is what we dropped in, so the darkest purple is very high priority. A little bit lighter is high priority, and the coolest color is moderate priority, and these are priority areas for new parks, so where, when you look at Dunwoody, where can we use parks the most? So there's two parcels, 4680 and 4688 Winter Chapel Road, which is the dark purple. If you look at a census tract, these are identified as distressed or underserved status. It's roughly 3 acres. Given its location, you could easily use something with green space, multi-generational amenities. Expand community engagement and cultural events, even a place of privacy based on current activity in that area. So really for the Winter Chapel's area, this would be focused on the park side. I don't have a lot of them, just very high level, I understand, but that's kind of the area where we look to focus on. Okay.
All right, before we start this, go back, I guess, does anybody have questions or anything on Winter Chapel?
I just know there's a lot of downsides in the sense of topography, the sense of the egress. It's all Winter's Chapel based, which is backed up on traffic all the way through, like, it's just. There's some downsides to it.
Well, you also need to consider though, that probably the majority of people use that when you go there by vehicle, they'll be walking from the nearby park complexes. And that's really the goal, is to have parks that people can walk to. So again, I think we need to sometimes break our traditional vehicle oriented, we're gonna drive somewhere. Granted, there needs to be some parking here, and I'm not discounting that, but I think the primary benefit to this would be to serve the apartments right there that people can walk to it.
I would like, with whatever committee Tom forms, that we do some digging within the communities of the people that live there to figure out what their priorities are.
And that's why we want to have the residents a part of that.
And because it might not be this at all, like it might be secure, I don't know, but I know from some of our school administrators that I don't think a lot of kids are playing outside because of security. So I think that we have to start way up here. I think, like, I feel like with the aging housing, I think, again, we have to be careful with our presumptions until we talk to people and make sure that, what they want may not be, where they want us to invest may not be in parks, it may not be, whatever. I think we need to figure that out.
And when you do have those conversations, Tom, that whole Winter Chapel corridor in front of the waterworks, it's like 4 lanes wide. There's some long-term things we could potentially do with Gwinnett, with Beachy Corners along that, doing some linear green space as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I actually, Christine, had a conversation with Warren Grimlow, our governmental person with County. And we're talking about that specific corridor, and the concerns the county has is they're, again, going back to their 10-year plan of the waterworks improvements. They're gonna be using a lot of that area for staging and heavy equipment coming in and out, so. Again, high beams on, looking down the road, but anything within the short term, probably over the next 10 years, I don't think we want to make a significant investment, the roadscape there, because it's gonna be a mess. Or perhaps coming in on top of that, clean up the mess, we do that, but again, I'd like to work closely with CAB to see how we can maybe partner and enhance that area after the work's all done. All right, last story, Jeff Barrier.
This area is split between Dunwoody and Sandy Springs. There's no housing in there, but the area is surrounded by housing. Recently, a former field, sold is now taking place, with tremendous success. Recently owned the other side of the street on Jet Ferry. The retail vacancies are much higher on Regency side than on, the very west side. Comp plan allows 1 to 3 stories. And growth of about 50 to 150 households. For that people groups.
As mentioned earlier, we have the Mount Vernon and Philly Mill projects out there right now, that will connect all the way down to Jet Ferry. And really, we have a crosswalk improvement on Jet Ferry plan after we paved. The next thing that could be looked at here is extending that path connection on Mount Vernon down to Dunwoody Club. Doesn't really get you anything on Dunwoody Club, there's not really any kind of facilities on Dunwoody Club, but it would connect to Kingsley neighborhood, both with the crossing that we have on each street, and then also there's a signal at Saffron, so it give that neighborhood better access to that path that will go to Mount Vernon. That's all.
Is that a signalized light, the crosswalk on Jefferson? I like a push the button and.
No, I mean, it was going to be a standard crosswalk. But on that ferry is not so high with it. Function okay without any kind of signalization. But you know, that's always something that people can add later if needed.
It's not near the bus stop.
That's where we're planning on putting it, yeah.
That is, I think. the
Yeah,
bus stop
there's
is
a bus
closer.
stop.
There's 2 bus stops there.
Right. Kind of a little there, there's a bus stop on that side of the road. And we were planning on putting it close to there. It is some pedestrian counts and some pedestrians crossing here and here, but you don't want to really put it right next to the driveway. You've got turning vehicles. And so there was no definitive, it's like, well, we put it here, this is where everybody's crossing. So there's enough crossing here, you got a bus stop there, that's probably the best place to put it.
Isn't there a bus stop at the more northern end?
Yeah, there's 2 of them. There's 2 bus stops
two bus
within like,
If they stay.
That's the other one is get closer down to the
Yeah.
stop sign.
Yeah.
closer down the stop sign.
It did look like it would make sense to put a crosswalk anywhere north of the Chick-fil-A, the driveway next to Chick-fil-A. So we're actually not right where Chick-fil-A is.
Most of that's a driveway.
And at the end of the day, this is a striped
Yeah,
paint.
right.
And does it change vehicular motorist behavior?
You need a visual cross, I think, if you wanna feel safer crossing the road.
Or
You
race
need
cars?
it.
You need more than paint.
Well, that's a start.
It's a start. But I appreciate the start.
Did we ever want to go back and talk to Sandy Springs about the 4-way stop there?
We can.
Maybe just get us a.
I think they were going to do something and then they just, you know, it's.
Well, the garden is in the way and they probably thought it was trouble, but I don't remember exactly what happened.
We have continued to track the crashes there, you know, there's still more crashes that you'd like to see there, but there's the flashing stop signs have had a little bit. You know, it has-
The near miss is a.
Yeah.
Are you still planning to move the Dunwoody sign? Oh,
No, we need you.
We looked at that and it was really no right away for us. We actually talked to the gas station, Jet Ferry. They didn't get any sign, they didn't like us, and on the other side of Jet Ferry, there's no right of way.
Do we have, with the path to go from Jet Ferry to Dunwoody Club, when we rezoned, did we get the easement for that? Do we need it?
We have quite a bit of right away there.
Okay.
We would maybe need some easements for grade
Temporary,
or
okay.
something, but. It would fit within the path itself would fit within the right.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got an action out to talk to, Sandy Springs, counselor up there, John Paulson.
Yeah.
Because it'd be nice to revisit, it's been about a decade since they discussed that four-way and doing things on their side of the Dunwoody Club and stuff. It might be another good time for us to get together with them.
So you're gonna reach out to them.
Yeah,
They're just putting in the sidewalk in Spalding, right? Or Jeff Ferry, Jeff Ferry.
Jeff Ferry up to Spalding.
Jeff Ferry, yeah. They've been in the process of doing that, you know, because there wasn't enough going on in that quarter. Yeah. It's been very good.
Yeah. So again, the office and retail both doing pretty well. The only real opportunity for redevelopment, I know Regency is looking at their shopping center, they've do something a little different, they're fairly well occupied. The McDonald's, as we know, has been taken
20 years now.
0.7 acres.
It's close, right? It's a long.
Yeah, McDonald's owns it, and McDonald's does not sell their property without restrictions on uses. And so the opportunity to redevelop why it's sitting there is because you can't put a restaurant there, you can't put a drive-through.
And it sits very low.
You know, the only other use is maybe a
bank.
bank. And those things in the community not thrilled about.
Is it for sale?
Oh, yeah, they would sell it, if they want to sell it, that they have no interest.
Right, the McDonald's, they don't really.
Yeah.
They don't really, they really want to sell. I don't, it's not.
Yes, and they do want to sell it, they just will not sell it without deed restrictions on restaurants. And somebody coming in is gonna buy it and say, what can I do with it? Somebody wanted to put a park-oriented use in it.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden you're looking at a piece of property that you can't really do anything with. And so it's gonna sit there.
A bank. I mean, I'm not kidding, it could already think, but there's a bank already in the parking lot.
I think banks, when they hear Dunwoody, they still are feeling very welcome. I mean,
Yeah.
for years, Dunwoody said, we don't want any more banks.
Right, well.
And I'm not sure that location is the same.
No, I think we're allowed.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I forgot about that.
So it's 0.7 acres, I'm not sure what
Well,
the,
there's Bank of America in there.
what the value of the property is, but it's probably gonna sit there for another.
20 years.
Netflix could put a store there.
Yeah, that experience thing.
Yeah, they need a few other houses for,
Spirit Home.
but it's, you know, would say be willing to buy it, as put a park there or. I mean, I don't think a commercial use, there's much.
Not at the,
Was it you?
we don't really want to sell it price.
Right.
Yeah, well, maybe that.
It's right, that damage.
I mean, the guy that I met with a zillion years ago when it was, about the car place, he was like bulk buying
He
McDonald's.
specializes in buying stuff.
Right.
He knows what they do.
Uses.
But
But-
typically McDonald's is gonna be on Roswell Road.
Yeah.
Or Drive. People, you can put in a
It's industrial, but
auto oriented
yeah,
use. They're not gonna have as many restrictions.
right.
As we do that.
Well, also, was a strange place for that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, Regency has looked at it and Regency's figures the same thing. They can't do anything with it.
And
Buildings maintained well enough.
I got a call for, it's an oil change. The guy called up, said, would it be okay putting an oil change?
Right.
What point, like, can the development authority or the UDA, like, declare it as a blank spot? And go in it that way?
Right, 20 years.
Right.
20 years.
So if we, development authority can't take property. So the URA, you would have to create a new URA, you have to go through that process.
Really?
We're still gonna have to pay for it.
Right.
You have to pay fair market value for it, so.
But if it's been empty for 20 years, what is there? I mean, I'm not,
That's just another few more years.
right, I don't know. Is there someone I could talk to at McDonald's? You
Yeah,
know?
there's a order, you can sign out.
There is.
Or if it says on leases, you could call McDonald's, they have.
They're all purposes, since they use.
And I thought you said you talked to somebody and I guess your sense was that they didn't want to sell it, I don't know.
We started about cover this all.
right, franchisee, that, right, okay.
The extra prices.
Now, the retail vacancy. The people that built Big Play, they bought that center. I think that, is there a fitness place coming in with the old consignment store? Where the old consignment furniture, yeah.
In the midst of building that.
This is gonna be my jazz club.
Well,
I don't think he wants another, I think he wants you to drink at his Big Play.
I was gonna have a jazz and blues play. I was gonna walk.
So unlike, again, same Trust Republic land, sort of map here. Unlike Butter Chapel, there's no block with some green space. So what I would like to do, is engage with the group called Parking Day, where it's nonprofit, they've been around for years. They take curbside parking spaces, convert them into public parks temporarily. Again, just a way to get parks in this area of the city, activate it, do something fun. Typically, the events are held in September, so we've got some time to plan, but, you know, when the development and where the best place for this to be, but, that's kind of our first step, on the parks.
Where do we have curbside parking?
I mean, you can use it as a parking lot.
It's usually just a parking lot.
We get talking to McDonald's or Regency or somebody.
It was like.
Yeah, they do it at Lenox Mall, but they did it for many years.
Yeah, that's great. So I like that. On a
So we're
Saturday.
gonna partners, get Crema, get other.
48th
48th
Street be all. of that.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of cities.
Like, it's today,
It's just like, it's like a national.
It's a fun little.
Yeah, do it.
Let me get
You know, go back to that for 1 second.
Oh, stand right.
So what's interesting about this opportunity is, and maybe we do it for like, oh, it's a sad, like do the weekend. Is that maybe we do it at the old McDonald's and we see what the vibe is.
Yeah.
See what people give a little taste about, maybe some future council can decide that 25 years is too long for it to be vacant. And they can make an offer on it or something. I mean, that's, I mean, 'cause it's a weird location for a park.
Yeah.
Chief, if you need to skip this for work, we can handle it.
It'll take 2 seconds, it's the same spot.
Right.
The first.
That's what I think.
It was done by design. It was done by design.
The only thing that I will add is that we're continuing to contact our existing better cameras. So that's okay. Getting that area. Right now, we're just focused on PCID. It takes a good minute for us to get those cameras, system. So, also our high part there is ACC, our camera. Where it's not focused. Focus here.
Curiosity, because that one is like so close to Sandy Springs, $1 million, right? Like when there's an accident at that four-way, how do you guys book a coin or how do you decide to do those?
So the northbound, like.
So the person has to be like, yeah, no, I'm in the northbound lane, it says Sandy Springs.
I would be, I'd be done. before-
You'd be done.
I don't
You
know
would be
sound.
done. Be like, I don't know.
Pointing towards Kroger, to right?
I have a question, we'll get that up. Any hot spots in either neighborhoods or commercial nodes that need some sort of attention or an issue we need to address? There's always speeders or always a certain kind of crime.
Yeah, our point of view is relatively quiet up there. Around, of course, the high school, all the countries, the traffic is there, through the neighborhood, you get a lot of lights up there. Adjustments that you. But yeah, mainly, we do not spot, but give it, sometimes gonna be the building themselves. But yeah, we, want to be small, but also.
Why doesn't Sandy Springs ever run radar and nobody club crime?
Do they even patrol Dunwoody Club Drive?
I occasionally see it.
I do.
They should,
I never see it.
They've never, they've never, I've never seen the radar. I mean, I've seen our guys put radar. I know, they've never seen it. What's that? Trying to read it.
You good on that? Okay, energy level of the groups right now,
It's
We're gonna.
you're little, do we need a 5 minute break or do we want to stretch through?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
The clerk says 5 minutes.
Okay. All right, we're ready, Jay.
Okay, there are two different options in the way to attack this because there's four different areas.
Right.
And we've got three different questions. By topic or area by area or free forming. All three are viable options.
Free format.
Free format it is.
Oh, God.
Wait. Got a text. Voting on?
Do we want to go area by area or topic?
Questions by
Question by question. Okay. Okay. Let's go.
Whatever.
Okay. Let's go question by question and start with commonality between. So on the first one, what should each center feel like 5 years from now? Go with a common feeling on that.
No, I don't think there's common feeling.
Okay, then we won't go that way.
I think 5 years from now, each center should have its own identity, like, and Jet Ferry should be called something other than Jet Ferry.
Right.
Jet Ferry, that we just all refer to as Jet Ferry, I think.
Williamsburg, Jet Ferry Village.
I don't know, like, I mean, like, I mean.
So we have to stand.
Perimeter, you know. is-
Right, but when my son
Society-
eats, I said, what did I say, Jet Ferry, Mount Vernon, I mean, it's kind of a mouthful. Shopping centers.
Okay, each should be different.
It's okay to have, in my mind,
Okay.
and I think we talked about this earlier, and Michael probably did, and that we don't have one downtown. We have like all these different nodes, and they're all a little bit different, and I think that's great.
Okay.
And so 5 years from now, like, I would love for people to stop talking about how we need a downtown Dunwoody, be like, oh man, I went out to Jet Ferry Village or Village of Jet Ferry and it was so fun. Or, you know, hey, have you seen the coolest thing in Georgetown? And everybody knows exactly what you're talking about in Georgetown. And Winter's Chapel becomes tied into, so in my mind, in 5 years, like, you know, if I wanna go incognito and just kind of slide in, I can go to this node. If I wanna dress up and see all my neighbors, I go to that node. Like, and everything has a different feel and all of them, when he knows that, and it's all okay. That's my
On that, those went back on the fact of rebranding that area, is that something y'all want?
But I think we need to write that we need to figure out what we're gonna call that area long term.
Well, and you said about Williamsburg?
I think that's what the
That
shopping.
shopping center is Williamsburg.
The shops Williams.
And we need something, we could call the district Williamsburg.
Okay.
Change Jet Ferry, so it's changed a lot.
But that would be kind of.
You know what?
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, because we did a raise architectural styles.
Okay, cool.
I'm just gonna say this. We've already kind of answered this for some of these. I mean, there's a lot of documents for the village already. The charrette we just did, the streetscape, the overlay. We're doing the Georgetown small area plan, so I feel like we've already answered that for those. So this question is maybe for the remaining spaces, like what do we want for
For
Winter's Chapel, for
in 5 years.
Jet Ferry?
Right, for Winter's Chapel in 5 years, I'd like to see that it. Because I'd like it to serve the residents in the area as well as possible, like, I don't know what that feels like, but. Feels maybe more cohesive,
That's what I'm saying, like, it has its own.
right, but no, I don't disagree,
Vibrant personality, and that vibrant personality serves the residents.
right.
Yeah. Well, what do we need to do that for? What kind of stuff? Restaurant, what do we need?
No. We have to talk to them and find out what they want.
Right.
Sure.
So I think eventually we ought to figure out if we need to do a winter, you know, we tried a Winter's Chapel, small area study, and it was a cluster is the nicest thing I can say about it. The question is, you know, you start this committee, you and John figure out the Jaws world, and then we go from there. You all figure out what has to happen for us to do what we need to do, because I don't think we have the answer to all the questions yet for Winter's Chapel.
But now's the time to do it because we're making significant investments
Right.
into the infrastructure around there with the phase 2, Winter Chapel, Peeler Road. And, you know, in 5 years, those projects are complete.
Right.
It would be wise of us to be well on our way to taking advantage of using those as a catalyst to kind of revitalize the area. That's one thing I hear probably the most when I speak to residents over there is they feel like they're forgotten. They don't feel like they're in Dunwoody. They don't feel they get the same attention as the rest of Dunwoody. You know, quite frankly, that's not how we want our residents to feel. And I think there's another benefit to creating having all these different nodes. And that's the fact that if we have places with life and energy and places people can go and have a good time, if you live in Fontainebleau, you don't have to drive all the way to the perimeter, and that takes cars off more streets and lessens the traffic, right? And so there's small incremental benefits to developing these areas as far as traffic and other things. So I think it's really critical of us to I know we're starting to pay some significant attention to Georgetown. Obviously, the village and perimeter are always at the top of our minds. Jet Ferry or whatever it becomes named, and Winter's Chapel, they need some love, and I think we need to. But again, we don't know what that is yet, and that's part of what we need to do.
So if you stick to commonalities, it's that public space, green space.
That's, in 5 years, you'd like them.
Yeah. Some in each of those nodes.
Yes.
Easy connectivity to the adjacent neighborhood.
Connectivity to the adjacent neighborhoods and connectivity to each node as well.
Yeah, I think there's potential opportunity if we hopefully big play as long-term success of piggybacking on that as well, and maybe considering is there something we do to make it more attractive to families, because it is very much in residential area. I know some big plays open, it's right up the street from my house. Tons of my neighbors are going up there all the time. They're really enjoying having that so close by. So how do we keep hop on that momentum and do something exciting there?
What would define success? When would you look at it and this is a success?
So I think I think the village is doing great. I don't even exactly know what I think it's coming along on its own. I think what would make it more successful is some of the parking lot issues, like the connectivity from the sidewalk to the centers. I think that addressing some of that kind of infrastructure, which is not necessarily something we can do. And I think for the village, have some more housing.
But that's what it looks, so yeah, there's more people
Right,
out and about.
yeah, for all of it, sort of. But not, Georgetown already doesn't have enough parking. It's busy.
So yeah, let's go back to the whole people back.
Yeah.
The success to the city would be when you see them fully activated. To go back to what we were talking about earlier, when you see more people and more things are being used. That's the
Energy is life. Yeah,
What did you say?
energy and life.
Yeah, energy life.
Right, I don't.
In all of them, right?
Right, oh,
In all
yeah.
of them.
I wanna, Georgetown, I always like to tell people this when they're complaining to me about stuff, that Georgetown's probably 55 years old now. Does that sound about right, Michael Starling? It's pretty old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is a 1970 shopping center that is full, that was full during the recession. It meets the need. I mean, it's somewhat phenomenal when you look at around us at our neighbors and what their 1970 shopping centers, even if they're good now, what they've been through. And so I think Georgetown is it's certainly got a lot of people.
Well, that part of Georgetown, that's the kind of the western edge of that kind of commercial area.
That's our only commercial.
Well, there are
Oh,
commercial
right.
areas like office space and stuff like that.
Yes, you're right.
Bunch of single story,
Yeah,
big
you're
part
right.
office
Right.
space that is, to me, a ripe area for some sort of redevelopment.
Right, so, yes.
The good news, you start to see some investment into some businesses there as well. Lucky Goat, the new hummus place there, and there's right in that same little strip center. There's like basically convert to like British pub type or something. So again, and when we're over at Lucky Goat, there's a lot of local activity there around that. So what can we do to support that, support those local businesses and keep that energy going?
For Georgetown, because this is specific to Georgetown. The plan we're working on, has an awful lot of housing, which is too much housing. But it needs more commercial services. We have a bazillion people, or 5,500 to be exact. But that grocery store also serves inside the perimeter And so it's pretty stretched, pretty thin. So if we're gonna add much more in that area, we have to figure out something, a small grocery store, a big grocery store, or something somewhere
Where in Georgetown?
in Georgetown. So to me, in 5 years, if we're
Yeah.
adding this housing, there needs to be some commercial amenities. Maybe it goes with that.
Perimeter Park is always open, you brought up some questions, what's happening then?
Which one was that?
That's the flat house over there by the South School.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that
The one
Third and Urban bought,
Yeah.
right?
Who bought that?
Third and Urban.
Yeah, and they're doing huge stuff in Sandy Springs.
Right.
Michael, any update on that? What's happening perimeter park? Is there any-
They're
Waiting.
doing pretty well leasing, looks like they might be taking some of their parking,
Okay,
which may give back their office building, so against 2 5.
right, the big one.
The two stores, the nicest one. So that may, they read off that sooner than they had sort of thought.
Further discussion will go down.
Are those individual lots owned by separate people or is it one big owner?
All 17 acres is done by the
So that's 17 acres planted to develop.
Third question up here kind of ties into the deliverables at the end. What improvements or investments could make these centers more vibrant, connected, and prosperous? What improvements or investments, and let's use that open for both city investment, private sector investment.
Well, we've got green space also, but it's gotta be activated as well. So it's programming, it's activation. It's events. It could be just a person playing guitar on them in front of it, whatever, just something.
You just bought it,
Yeah, everybody just wants music.
Yeah.
Except me. But, okay, so this is really, really in the weeds and small, but when we put the stars up for the holidays, I think we need to put something at North Peachtree and 285, which is part of Georgetown, because even though it's not like a commercial district, it's commercial right there, but it's also like a gateway to the city. And so if there's any poles and we can afford it, just throwing a couple of stars there, maybe, because I think it makes it feel more like part of the Dunwoody ecosystem, and it's not residential. It's commercial right there. Who knows? What's that? Snowflakes. Where'd they get stars?
Yeah.
Snowflakes. I meant snowflakes.
Yeah.
That's our new catalytic.
Yeah, there you go.
idea,
Right.
putting up stars all over them.
So anyway. Just to, because when you come off Chamblee Dunwoody, the other entrance into the city, you get them. So.
Well. Keeping a common theme going is connectivity to making sure that our residents, especially that live nearby, just knows we get there easily. Walking, biking, and otherwise, that's gonna be huge, and where the opportunity presents itself, we've already got these projects in the works. Connect them to each other, for example, the Dunwoody, Mount Vernon project connecting. Jet ferry to the village and the projects we have connecting the village to the perimeter, and you know, I think those are.
Are all of these commercial districts entertainment districts?
No.
Jet Ferry's not in it.
Because that, I mean, that's something you could do if somebody wants to.
I don't.
Are you drinking?
We need to.
Where you walk.
I'm just asking a question if.
I think.
You go to 48th Street, they have a wine self-serve at 48th Street.
Maybe nobody, but maybe somebody puts something in if they know that. I don't know. I don't know if it's the right idea.
It's
or
a
not.
chicken and an egg question,
Yeah.
but also Jeff Ferry's just, I mean, Winter Chapel's a strange, the dynamics of.
Yeah, that would be a little tougher, but.
Yeah.
Well, or then maybe like Georgetown, went to Georgetown.
I would say also, keep in mind, you know, when we did the comp plan, we specifically named transition areas, which are adjacent to Jet Ferry and Winter Chapel, and as things come forward, that we keep in mind that those transition areas were created for a purpose.
I just found a way to say this, right way. So if there are commercial failures in either, it's nicest, or in any of our locations, then we look at the comp plan, but we encourage maybe some diverse housing types. or something. So I know that when there was angst over what was gonna come the Weedle, there was some chatter from the neighbors that they would like townhomes, for example. So.
I guess that's what I was kind of thinking, like in mind.
Right, I was
With
just
the,
saying.
with the transition.
Right,
yeah.
that's right, but I think it's incumbent on us. If there's a wide swath of available space. We have to remind somebody that it's an option.
And we can only communicate that if we have understand the economic reality of what that land costs and what
Yes.
they could build.
Right,
Is townhomes too expensive, because there'll be $1.2 million townhomes,
but they're gonna be too expensive
or you do stack flats instead, and it might be a little bit
if they
less.
can finance it.
So now initiatives for each area. Anybody want to put the first area on the floor?
Just do the village first.
Implement the ULI recommendation.
Yeah. That's what I'd say.
I mean, they're allowed to say it, it's two per person, I mean. I think address the parking lot challenges.
Keep waiting for the post office.
Yes.
Yeah.
Keep moving forward on the Village Crossway project to connect the two sides of Shamlin Dunwoody.
Here's an easier one, encourage some more bike rides over there. For all the middle schoolers that are rolling in over the weekend.
Or me.
Adult only hours, no children running around.
I have to respond to her, it's not, she's already.
Maybe suggest that 6 o'clock on a Friday night is not time outside out in Dunwoody. Go to perimeter, but not much of. Well, is this 1 or 2 or this 5?
Well, we're trying to digest this down to just,
That's not.
in the end, the goal is to digest it down to 2 unless the council wants to have a longer list.
Well, we had earlier talked, more public art, and finishing up the connectivity.
Capitalizing on this art center being so close, maybe. Yeah.
So from this, do we want to keep the longer list or digest? Down to
We'll
this?
keep the longer ones. Y'all can figure it out. I mean, 5 years is a long, I mean, the
Next one.
Georgetown.
George.
Figure out the school property. Yeah,
Hmm.
good luck to us. Another group. There's something.
Mitigate express lane impact.
Yeah. And to me, part of this needs to wait until the small area plan is done.
For the what?
Until the small area.
Yeah, I mean, it's right, it's just right, I think this stuff.
I think a lot of this will die. I mean, it'll be.
Yeah, we have that. Yeah, low density office conversion.
Richard, is the small area plan, I don't even know, what are they looking at the managed lanes or not really?
Yeah, I mean, they're,
They know it's there.
yeah.
Say, encourage redevelopment of that Dunwoody Park with all those old office buildings.
Yeah,
that's-
that's third in our.
That's what John, that's that place.
Expressly.
Yeah, they don't like Dunwoody Park.
No, he,
Dunwoody Park, no.
that's what he just answered for. John, he answered that for John. John called it something different. He called it perimeter park.
Okay, are we good?
Yeah, okay, Jeff Berry, or whatever we're calling him.
If they,
Identify a name and like create the sense, try to create this, identify the name to create a sense of place.
Identify name to create an identity.
It's,
Yeah.
name it. What park?
Very not used before.
Yeah.
Right, I don't know. Right.
Yeah, that's what that pretty much. I guess that's what it should be. It's just a old block.
Oh. So we've got some really great popular spots there, 48th Street, Crema, now Big Play. You know, Chick-fil-A is always back, but how we capitalize on what's working there and enhance it with.
Asian company.
What's the status of those office buildings in the back? How are they? Are they well funded? Are they well full?
I think everything goes pretty well.
And those are individually owned?
Each individual building, I think there's an owner of more than one building, and then individual condos of buildings.
I know
They're
that
not changing anytime soon. Right, exactly. I mean, it's, where's the opportunity?
They may not.
I think Create Dunwoody is gonna try to have an event there and this year, they're gonna try to go to Battle of the Band. They used to do it, Lebanon Month.
In the office areas?
In the Jet Ferry, no, like the Jet Ferry and the Williamsburg. To try to activate that area.
Well, Rachel just said she's been on this. You're doing something to Jeff Ferry.
It's too hard.
I've got it's a green space, public space. We should have something there in 5 years.
Permanent problem. I would say investigate entertainment district. Investigate whether or not we want to make that an entertainment district.
First.
I'm just saying we investigate to see what we want to do.
I'm gonna say that there's nowhere to walk around.
Right, it's nowhere to go.
Well, the pedestrian activity that we're talking about, typically along Mount Vernon. I propose to continuing it down to Dunwoody Club, especially if we're trying to create that district there. I know a lot of people are walking from Saffron and having, you know, do that. There's just a small gap fill. I think that would be a good thing to do.
Anything else with the area formerly known as Jet Ferry?
I just want to
I mean, we want to work with Sandy Springs, that's implied.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Which one?
Winter Chat. Green space.
Yeah.
green space and public space. He's like, what
Right.
do we do?
Space, public space.
Public safety, maybe.
We had talked earlier about trying to do something to give that a sense that it's in Dunwoody, or somebody was saying it felt like they kind of
Yeah.
neglected, so I don't know what that is, but
I know there's a lot of interest in future corners as well, so continuing that discussion with the neighbors, the businesses, the property owners in that area to do starting there, what do they want to see in the building off the local input.
And if you frame it higher, what catalytic initiatives is the outcome of seeing the people that actually live there
Right.
engaging and doing things?
I would love to start with that and move on to a small area plan, so we can give the small area plan some guidance saying this is what the local residents, businesses would like this to become, how do we get there?
Catalytic addition.
People that live there.
Anything else?
That's why I think the survey would say what it says for the.
Okay, the schedule actually has us taking a break, but I think we're okay with it going on to the final part. That right there is your local centers parts. And to recap where we were off the first ones. We were talking neighborhoods. No, neighborhoods here. aging and designing something to incorporate them and how we interact with them. Transportation site update, a vision on specifically the process transportation projects. And then, as we kind of have poorly written up here, making sure that the details that need to be addressed in the code update are addressed, and making sure that we have a strategy. Is that a good list for y'all? Going through, working with aging and making sure that we as a community have some way to identify them. Working with the transportation plan, doing it as part of the budget process. Having a vision on specifically the process of transportation projects involved. And then working with both zoning areas and the code update to make sure that details that are needed to be addressed are addressed.
And something about code enforcement was supposed to be up there too.
Code enforcement is written very small, right there. Anything else from that part from neighborhoods? Moving on to the further one, green space and looking for us to set what can set us apart there. Walking connectivity is always a common thing. And then another one, third one, looking at economic vitality, filling in office spaces, making sure that it has an identity, maybe working on the marketing towards it so that people know it is the perimeter. Anything else to add to that? We'll work as staff over the next week to kind of wordify these and then send them back out.
Certified?
45, that's the word of the day.
I have a
12.7.
question about, there was in my neighborhood list that I didn't ask.
Okay.
So. And it's about spending and priorities, so. I'd like us to come up with a policy that says if an expense, even if the state or the feds would pay for it. But it's affordable. By whatever definition that is, which obviously isn't $10 million, for projects that are bazillions of dollars. But. I love that Michael Smith goes to the state for these safety projects, but also I feel like we're waiting for such little money. And so maybe part of the effort is to ask the state to reimburse us, which I don't think they will, right? Do they actually hand you the equipment? How does that work?
Yeah, the most recent one, yes, they did it, but in the one I think we're talking about now.
Yeah.
When we applied for it, our understanding was it would be stuff that we get implemented in the next 6 months or so, and when they get back, said, oh, this is not gonna be too much to do.
Could I ask? I can send an email. It just feels like that if we have needs that are important and they don't cost very much, we should be able to afford just to do that. And so I think that maybe internally, Eric, y'all need to figure out what those amounts are. I hate to pass it up free.
I think you're on the right track, and I think Michael, he thinks that way anyway on it. But we can just make sure that we always mention it internally as we're developing it. And I don't think we ever sit down and just pray for the rain.
Yeah, I mean, on the federal stuff, it's not worth assuming if you're not getting probably the speed.
Well, right, so I'm not even, the federal stuff, I think. The projects we apply for are so much money,
Yeah.
but some of the state stuff.
I mean, I think it's like $15,000 problems, but we were waiting on money for that, it wasn't enough money. Delay. So is maybe the step to have just an internal conversation for each project? Is this important enough for me to do it right now, or?
No, that was my ask. The ask was for internally, we don't ever talk about it, it's not our business, exactly.
Or is it worth waiting a year?
No, we're waiting a year for $10,000.
That's what I'm saying.
Right,
Is it-
no,
But
that's what he said, right,
No, but I'm saying that like some of those are high priorities and some of them maybe it's okay.
right, that's internally, they need to figure that out.
I'm saying the same thing as you. just
Okay. Right, okay, all right. And then, Rob brought up the stadium. I just. You want to mention the stadium?
The high school stadium that's gonna.
We love to say,
No, we're not.
Just
We're already calling it
parking and,
stadium, so.
Parking,
Is it a stadium? Yeah.
yeah, they're building the stadium at the high school,
They are.
it's gonna affect traffic and parking. Occasionally in central Dunwoody. And we need to be thinking about how we're gonna handle that, even if we don't know all the details yet.
Richard, do you have anything to tell us, like an update?
Yeah, they're, trying to get the LDP this week or next week. Yeah. The fire marshal, I saw the email, the fire marshal did, so they're ready to go.
But they have to go back to the board, right, one more time?
Thanks.
Is there any stormwater issues?
They said they're gonna handle them all, so. Of course. We'll review this stormwater.
Is the stormwater going up to the water retention pond? Is the water going uphill?
Yeah. They're gonna. The
There's a
underground
pond
on site. They can't drain the detention pond, it's almost 30 feet above where it is.
This, just like you're saying, who's like filing the permits?
Tyler Gaines is leading Amber.
Lives here.
Not Ryan Street, guys.
That's like, I mean, I would hope that who's ever filling out the paperwork isn't. Just to you know what I mean, like, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, we checked the school records and they did take memorandum of understanding to the schools, we did approve it, so.
But he's a builder, right? Right, this is what he does.
Okay.
That's so.
They've got engineering firm and
They,
all that.
right.
Okay, so they've like,
Yeah.
they're not just like
Yeah.
me filling out, oh, yeah, I'll take a stormwater check. Okay, but
Right. Lord. So with that, there'll be 5 Friday nights a year that'll be different.
Well, plus, JV games on Saturday.
They already have the baby game at the.
I
But
could see him using it for other purposes.
I think
Soccer
so.
game.
It won't be the same crowd as Friday, Friday night lights.
Biggest crowd's gonna be the Friday night football games. And unless we use it for something.
Right, that is announced to the citizenry.
Yeah, I think that there has to be some communication, right?
State of the city.
Other kind of side issues on that. I mean, I just put those in parking lot, so you know.
I mean, most of the streets are marked no parking around the high school. And what did you say, Ryan Gaines? No, it's his name. He, I had lots of conversations or a few conversations with him and he could answer my questions and they're working on a parking plan. With, I guess maybe Dunwoody Elementary, the church.
Yeah, because that's the zoning thing, so we don't.
I know it's not yours, but it's ours because people complain to us.
I guess there is no plan to go over the water retention pond with any part whatsoever. At least there was discussion back in the day.
Yeah, they come and talk to me about it and prompt it.
But that was a few years ago, right?
Also lighting with that, I mean, it's only gonna be a few nights, but they're gonna be stadium lights.
No, they already have the lights. So the lights that are there or the lights that are staying. There will be more noise because they have a, what do you call it, press booth or something, or they're going to. They cut it into half. They're phasing the project.
Yeah, the first part is session stand and
The seats,
press box and all those.
or the seats in the first part, the bleachers.
I don't believe so, because it has to do with stormwater underneath things.
Okay. Are they still trying to open this fall?
Cool.
So the big change is gonna be the number of people, so traffic. And then the traffic and the sound. But the lights are already there. And they're always on. And then also with the school system, which we didn't touch on really, is the uncertainty that they're doing a really good job of creating right now with their school closing, school, whatever plan. And my ask, when this is all over, and it's gonna be all, good, not be me, they gotta have a plan to use this property. They cannot, we've been sitting with an empty school site, unused school site for decades at this point. And I'm working with other mayors. But I think that's a big deal. So just so y'all know that. But and then the question may come to us. I guarantee you that they're gonna turn around and ask us to use the land, probably not buy it. So we'll have to worry about that if it ever happens.
Well, same to the other schools that.
Yeah, and then, yeah, so. And they'll be, yeah, they need to sell some stuff.
Well, they say on this, and I'm just gonna throw this out there, sorry, Rachel. They say on the school website, on the DeKalb County website, that they would be interested into doing IGA agreements for civics, whatever, for recreation. So I work in a 1957. But if we have that opportunity, it's worth discussion. Do we want to go there? Yeah, do we want to go there?
Well,
Or not?
when they tried to get us
Yeah.
years ago. When they tried to get us years ago to do something with the Shallowford space, whatever we call that school. Old elementary school space. They wanted to give us a lease. They wanted us to build the fields. And when I said, what happens if you decide you need that space? And they go, we would ask you for it. And I'm like, so you want me to invest $1 million, $1.5 million? And then 10 years you'll come to me and say, oops, we made a mistake. We need this space for land. No, I know.
It's worth putting it there and saying,
right, we want
it's
to
a
buy
worth
it.
discussion.
We wanna buy.
We want to buy it.
Yeah.
It's too small for this now.
Would we
Right.
want?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
We want to buy it. Just keep that in mind. Or they can sell it for how, whatever, but we're not leasing. I would recommend. Okay.
Okay, we went through the 3 areas and we got those done, and part of the end goal was getting, 5 to 8 deliverables or focuses. Now, we can take what we've looked at, some of that has synergy to it, I hate using buzzwords, but I'm going to. We can combine them into something. But if the council was tossing out their priorities for the next couple of years from this and from these discussions, where do we start? And even if you look at the list on the wall, if something else comes to mind that would end up being the priority instead, that happens.
Well, connectivity and green space came up for every single.
I would go.
You want me to separate those as 2 different
I think
ones?
they're two different.
Yes, yeah, I'm just saying that they came.
Yeah.
On every, just pointing out.
Other things as you look up there or thought about?
I would say marketing and identifying and enhancing, like.
Various areas.
Marketing perimeter as perimeter wide school and the village and the soon to be named Jet Ferry, like all of that and making it, like I said before, making it the distinction that there are different areas. And different personalities, and that's okay, and we want success in all.
Back to the 4 local centers are all different levels.
I don't know if there's something we need to do specifically, but we need to keep our eye on the perimeter because that pays for a lot of our city budget, so. Kind of an all encompassing, whatever we can do to keep that area vital.
I guess I.
I don't. End of the day, I have to start some other ones, other things from there that stand out. Even if they're individual to a specific area.
I think code enforcement, because I didn't talk I talked a little bit about blight, but it worries me so. The code rewrite is one thing, but they're just making sure that we're protecting ourselves from blight.
Well, and that is when we're gonna tie in e-bikes. Yeah,
Blight.
For Blake?
no, code enforcement, the code.
Code. Is that where you address that in the code or is that public safety? I don't know.
So no, I think you gotta set a speed limit over which if they ride that fast, they shouldn't be on the sidewalk.
Are there places that are developing?
They're small.
There's state law covering e-bikes and sidewalks.
There's state law about the different class of e-bikes and stuff, so.
On the sidewalk?
No, just happened to my bicycle.
But there's uncertainty because we allow bikes on the sidewalks. What it is, we should probably clearly define that.
What about on our trail?
The park ordinance doesn't allow anything motorized on trails, right?
Do people think of their e-bikes as motorized?
Well, there are two kinds.
There's three
You have to-
classes.
You have to pedal, but then there's a kind where you don't.
There's three
Class
classes of
three.
each.
I was saying there's three,
No, class three.
there's three companies.
Yes. There is the one that's the speediest. They don't have,
Okay, so we should be figuring all that out.
yeah, maybe you just say.
Yeah, so,
So back to your, on your code enforcement,
like,
and blight, the opposite of blight is beautification.
Yeah.
I think we, have implied, but we haven't specified beautification. Do we all agree that all of our nodes should be beautiful? So beautification, could we, because it's like streetscapes and
The Dunwoody guys.
flowers and
well, my God.
lights.
I do too. Everywhere.
Water fountains for people to drink water from.
That would not be one of my top 5 priorities,
No.
because a lot of it's
Also-
private property.
But also the beautification happens when we do our street projects.
Yeah.
Because we can street
Yeah,
pave
we
it.
can do things every year, beautify.
But most of it's private property. We have to figure out how to
roads.
purge that.
On the roads, we see.
And, I mean, we don't have to have 7. Are we good with those 5? As priorities?
I think looking into aging, I still see it as
The
a top
aging is a
thing.
huge thing,
I wanna delve into
right?
Aging,
Aging,
social type stuff and housing.
everything.
yeah.
There's a lot of subsections to
Yeah, how
that,
can you-
social,
Right.
these.
And we get a senior center.
Yes.
Yeah.
and then
In a school.
And they have to things like,
Required.
we'll get the county to run.
So I'm wondering,
Anything else on this?
Where in the building.
Going once? Going twice? Okay, with this, we'll take it, we'll try to, as I said, wordify and get it back to y'all. At this point, we've got about 30 minutes for closing comments or however long it needs to be.
I think before we get to closing comments, because we're a little early on our schedule, I think. That we can, if people have specific questions for staff. If we didn't talk about something you wanted to talk about, like I just did about the GDOT stuff. If there's something you want to talk about, you can ask questions or whatever. Now's a chance.
Yes, like, give me.
Hey, I'm sorry.
I have a mission.
No, I'm sorry, take your time.
This isn't necessarily to a specific staff, it's more to council. A request from the sustainability committee was, hey, could we have like a little summit with them and council for a couple hours one
Yes.
evening? To talk sustainability issues and projects in the city, and I said I would raise it, so
We've done it with the planning commission
Yeah.
stuff.
So that is something, I don't know if Richard heard me saying that, but we'll coordinate with.
Did you hear that, Richard?
He's-
Because he's talking. Richard? That's
Um,
okay.
I raised, Ann, Hicks's, asked that we have a kind of a summit between, council and sustainability committee for a couple hours. To just kind of talk issues and goals and all that. And council seems amenable to that, so.
We do it
No.
in the morning or?
Do it at union. Send a survey, Michael, whatever, figure
Yeah,
out.
I'm just. I told her I would raise it, it's been raised, I think we can coordinate the logistics later.
Okay, I have a,
Okay.
about this. Okay, my question is actually to staff. What are we missing? Like, what would you want us to talk about? What would you want us to put in there? Like, I know it's us, but on the other hand, I'm not IT, like, I don't really know that much about police. I know a little bit about parks for the last few years. But in all honesty, like, what would be on your wish list? That you wish that maybe we could focus on? And I will give you a minute to think about it.
Yeah, we spent time.
Because this is, I think of this as a, give and take, and I want you guys to be able to give us some info that you might not be able to give us in a formal setting in a council meeting.
Remember that we did a comprehensive plan and we just put out, we went through this process already. I didn't hear much different than what we already done, so. Stick to that and.
And then we think you'll be happy. Yeah.
I second that as far as budget. We don't generally come up with a lot of these things on our own. It's like whatever plans are adopted, they'll take the past funding, so. Yeah, sometimes when it's in the plan and then it starts, things do change, but, sometimes we're thinking we're doing what the city wants us to do, and turns out not, so.
Can I ask, I did have a specific question for Michael. Why do some of these projects just take so long? Like ever so, I mean, I have no, like, my patience, it's not one of my virtues. So I guess, when we say it's fully funded, like,
Yeah, I mean, the two biggest things are right away, well, first kind of hurdle is getting buy-in from all the constituents and that what we're going to do. And then after that, it's really right away utilities. I think the right of way on Mount Vernon until Mill ended up, I think it ended up being like a year and a half, 2 years. That's not the first time it's taken that long. If we just keep going back and forth to try to reach an agreement, amicably, and then the utilities, and that's just getting more and more complicated because there's more and more utilities, and now CAB, wanting to replace water mains. They have to do a design, and we have to make sure it all fits together and all this, that makes the construction take longer. So, I mean, right away, utilities are the two biggest drivers.
So Mayor, you mentioned data several times. So, on the park side, is there anything KPI data related you'd like to see in the industry report that you're not, or in a different time?
We've never seen that before. I think that when we're looking at, like we were talking about that space at Georgetown, like if it's not being using data to figure out what we need to do, like what you need, or what needs to happen so that it's used or not used. So whenever it was, I think it was last Saturday, like 4 days ago, when the Brook Run was just
Baseball parking.
well, baseball parking, but overwhelming. There was so many people in that park, couldn't find parking. I mean, I could, but you could just see, like, or these people that might have gone to Winwood Hollow if they knew it was there, like other playground, all the people that were at the playground that didn't come for the farmer's market, that kind of thing. Like, what are we doing to spread? Like at the same time that Saturday, our other playgrounds crowded as well. And then I know we have these the part-time people whose name you said a minute ago. Right. So I don't know what they're telling you or, how they're spending their time. But I mean, it's good. It feels good that it's that busy, but it's also totally overwhelming. And I know it was the first pretty Saturday in a while.
actually, I would love to know some data of like how many people do goat yoga.
Do what?
Do the goat yoga, yeah, like in the program, like,
From.
and are we reaching like the spectrum of age, or are we have a missing age group that maybe, maybe you've looked at that, I don't, maybe you have that, I don't know, that would just be
From a revenue standpoint, but.
Yeah. Just from a number standpoint, like what, I mean. And then I don't, with some of our partners, like I know Alan's been doing Mahjong, like, is that something hugely popular? Do we look at, doing Mahjong in a park? You just kind of from that numbers.
Do you have?
You can say no. They're just really happy to just
Think about it from an economic development focus on, I do think the concept that Dunwoody should lead with the different is really to all, I think we all sort of look to get it. But pushing that out there, marketing and branding it, that we have these very neighborhood focused for district. The other places don't.
And that they're successful.
They're all very
I mean,
successful.
0% like vacancy in some.
Which also means it's gonna, change in the tenants is gonna take a long time. It's gonna take longer to refresh maybe the shopping centers, because shopping centers really don't refresh and get you this, that you get the big things. And then just the vitality of perimeter is very important. Keeping investment happening and allowing the growth of the firm is very important. Stops, it's hard to get it back.
Like allowing the growth to happen.
Yeah, mine is more, totally blessed with what, all we do to give the voice to tomorrow. It's the tool necessary to do our job, the equipment, technology, et cetera. You know what my asks are, that's going to be over budget. True, right now, a lot of my asks are both retention and improving incentives, and I know HR is working on a piece today right now. Again, I know they're not quick, so it takes a minute, but, you know, for right now, I'm in operation, what's happening? We're trying to get stats on this. We appreciate it, their intention for us to take care of our employees, make sure that it looks, to do it out there, we say.
I have two questions for you. You talked about making sure that we know, that people know that, and this is related to racial messaging, that the donation center and Jones Road are public parks. What about that do you want them to know? I mean, why do you want them to know they're public parks? So they'll use them. So if you live where Stacy and Catherine live, I think you understand that it's a public park. But when I've had conversations with people that live on my end of Dunwoody, they have no idea, because they see the Dunwoody Nature Center and the programs that cost money, and they feel like it's managed by the nature, like it feels like it's their property, because Chattahoochee Nature Center is their property.
Yeah, that's helpful.
And so, you know, when we did that, I think the ribbon cutting for the path through the park, I think I remember say, this is one of Dunwoody's great parks or something, you know, it's a public park, because I feel like that people don't necessarily know that they can come and go, and that it's free.
Yeah.
And that it's free. The programs cost money, some of them.
And I would say for Donald Bannister Farm, because it's so
private.
event driven, like, I mean, unless you're going to a grad party, I don't think you think of really visiting yet, but then we have, I mean, there's so many cool things that you can just look at Donald Bannister Farm. Like the wood carving, right?
And they have a scavenger hunt, you can pick up.
Yeah.
And it says private.
In grass, yeah.
And
And one other question, each track, we have done our own track, our media coverage for our purposes, and then we, as a reporter, will share it with y'all. But we're thinking about changing it to a less defense launch. And I just don't know how much you all rely on our reports to do on media coverage. And if it's not something you use, then we'll just focus on our needs and interest in that area. But I just, you know, what I said, I'll send all the report, like the report,
I mean, I click on it, but if we can save money, I'd be fine.
Yeah, this is one where I trust the professional to know what information they need. You're the professional collecting information.
And Jennifer, back to the Donaldson Bannister, on the monument sign, it says private event venue. So people, that says private.
okay.
It's a recurring segment, like a walk in the park, walk in the nature center, walk.
Right.
So
I think it does, that's our.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also, I think the gate to the parking lot down off Burmac is always open during the time the park is open, but I'm not sure the front gate is always open. And you may,
Right into the driveway.
yeah.
And Bob Sherman Dunwoody is
Not, okay, but maybe it needs a sign that says enter off Burmac or something.
We don't want to open the city.
It, But it's, maybe a sign that says entrance on Vermac. There could already be a sign, but I don't think there
Right,
is.
for the pedestrians.
Well, the pedestrians can go, yeah, I mean, the pedestrians can go past it and go into the parking lot, the handicap parking lot, disabled parking lot. But yeah, but also there may be a gate. I don't remember. I'm not sure the fence goes all the way, but I think that just some more clear signs. As well as, whatever Jennifer, you were gonna message. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's not. Well, I'll help you do that. Yeah, we were just, anyway, one thing I must say about was extremely efficient restaurants. And I think from the standpoint of the amount of public that comes through the doors there. And I go down there, maybe down the force operating, make sure everything's good. And you know, police that we have down there, and we have two now, that's what the judges want, and go on and make sure.
Yeah, very happy.
And our solicitors, they do a great job. Bill and his crew, he has several new solicitors in there working with him. And then also, we have the judge. But it is very efficient, that's what we like, it's not a backlog, and if y'all remember, going back to Friday, during COVID, we were the first court to reopen, we did not have that huge backlog, so y'all never hear about cases that haven't been processed.
How's probation going these days?
They're doing well.
Probation going good?
Is there anything you need, Bernard, from?
Don't answer. Don't answer.
Okay.
For the council.
Okay.
There are many cities, if you look at their minutes, how they, do public comment. I used to do a lot, and now I do a little for each person who speaks at the podium. But there are cities who will just say the following citizen, or following people spoke at the public comment, and they just list their names. Yeah. I would love to do that, or say, for instance, like this past Monday night, instead of following people spoke regarding law, and then list their names, so you know what they spoke about, because it's all recorded. You can go, anybody can go and look at every single thing that's said in a meeting by anybody. So I'd like to change that, but that is certainly, I want your input.
I always thought it was interesting that you give more credulence. I thought it was more interesting that you give more credulence to the public comment and say exactly what they're talking about. But yet on council members, it's very little sometimes, they have a little bit of detail.
Right.
So I mean, it's almost the opposite.
I would say,
You know, sometimes people. When we had people leave the last year, you know, they don't have their 3 minutes, I've been sitting here on the spot. But I really want to be all in line with that, you can look at.
I don't need it.
No.
my vote would be the second option where you put a 1-word or 2-word topic that they talked about.
Yeah, I can do that, like,
That way it's just visually, you can go, what,
Yeah.
people talking about this issue.
So.
Maybe I will listen to it.
It's not, so it's just here, that's just, because most people don't feel.
How do they give us their name?
They're not even, is
Yeah.
is that on the sign up? What's the story with people providing their address or not?
They don't have to, we have the public comment cards. I cannot tell you how many, I would take Monday nights, we have staff.
No, there was no
A
ad.
lot of them did, some do that intentionally.
We're not even sure they're giving us their real names.
Those are their name, and they don't pay anything.
Right.
We can't.
That's just lovely.
So if you all are fine with that, that's what I'm.
They didn't change. I remember when I spoke when Mayor Davis was there.
He would say,
I give him.
right, well, he would say,
It would make you.
please, yes, please give us your name and address, and I'm not 100% sure that's legal.
And
But
that's happened in the past, Mayor, that council and having.
Oh, yeah.
Gave somebody else's address. They all knew their kids.
right, Joe gave,
I like the request.
Joe would just give the kids that.
I do like those in the future stuff.
I think that,
Yeah,
so
so
that Sharon can hear.
then they can say,
They-
they can show you.
Those are thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. and
Oh, very much.
So I have an ask, which I don't know that we'll ever get to, but in Sandy Springs, whatever thing they're using for their meetings, the recording, after their meeting's over, you can look at the agenda, and if you want to hear item number 3, it takes you to that part of the meeting on the recording. So I don't know if our software has that ability.
We used to have that.
It-
We used to have that before we lived in it.
We did?
Yes, our old system had it.
Yeah, so historically we did have it, but on basins, as of right now, I don't know that they work.
Okay.
I mean, we can look into it though.
I mean, it's not critical, I just think it's really nice.
Bookmark it, YouTube recording.
I
If you
don't
have
know, but we
comment
can
with
look into
the
it.
time stamp
Yeah.
for yourself.
Well, when I want to share, I do that for other people.
So Ginger, on that, what there's not, we go to Zoom. Can the public see the transcript as well? So if they do that, Mayor, they would, you just type in the word or sort of, and the transcript will go
I
right.
had no idea.
Yeah, and YouTube, you could turn on the scratch, transcript
Yeah,
as
we
well.
also- yeah,
It's easy to
there's-
text.
To see.
Learn something new. All the time.
Right.
See?
What about, webs?
What about what?
Webs.
What about what? Are we allowed to?
Well, they do sit.
Well, Chief, tell us what is Georgia law permit
Right.
now?
It has to be marked, so if we're not gonna allow weapons in city hall courtroom, it has to be marked on the outside for us to enforce it. I'm just noticing lately, getting a little more hostile, folks are coming in, masks, can't identify them. And I'm actually gonna ask Eric, I'd actually like to ask, actually probably add a part-time, let me have additional officer in there. That's our busiest times, that should change when we start council meetings, so. Pretty much all our officers should have around, so. If I remember correctly, initially, our initial, John, you may have sort of, initially was our. I think the initial council didn't want to have that, we don't want people being screened, we want them to feel welcome to come into the city council meetings. I don't know if I'm correct on that, or, and. I'd like to-
We've never done it. We've never screened at any city council meetings.
Yeah, we do it for our whole hearings.
Yes.
I want to have another level of security and there's something very safety. Sorry.
And Chief, there's something weird, I did this for county with, where the courthouse and the administrative officer were in the same building. And the question for security and guns and everything, was whether or not it was the courthouse or whether it was something else. And my recollection, I'll go back and Eric may remember, but it depends on where the screening's taking
Yeah,
place.
we're looking at
And
it.
so if you wanted to be, if you wanted to be the building and you're claiming that's the courthouse, you have to screen at all the doors. So coming in, if you're just gonna say the courtroom, I need to check, is that really a courtroom when we're using it? In other words, just because court is held in there,
Think this.
let me check. Okay, I just remember something weird about it in this one bill.
Right, it looks like if we don't have, you'll have to check, chief, but I'm not 100% sure we can do it unless we put metal detectors at the front door all the time.
That's what they had to do.
And the
They
side.
had to do on your facility outside their courthouse.
Right.
Right, to get everybody screened,
We have the Kevlar underneath. So
but I'll check it, make sure.
But, okay, even if we don't screen because we can't. Can we have a sign that says no weapons? Because then it's enforceable if we have that.
no, I don't think so. I think that when they changed the open carry.
It changed the law.
Oh, you don't have to have open carry in it. I mean, you can't carry a gun in state legislature.
That's different.
Rules for thee and not for, rules for me, thee and
I
not.
just, June said we can't enforce it if there's not a sign, and if there's a sign, is it enforceable?
I
That's
think
the
it boils
question.
down to.
Just give some
Jason,
research.
you might
Yeah.
know more than this. I think it boils down to is the courtroom. Courthouse, or is it a dual purpose? If it's dual purpose, it's a little, the law is a little different. We just need.
I remember a couple years ago, we had an individual come in and he had a couple farming house poster and everybody was looking at us.
Well, then-
There's nothing I can do.
Guys from DNR came in fully equipped too, and I was like. They was in plain clothes.
Can we screen them, but let them in? So at least we know they're carrying and they're there.
I'll,
Okay.
What's the problem you're trying to solve?
Oh, my goodness.
We're on the first one. You're right about a minute. It's not, somebody just sit there and
Now we have to get new glass.
Right.
I think it's just the concern is a hothead. Who's going to meeting. Well, or they're getting angry during the meeting and
Good.
now you're angry with a gun instead of angry without a gun. Right.
Right, okay.
Well, one thing that does bring up, Mayor, and I do think, with working with police, we do need to do this regardless of whether they're screening or not screening, is if there was a sudden emergency, there needs to be an action plan on where y'all going and what routes y'all take. Right now, when we recess because it's out of order, we just kind of help. My concern, and one of the reasons that this came up, media hanging on my desk besides them seeing, potentially confidential Facebook is the route of access right now is not back. It's through that door where the police, where the chief is, where the security, that room security. Somehow, I think that plan needs to be, I'm gonna use the word practice, but just at least on a, what is the plan?
Well, we had, when we built the building, we had 3 ways out, easy ways.
Do they know what that?
Well, first it was door open.
What I'm saying, they have to figure it out.
Except there's no door to close behind us.
We, yeah.
The only safe room is one by.
That's not.
Yes, that's true.
That's not safety.
Well, that's locked.
But you know, locked inside.
Oh, well, it's locked on all the time.
Because it's all designed, you know, that's designed as locked.
Okay.
Court. You know, the people can't come in the neighborhood. But no, it's, you know, we have behind us, we have the door to the side of the public to go out. We added that door in each building. And then, there is the other side and Ken's talking about it. But I mean, there's nothing, I don't know, sort of up and down versus just go outside.
I sit where I sit for a reason.
I was going to break that. I was ready for that.
That's it, right. I'm going there for 8 years.
I was actually gonna raise it, since you saying you might need a separate office. 99% of our meetings are nonchalant, no worries whatsoever. But there's no police officer or security looking at the audience, looking at their eyes, looking at what their actions are doing. Guess the chief are in the back of the room. He's on the side, he's on the side there.
He sits on the side there.
No. Okay, I'm just saying, look at the eyes, I mean.
And you could,
Go ahead, sir.
thing is that most of our meetings, once we finish this, it'll probably go back to normal, hopefully. There really aren't, half the time we don't even have public there. And so you can send the second officer on the merry, well, it's going to end. But on their merry way, and then whatever, but yeah. Okay, y'all figured this out. Then also, to Kent's point, whether we need to drill or we need a memo, somebody needs to tell.
So we can certainly know a plan, because the last thing was confusion, an issue. Everybody knows where they can go, and from this side of the night, that's how you can go. Everybody does know, England, people behind that wall.
I hold Joe.
Yeah, well,
Right.
stop it.
Yeah, I would guarantee that everybody in this room who sat there has like planned their escape route in their mind. There's not a doubt in my mind, like you guys against the wall, you're going out to the parking lot, like, there's not a doubt in my mind.
But you have these.
Problem is that you have to trust your instincts, which I never do.
We haven't, Eric, we have not, give us a plan. Thank you. And communicate.
You don't know it.
Make our 4-year-olds.
And then if we want to practice it, we have to have a public meeting to do it, because we have a quorum.
I just do it on your own.
Right.
Sure, we can, we'll do it, absolutely.
Okay. Nicole?
I would just piggyback on what Chief said with recruitment and retention.
Okay.
And
You're
really
working.
just keep doing what you're already doing. We actually just had a conversation with someone about it today. We're so appreciative of all that the council does for their employees. With compensation, benefits, really being concerned about recruitment. I would say we can also focus on, we're growing on City Hall side now too.
If we could get some budget help with recruitment, because right now we're trying to tap into all kinds of free recruitment that we can. Some budget on that side would also. But,
The mayor having a cool thing, the building at City Hall is incredible. I mean, second to none on other cities. When we talk to a lot of the HR directors, in terms of the employees stay
yes.
with Dunwoody. I know the police is a normal, I would say it's kind of a normal industry charm. So, you know, it's not unusual, but it's for the rest of the City Halls. Employees, it's a lot of the benefits, you provide the work environment, facility, citizens. Oh, I'm happy to deal with it. But I do appreciate it.
On a regular basis is that when people are looking at them, one of the things they like is the stability. That they're not looking and seeing a lot of turnover, like we do in other cities. Where department heads or city managers are turning over every couple of years. And so the longevity. I guess the other thing I would say is just any recognition for staff. I'm gonna speak on behalf of the folks over there, who I think did a great job for them. They, particularly the department heads, get a lot of flack. A lot in different angles. So anytime council sees something positive, one positive word would go really far.
And Nicole's spot on, and she brought me to the department, and looking back, you know, I got to try to keep things always routine. There's plenty of birds from every time we want. Y'all been around here, and I'm kind of like, it's not a big deal, it's a big deal. I mean, you know, so they say it's a big deal, it's a problem. You know, because I try to break you in reality. And, but at the same rate, we do have an excellent group of department heads. And you see a lot of turnover in other cities, like I said a moment ago, a lot of the like officials get new mayors and people have these different ideas, they come in. And then the department heads start leaving, and you all have been extremely solid, like I said, at the beginning of this meeting today. And that keep has been grand, I don't think. Right, and so that's what we're going to, you know. So keep it up, and go.
So
Ginger?
Ginger, our excellent IT director, who does a wonderful job.
I don't really have anything specific. It's just that there's anything you guys need from me technology wise, if you see things that you'd like to see more of technology wise, if you feel like there's areas that we're lacking. I mean, we're really trying to make a lot of strides to be advanced with technology. We're moving on the GIS stuff and really trying to move forward and do, you know, digital twin cities and things like that. And, you know, if there's things that you guys see that you'd be interested in, I'd love to hear, you know, send me a note or something and we'll look into it.
And I was as particular as I have, I think the stuff that she's done, I'll be behind the scenes, everything's been a little, what do you call it, outside the top, you know, little meeting agendas.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the screens we put up in the city halls and others love those, and you come in and they see those, they know where to go. And also the ones out front, where they can see without coming to the city hall, and it's after hours. Oh, Ginger came to, she brings us to me, and I'm like, love it. But she comes up with a lot of initiatives, so, and your thank yous, and your team as well. It's not that it's just we're sitting still in the background waiting for the problem, trying to provide. And we appreciate the budget on this stuff we need.
I think this will be at the mayor's next meeting that we'll have in June. This all ties into matching the plans with the people. To make sure we're fully staffed to fulfill these plans. So that'll go tying into the financial side, because I know you guys have a lot of stuff on your plate. And you got to do the operation stuff, but now you're looking at long-term planning too. So I do appreciate everything you guys do. And I hope that come our next conversation, we'll be talking about, okay, are you currently staffed adequately and organized and resourced?
And if we go to the bridge, did you know speaking? Or for finance, speaking?
We didn't have any asks like from the budget that we received. I do want to mention that I don't know how many of you get a chance to read our budget book, but we got for the GFOA award last year, we got a special recognition for our strategic goals. And I wanted to thank our directors, because you guys put in a lot of effort to show what you accomplished prior year and your future goals for the coming year. And it looks good. GFOA recognized it. And I just want to say thank you. And if anybody gets a chance to gonna read the budget book and just see some of the things that.
I hope they read the book.
We read it,
I hope they read the book.
Yeah.
Right, that was a while.
might be a strong word today.
But also, council, we all, decisions up around gates, purchasing.
Yes,
That's worked out, and we can report on that, it's worked out well in the first 3 months.
yes.
Chris is doing an outstanding job working with John and Ellen with procurement. So that was the thing, that was a vulnerability for us. We're gonna go further, see, I don't have, one person department, I have a few people. That department, so.
Jay, who's gonna win it all? And anything else?
Dude,
No, but seriously, Jay, anything for us, that you want us to tell us?
now let the department, they do it on, okay?
You got
If I'm last, I got nothing.
He said it was smile. But I'll say for Jay, and I want to hear again, but I see 2 of y'all from the council when I started. We did not have an assistant city manager, so we unnamed them on 3 assistants. I never really had an assistant manager on any of my roles before, but we had an assistant 2. We converted that to an assistant manager. Jessica was our first assistant manager, and then we came with Jay ever since, and he's done an outstanding job with me leading the department. So here again, it's all a teamwork environment. There's not a whole lot of me goes on with it's a lot of we as a team. So what we're doing.
Well, thank you all for acknowledging.
Yes, that was a good question. All right, I have a couple of questions that we didn't talk to. One is the business license situation. Hey, we'll find a positive way to end. But where, like, I saw an email today, like, where are we? Is it getting better?
Yes, I do. I thought.
Suzanne.
Okay. Alicia, do you want to speak to that in on the business license piece? Improvements there.
Yes, we're still working with Central Square with some improvements. We do have a new version coming out in about 2 or 3 months. That's gonna help streamline the process a little better. We've had a few open houses. I think we have one this morning. We have one later this afternoon after hours, 5 to 6:30 today. We advertised it, so business who's having difficulties with the new system can come out, we'll sit with them with their paperwork and get them registered.
And, did people come to those open houses?
The first night we had 5 come. And we've added the extra nights tonight just to make sure that we're available. So the turnout was good, that's why we added some extra hours for this morning and tonight.
See Click Fix? Is it working?
And one that we're gonna have an intern go ahead. Well, so we close it out for us.
Couple of things, we're in the middle right now of an upgrade to our city works, which is kind of the back end of City Fix. Which I think is gonna have some improvements. And then we also, we'll be interviewing interns next month, students that. Because we've had the load provided those who passed previous contracts free of charge. They're not really prepared to do that no more, but we're next year one. A lot of what they've done in the past is has to go out. Get an extra set of eyes and check things in 2 weeks. The records, because a lot of times. What happens is we get a C-click fix, we do a work order. Crew goes out and does the work order, but we like to do some QC checks and just make sure everything's good before we close it. And so the work's been done, but if you look on C-click fix, it makes sure that it hasn't been closed. And it's really not with the work actually done, it's just a paperwork thing. So that's what we're gonna have the intern focus on, for most of whether they want.
But the complaint is that we get is the opposite.
Yeah, it shows it
It
closed.
shows it closed
That does happen occasionally.
or it's open forever.
Yeah, well, some of the things that are open a long time, they're really not maintenance issues, a lot of times they're capital projects, like we want to do crossing in this area or want a sidewalk here. And we usually leave those open because if we close it, you know, even if you explain it, people say, we didn't do anything, so we just leave it open till it happens. There are times just from miscommunication or somebody makes a mistake or whatever, that things do get closed and then somebody says, no, this hasn't been fixed. And we take care of it, yeah.
Is there a way to acknowledge those without closing them? In other words, is there, you know, acknowledge, you know, future project or something?
Yeah, we do that, some of them are actually assigned to me, and periodically I probably go in there and say, here's what's happening, you know, this is scheduled for design next year, or whatever it is.
Is there a better application for this?
There's other applications out there, I think what we have works pretty well. I mean, sometimes there's just, like I said, miscommunication or in there, or I don't think there's a flaw with the system. I mean, I know other cities use similar but not the same system, and honestly, you know, why a lot of them do it is because with C-Click Fix, it's all an open book. People can comment, everybody else can see it.
Right.
And so you can't really control the message, so to speak. And so I know other cities that said, we don't like that this is just an open forum for people to say whatever. And they switch to other systems that are more closed.
Anybody else? Thank you. Okay, where are we now? I think we're done. We can go to dinner. Yes, a positive, no, right. It'll come through. I'll just keep, okay, so. You know, we get really good feedback from people that do business with us overall, like really good feedback. And I try to share it with y'all when I get a compliment, but and Jennifer now, when she gets them, sometimes she puts them on social media, which I think is great. And so at a ribbon cutting recently, I don't know if I had it in my state of the city, I had it at some point. The ribbon cutting recently, a builder who builds all over Metro Atlanta, who had built out this business, told me that this was the best experience he had ever had with the local government in Metro Atlanta. And so thank you all in community development. And we get that kind of feedback consistently across the board. People get cranky. I get cranky, but people get cranky and sometimes they just want to complain. But overall, we hear really good feedback. And for that, we're really grateful. And, you know, we're doing a lot. Most years we're paving more roads in Sandy Springs, even though they're 3 times our size. And we're very responsive on things like sidewalk repairs. We really impress people, but it has to be reported. And it has to be reported. And so I think one of the things I'm terrible about is that, you know, somebody will tell me something and I'll just phone it in as opposed to telling them to report it on C-Click Fix. Sometimes because they're not capable of C-Click Fix. But we need to train people to use the systems we have. That's on us. And so, you know, I'm really, you all, like I said the other day, make us look really good. They do. Like just recently, our police had to break up a gang of 50 private school 10th graders who invaded a party from a Dunwoody High School for the Sadie Hawkins dance after party, and they weren't invited. And that father was extremely impressed. We just get really good compliments, and I feel very fortunate because it makes me look good and also makes them look good. And it gives us confidence that, because we're going to face a lot of challenges. The next few years are going to be interesting. And it gives me a lot of confidence that we have the team that we need to have. I think that's really good. And also overall, like, things are really good here. I mean, I spent a lot of time talking to mayors in Georgia and in Metro Atlanta, I mean, in Georgia, Metro Atlanta and Georgia and beyond, and, you know, we have problems, but not like a lot of cities have problems. And as a team, we, except for on one issue, we work really, trails, we work really well together. And so, and that's unusual too, that we can get things done. And the mayor of Pine Lake, which has 750 people, she just quit yesterday because she and her council were not getting along. And so, I know, and so feel very fortunate that that all works well too. And, you know, we're just we do so much for such a small government, and we should be so grateful. And we have such great things. I mean, we have Perimeter Center, right? And that's just such a gift. And we have everything else. Like I said, we have, what did I say? We have commercial centers across the city. All are unique, but all are important to the city's success. And that's really true. And that's really our future, because it keeps our neighborhoods kind of anchored. And so, you know, we're really fortunate, and we get things done. So I think that's it, unless anybody has anything else to add. So thank you all. And
That dinner,
right,
as you know, just right up the hill, at Hawkins Town. So, and we could probably put up a little patio, maybe over, I think it'll be very nice. If there's anything wrong with your meal, you can let the waitress know, let me know, it'll be, Jessica or, Shayla, and we'll get it.
what do we do with parking?
You can stay here.
Right.
Not positive, not.
No, it's like free paying the front desk.
Elevated the front up.
And,
I didn't get it. Okay, let me in.
You might lift it out.
I logged in, I signed it.
We need to move to adjourn.
Yes.
I need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second by Rob, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed, hearing none, we stand adjourned.